Hello, this is Jenny. I don't know
Just
Looking
doing a
great,
sound
Neil.
check.
Jenny, you're muted. I don't know if we already did a sound check. Yeah, you're there. You are.
Yeah. What's the holdup?
Looking good, Deb. There we go. Can you hear me?
Hi, Madam Mayor. This is Mickey. Yep, we can hear you and we can see you.
I can hear
Okay,
you.
perfect.
Looks like we're maybe just waiting on Bonnie.
Okay, she might have had the same problem I had.
Yeah, I had no link that worked until just now. Thank you, Ashley, for helping to, or I don't know if that's Ashley, that's probably Mickey on. Ashley helped me figure it out.
Yep, I'm here in Chambers today, but Ashley was out available on the phone. So we're both here working whatever you guys need.
How about Councilman Delgado? I don't see him on either.
He will be joining us shortly.
Okay, perfect. Then we will get started only because I'm sure all of you guys are aware that this massive council agenda book was probably about, I think I'm going to go with, let's see, guess the weight. I don't know, 7 pounds. Did you notice that?
Told us it was over 2,000 pages, 2,100 some.
Yeah, it's one of the biggest that I've ever seen. So we'll get started. And before we do that, I also just want to remind council, because it is so thick, I'm going to try to be really diligent about staying on time, giving everyone 3 minutes. During that 3 minutes, that doesn't really count towards staff comments, but I would just ask council members, use that 3 minutes for your questions. And then I'm going to have Ashley and Mickey keep us on track. So I'm not trying to dismiss anyone. I just want everyone to stay on course because it's going to be a very, very long day. And then I wanted to just call out Councilman Reese. You look very dapper with your new haircut. Tell us about that.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I had the opportunity yesterday, along with Councilmember Delgado, to shave for a good cause. As you can see, I'm a little lighter today for the Shamrock Shave for the Reno Fire Department's efforts to raise money for childhood cancer research. So a great cause, and happy to be a little lighter today.
Yeah, such a good cause. I love it. They do it every year. And how's it feel? Feel lighter?
Yeah, definitely colder.
Colder.
Definitely, but my son says I look like a pretty tough biker. That and the new tattoo combined to give me a new ethos. So if I seem meaner today, you'll know why.
Okay. All right. And I think Councilman Delgado joined you, and I'm sure he's feeling a little colder too. So I guess we'll see him in a minute. So at this time, we're going to start, and I would love it if Councilwoman Jardin, would you lead us in the pledge?
I would love to, Madam Mayor. Thank you very much. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Great job. Okay, at this time, Madam Clerk, I'm going to send it to you for a roll call.
All right. Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Breckus.
Here.
Councilmember Dorr. Councilmember Delgado is absent at this time. Councilmember Weber is also absent at this time. Councilmember Jardin.
Here.
Councilmember Reese.
Here.
Madam Mayor, you do have a
Here.
quorum of the Reno City Council for March 10th, 2021. We are on to the first item of the day, which is public comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
1 second. Okay, Madam Mayor, so it should be noted for the record that we received 3 letters, 1 in support, 1 in opposition, and 1 concerned from Wendy Wigglesworth, B.R. Crump, and Lynn Lebec. In addition, we have received 3 voicemails, which we will go ahead and play for council now.
Okay, thanks.
Hello, my name is Glenn, and I'm recording a message for public comment regarding the Riverside project. I live in the immediate area, in the immediate block where this proposed building is going, and I would like to mention a couple of things that I have issue with. Most importantly is this project being approved and processed under the 1,000 Homes in 120 Days initiative passed in 2019 that was designed for affordable housing. The resolution that was passed on the first page, on the front page, says in the top right corner, affordable housing. This is nothing even close to affordable housing. This should not have been approved through this process, along with fees waived for the developer. And what I'm requesting is that this project be put on hold so that the city council can review this project in detail, which hasn't occurred, and the public can comment on it. Everyone was taken by surprise with this project. And there are a lot of people in the immediate neighborhood and elsewhere that have issue with not just the construction of the building, but the process that has been used to approve this project. That, I think, is a bigger issue. Not to mention that this is not the same project that was approved way back in 2006. The use of Washington Street is not the intended use as was described back in 2006 when the abandonment was provided to the property owner. There's a lot of things that are different here than that project. And this should be, and not to mention this is in a historic area. This project should be put on hold and public comment should be appropriated to look at this project. And as I mentioned, City Council should have an opportunity to review this, and there should be a new approval process, not having this lumped in with the resolution that was passed for affordable housing. Thank you again. I appreciate you listening, and I look forward to hearing how to proceed.
Good afternoon. My name is Kevin Hartman. I live in Del Webb in Somerset. And it may be too late, but I was just made aware of the city council had turned down that new development to the west of Del Webb, and evidently the courts overturned it, and they're applying again. I just wanted to express the fact that we would be opposed to that, my wife and I, as would and pretty much every neighbor I know here is against this. I'm not sure why the county commission's ruling was overturned by the court, but we certainly don't need another development right up in there. Kevin Hartman, 9360 Renwood Court, Reno, cell number 775-313-5962. Thank you very much. Bye.
All right, and with that, Madam Mayor, we have no further public comment, so we're on to item A4, approval of the agenda.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to clarify for the first caller that item is not on our agenda today. So I just want to clarify in case there's some misunderstanding on that item. Okay, with that being said, may I get a motion to approve the agenda?
Move to approve, Councilmember Reese.
All right. I have a motion and I have a second from Councilwoman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, may I get a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved, Councilmember Reese.
Second, Weber.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed? Motion carries unanimously. All right, thanks so much. At this time, we're going to head over to item B, consent agenda. I'm going to ask council members at this time if they have anything they'd like to pull off consent agenda, and also, Madam Clerk, any public comment?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment on this item.
Okay. Does anyone have any items they want to pull off? Councilwoman Breckus.
B5, please.
Okay. Any other council members?
Madam Mayor, can I pull B3, item B, boy 3?
Of course. Okay, anyone else?
Move to
No
approve.
other, no other items being pulled. I have a motion to approve.
Second?
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion unanimously. Okay, heading over to item B3. and
Thank
I'm
you,
glad
Madam Mayor.
Councilman Reese. So go
Yeah, just
ahead.
ever so briefly, I want to be respectful of our time, but I want to thank the Great Basin Youth Soccer League. This is an organization that's been in our community for nearly 40 years. I've had the privilege of coaching in it for several years and having children play in it in our household. And it's just an awesome thing that they do for this community. And I'm really honored that they would consider this cooperative partnership with the city and the donation. So I just want to say thank you to Richard J. and the Great Basin Youth Soccer League for all that they do and continue to do each day. It hasn't been easy the last year, but obviously excited to see kids get back out playing.
Yeah, this is fantastic. So again, thank you for those comments, because Richard J. does a phenomenal job and always doing more and more for our kids and for our parks. And this donation is awesome. So thank you. Great. Okay, so may I get a motion, Councilman Reese?
So moved.
All right, thank you. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All
Aye.
those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, heading over to Councilwoman Breckus, item B5, go ahead.
Yeah, I just want clarification. Someone asked me, because this is a contribution to help advance an affordable housing project. And there's two questions that have been raised. Is one, is prevailing wage going to then in turn be a requirement of the project that's built under the laws of the state of Nevada? And then second, where is it specific in this, not in this agreement, that they have to deliver some affordable housing and what exactly that looks like?
Madam Mayor, we've moved over Jeff Limpert as the staff liaison for this item.
Okay, great. Jeff, go ahead, take it away.
Good morning, council members and Madam Mayor. For the record, Jeff Limpert with Community Development. I might have missed the first question as I was being brought over, but to the second question, I think it was included in the staff report, an overview of the project. They do show that they would build 10 affordable housing units on those two parcels. The one site would have 8 units and the other site would have 2 units. And those again are kept affordable into perpetuity, because the land trust removes the value of the land out of the equation upon resale of the property. The homes would sell on the open market like other real estate items. However, it would be limited to the 80% AMI or 60% AMI. I can't remember exactly what the Community Foundation's formula is. I believe it's 80,000 or 80%, sorry. First question.
Well, may I just follow up on that? Because I think this has been coming up a lot. Is it in the staff report or is it in the agreement that's a binding document?
It's in both. It's in the staff report as well as the agreement.
That's fine. That's fine. Because sometimes you have intent and it's not necessarily followed through on the way something's inked. And that's what the public is looking for and asking for when they speak out to me. And then the first question really was, someone raised to me, is the project with this contribution going to be subject to the prevailing wage laws of the state of Nevada?
Yeah, unfortunately, I can't answer that today, but I can follow up and provide an answer to council members. It looks like Mr. Shipman's getting in, so maybe he can answer that.
Okay.
Yes, and Councilman Breckes, so the way this is working, it's a donation pursuant to NRS 268028. So that just allows, it's like a donation to any nonprofit organization. There isn't a condition that they need to comply with prevailing wage, nor is that a requirement by law.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for that clarification.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Go right ahead.
Ever so briefly, I want to just thank the staff and our body for this incredible opportunity. This is a unique program, and as much as it is, I want to just highlight this kind of shared equity model for housing and home ownership is not something that's done everywhere, and it's something I would like to see extended much more broadly within our community. It addresses a certain need and one that is unique. So I'm very happy to support this effort. I think in my own discussions about this topic in the briefings, I was very clear with staff that I want to see a broader discussion come back to us in the future about the use of a land trust and how we try to make some efforts to fund it and how we use that to move our agenda forward on affordable housing. This particular one is absolutely awesome. I just think we need to have a broader discussion in the future, and I look forward to that conversation with the colleagues, but I'm very happy to see this program go forward.
Okay, fantastic. All right, with that being said, may I get a motion? Call for the question.
Motion.
Second.
I have a motion from Councilman Breckes, a second from Councilman Weber. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, thanks so much. All right, heading over to Ward 2, we will now open the public hearing for item C1. And I will have Carl Hall read the item, but at this time, let the record reflect that the City Council is opening the public hearing. Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given and correspondence was received. We received 49 letters in opposition, 10 letters in concern. And in addition, we do have voicemails to play for the record.
Okay, fantastic. Go ahead. And then I will call in Mr. Hall after you play those. Thanks.
So Mickey, what's the bill number on this one? Oh, here we go. I've got it.
Hi, I'm calling
Oh.
on behalf.
Yeah, I've got it. 7169. So ordinance bill number 7169, case number LDC 21-00024. The Canyons, request for one, a zoning map amendment from plus or minus 23.98 acres of open space and 57.03 acres of single family residential, 15,000 square feet, to plus or minus 81.01 acres of planned unit development with plus or minus 29.02 acres of residential and plus or minus 51.99 acres of open space land uses and tentative approval of the PUD handbook. Two, a tentative map to develop a 71 unit single family residential subdivision. And three, special use permits for grading that results in cuts greater than 20 feet in depth and fills greater than 10 feet in height, hillside development, and C, disturbance of a major drainage way. The plus or minus 81.01 acre site is located east of the eastern terminus of Trail Rider Drive and has a master plan land use designation of single family neighborhood. This project was submitted prior to the comprehensive update to the zoning code renovation, and will be reviewed, analyzed, and heard using the Title 18 standards in existence immediately prior to January 13th, 2021. Ward 2.
All right, we'll go ahead and play those
Oh,
voicemails.
sorry. Okay, there you go. Thank you so much, Carl. Nice job. Okay, at this time, we're gonna head into staff presentation.
Madam
Hi.
Mayor,
Hi,
sorry.
Jeff.
Madam-
Go ahead.
No, Madam Mayor, can we play those voicemails? Carl cut
Sure.
us off a little quicker than we were ready for it.
Yeah, no problem. Go right ahead.
Of the DeMonte Canyons proposal, and I wanted to voice my concerns as far as what the development will have an impact on where I live. I currently reside on Palladium Mine, and I know that the impact will be on the wild horses and other wild mammals and birds that live in the canyon, as well as native plants. and additional outdoor recreation that we have in the area and the increased street traffic that we would have on our street. Thank you.
Hi, I'm calling about the DeMonte Canyons. I'm really concerned about the projects that are going to be taking place up there. I've seen flyers but have not received anything in the mail talking about it, only word of mouth from our neighbors. I'm really disappointed in the fact that we purchased a home on Palladium Mine, part of the Palisades project with Lennar. This development was not intended to have another development built on top of it. Therefore, the traffic will flow directly down our street to the potential 79 homes directly behind us. This is going to be a devastating problem for our neighbors, for our children, for the horses, for nature, and I would appreciate this being heard, listened to, and acted upon by our representatives to stop this for the benefit for all that live in the neighborhood. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Bhavani, and I'm calling about the proposed Canyons and Canyons Edge development, and I think it was C1 on your agenda. I live up here. I am enjoying the mountains. They will disappear if you have any more houses. There's already Lennar that's building houses up there. The horses are already corralled way up high. I feel like we have enough houses being built that the traffic already is starting to pile up, and they're not even done being built, the ones that are under construction. I hope that you really seriously take all this into consideration so that development doesn't take precedence over other aspects of our community. So if you want to reach me back, this is 775-750-4990. Thank you very much for considering my pushback on this proposal. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Dee Reese. I live at 3075 Bull Rider Drive. I am calling to comment on the proposed Canyons and Canyon Edge housing development that would be developed on 160 acres, encompassing 79 homes on steep and rocky terrain. I am calling to say no, no, no. It will impact our wildlife, our horses. It will impact native plants. It will impact traffic, outdoor recreation. This is an absolute no. Absolute no. My cell number is area 661-547-1307. Please feel free to call me at any time. I will also be emailing the Planning Commission. This is so upsetting. This is absolutely so upsetting. This should not be. You should not even consider it. No, no, no.
Good afternoon, Honorable Mayor Sheevy and council members. My name is Charlie Faso. I live at 1905 Evergreen Ridge Court in the Sierra Canyon area. I'm speaking to you once again in opposition to the San Lucas project. I am a retired deputy fire chief with 33 years of experience, including fire suppression, fire dispatch, and fire station coverage. I realize that your decision on whether or not to approve this project must be based on the MGOD. While fire protection is not directly referenced, it can be reasonably inferred to be a consideration under the public safety area and is directly referenced in the handbook. As you are aware, fire protection in this area is wholly inadequate. Response times far exceed the 6-minute standard set by the city of Reno. We already have Fire Station 19 in the Sierra Canyon area without a firefighting crew, and approving this project without requiring a fully staffed fire station will seriously impact the public safety in this area. Requiring the developer to provide a fire station without providing staffing is dangerous and foolhardy. An empty fire station is a slap in the face to the public. I ask you to disapprove this project until public safety, in particular fire protection, can be adequately provided. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Lamb. I'm a native Nevadan. I've lived here all my life. I love our great state for all the different hiking and outdoors activities we can have and the wildlife that is there. I'm concerned mostly with the Canyons project in terms of the eagles and the wildlife that is there. I wonder if there's going to be some sort of eagle mitigation or migration plan of some sort. That would be an interesting thing to see what they do about that. But that would be my biggest concern. Thank you.
Yes, my name is Millie May, and I live in South Reno, and I have some great concerns about this development called Canyon Crest and Lower Village up on the hills. It's going to create so much traffic on Steamboat Parkway unless more roads are added by the developer. So I hope you consider this request and ask the developer to include more roads. Thank you.
Hello, this is for agenda item number C, letter C1 for March 10th, 2021 City Council meeting. This is regarding the canyons. My name is Michonne Eben. I manage the Cultural Resource Program for the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. And I've been working with your great staff and in regards to this planned unit development, and I wrote an email, and I just would like to say that we would like to provide our comments, actually the Reno Sparks Indian Colony's cultural perspective. Sorry. The Virginia Range is a very important area for the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. This proposed development is within areas of our past ancestral use as well as current tribal members' uses today. This unique deep canyon terrain, the drainage off of the Virginia Range, is an area where our current tribal members go for traditional cultural practice. As you may know, this is a very unique cultural landscape, and that is why it has become very popular. After review of the proposed project maps, I noticed that the proposed construction of the housing units will be placed in the direct path of the drainage coming off the Virginia Range. I am just requesting, as the Reno Sparks Indian Colony is requesting, maybe to move the proposed housing units 100 feet away and hopefully to still provide access to this beautiful mountain terrain. It's very important not only to the city of Reno folks, but also to the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. Thank you very much for allowing this comment, and you may contact me at 775-785-1326. Thank you very much.
I'm calling regarding the DeMonte Canyon project called the Canyons, currently being reviewed. My name is Richard Moser. I am a retired professional engineer and water rights surveyor in the state of Nevada and have been involved in water projects in the Truckee Meadows and throughout the state since 1969. My call today, in my call today, I'd like to express my concern that those responsible for the design and review of the Canyons project are aware of the potential severe thunderstorm danger related to flooding that could potentially occur in the DeMonte Canyon area, and that such flooding is accounted for in the project design. Examples of such flooding have occurred and been documented by the U.S. Geological Survey in the canyons at Hidden Valley, just a few miles north of this project. One of the largest of these events occurred on July 16th, 1971, when a thunderstorm caused a discharge from 0.33 square miles, resulted in a flow of 1,900 cubic feet per second. As a note, this is about 3 to 4 times the typical Truckee River flow through Reno. Flows of this magnitude in steep canyons would also carry massive amounts of gravel, rock, and debris. Therefore, suitable space should be provided below the mouth of the canyon so that high velocity flows can be slowed down and major debris can be settled out before the floodwater is routed past residential development and down into the Steamboat Creek area. Failing to take such concerns into account could result in very serious damage to the housing in the area. One way of doing this would be to provide a debris retention reservoir at the mouth of the canyon. Such a development could, such a area could be a settlement basin that could be utilized for trailhead access and other matters, or just left as a detention basin. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sarah Kolpa, and I am commenting on the proposed canyons development in an area northeast of Damani Ranch High School. This is an extremely steep and rocky area. The new development would eliminate a remarkable local ecosystem that is tied to the Damani or Eagle Canyon, as this canyon has been known by most names. This canyon and the areas surrounding it are home to a number of birds, lizards, butterflies, wild horses, and other wildlife. Development in the Damani Ranch area has already impacted canyon drainage. The amount of water that can flow from this canyon should not be underestimated, as I provided a Google Drive with videos from both 2017 and 2019 via email for all of you to observe. During these big storms in 2017 and 2019, water was rushing out of this canyon and through the neighborhoods connected to this area. The canyon's development is proposing to put a road across the main canyon drainage, which is at least 15 or 25 feet deep in some areas, as well as smaller drainages that run parallel to the main drainage. As part of the proposed development, parts of this drainage will be filled in and channelized with homes directly on the edge or in the drainage. I strongly encourage avoiding or minimizing further disturbance to the canyon drainage, as the wide floodplain and native vegetation slows runoff, allowing it more time to seep into the ground and minimizes damage to homeowners below during flash flood events. Studies on stormwater flow and hydrology in the area under current and future climate scenarios should be conducted to understand the potential impact to existing developments and the proposed development before any plans are approved. With the pandemic, there's been an increasing cry for green spaces throughout the country. Over the past year, there have been an increased number of people recreating in this area. Open space in southeast Reno is lacking per Senate Bill 73. Wouldn't a dedicated new green space such as the Virginia Range Outdoor Recreation Corridor serve more people than just 71 homes? I would also like to note that the extensive native vegetation in this area represents urban carbon capture, since these plants pull greenhouse gases out of the atmosphere and into their leaves, stems, and roots. This carbon capture and storage should be valued as a key part of Reno's profile as a green city thinking about climate change mitigation. I'm just concerned about the extremely steep, rocky area, as well as the degradation of this canyon and the loss of a unique ecosystem, as well as the disappearance of many wildlife species, flooding concerns, and reductions in recreational activities. I know you guys will make the right decision, and I think another alternative, such as a conservation easement or an acquisition, should be considered to preserve this unique canyon and its natural drainage that support our local ecosystem and support recreation activities for people in green spaces. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Shannon Slim, and I'm calling because I have some serious concerns about the canyon projects going up south of town. Some of these concerns include things like hydrology. A lot of water comes out of that canyon, and we've definitely had issues in the past where developers come in and they develop these areas, and then years later, the city and us taxpayers are on the hook to pay for these problems that have arisen, like in Silver Springs or Damani Ranch. So I think we really need to think about the hydrology of that area. I also have concerns about the impact of it on wildlife, including the feral horses. So those horses have a serious effect on the native vegetation in the area, and then if we keep pushing them out, that pronounced effect is only going to get worse. And so I have some serious concerns about that. I also have concerns about how that's going to affect other wildlife in the area, including native pollinators. I have concerns about the terrain. It's pretty steep. I know that we've had other development problems and erosion trouble, like up at Somerset. And again, these developers, they come in, they build it, and then we're all on the hook for it years later when all of these problems arise. So I think we really, really need to think about these things before we decide to build a development up there. Thank you. Bye.
Greetings, Madam Mayor and City Council. My name is Tracy Wilson. I'm a volunteer liaison with Wild Horse Connection, and I'm commenting on the canyons. If you choose to approve this project, please support the wild horse mitigations we have asked for, in addition to the public safety conditions incorporated from the Daybreak project, which this developer already agreed to. These are intended to protect community drivers from public safety hazards of having horses on roadways. Please understand that if you choose to approve this project, you are approving a project that is going into wild horse habitat. We are not drawing them in, they are already there. Everything we are asking for is to protect public safety as well as the well-being of the horses. The horses will continue to pass along the fence lines of this property to get to and from water. If they have a chance to get into the property, they will. It is imperative more than ever that the fencing conditions be implemented and enforced. I have visited this site many times over the last month. We've established that we have a number of Virginia range horses that cross this property daily on their way to and from a couple of water sources to the south, as well as to graze, traverse, rest, and basically live. We've asked for the fencing to hug the southeast corner as far onto the property as possible, even if it means moving lots around to allow a safe route for the horses due to the steep rocky hillside in this corner, as it is currently unsafe if fenced on its actual boundaries. For community education and signage for residents regarding laws and living in wild horse country, including at trailheads, for the developer's PUD handbook to be modified to correctly reflect horse modification, since it is currently states that a wild horse corridor will go through the property, which is incorrect. Since this development sits in the middle of a horse migration path to water, we also asked for a watering trough to be installed at the northeast corner of the property, enabling the horses to drink and stay out in the hills rather than trying to get in and around the current area. To be clear, we're not luring them in as they're already there. We're trying to draw them out. Despite 3 different text messages from the property owner stating he was willing to put in water, I understand that multiple government agencies and utilities have muddied the water, no pun intended, on legal issues surrounding this. Ownership, they are owned by the state. Private property, they're defined as being on private property. It's been frustrating for all involved. The NRS repeatedly quoted, when read in its full context, refers to getting a permit or a certificate from the state engineer, which Tumwa has repeatedly said they don't need to do. I understand that NDA was asked how far they'd like to see water back, and they answered a mile. I also understand, as does anyone with a sense of this range, that simply isn't possible anywhere, as we can't pipe water a mile away onto someone else's property. It is a great theory, but not a reality, and the question was asked of an agency that had just stated they have no authority over water. I'm counting on you to support the right thing for one of Nevada's valued treasures, one that the vast majority of the public has expressed they want to see protected and managed humanely on the range. Thank you.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further. All right, Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, at this time. Hello, Jeff, nice to see you. I assume it's going to be you and Arlo giving our presentation today, so I'm gonna let you have the floor.
Yes, Madam Mayor, thank you very much. May I share my screen, Madam Clerk? It just says participant is disabled from screen sharing, so.
All right, give us just a second.
Perfect.
Sorry, Jeff, we're having a little technical issues this morning, so we'll get you there.
Welcome to the world of Zoom.
I know, right?
All right, Jeff, can you go ahead and give it a try?
All right, all, are you able to see that?
We are, thank you.
Perfect. Well, thank you very much, Madam Mayor, members of the City Council, Jeff Borkart, Planning Manager for the record, and good morning, everybody. Most have seen this, but to refresh you all, and for those in the public seeing this for the first time, this is, there we go. This is a zoning map amendment to change from single family 15, which is 15,000 square foot lots, and open space to 81.01 acres of PUD. And part of that decreases the amount of residential area from 57 acres down to 29 acres and increases the open space area from approximately 24 acres to almost 52 acres. Also included with this is a tentative map for 71 lots and special use permits for cuts and fills, hillside development, and major drainage way. And so this property is located directly east of the Palisades development that is currently under construction. And then Damani Ranch High School is marked here so that you get a better landmark that most folks are familiar with. This demonstrates the existing zoning designations. It shows the existing single family in yellow and the open space in green there. And it shows how much of the open space is actually increasing with this new plan unit development application. And so with that, this also has the tentative map and the special use permits included. This is a layout of the subdivision, which I'm sure the applicant will go into further detail on. But generally, it shows the lots on the flatter portions of the site and surrounding the drainage way down here. And then all these dotted lines down here are trail connections through the development. So it's important to understand the context of the history. The property was annexed in 2016, concurrently processed with a master plan amendment to single family neighborhood. At that time, the fiscal impact analysis and the staff reports indicated that approximately 80 houses would be put in here. Eventually, they came through and did a zoning map amendment, and staff really worked closely with them to try to carve out more open space area, specifically on the more aggressive slopes on the site. And that brought the lots down to approximately 69 is where it was estimated that it could be if they met the zoning standards. Eventually, they came in with the tentative map and special use permits for a 68 lot subdivision with standard lot sizes. So staff recommended denial because the project didn't incorporate hillside adaptive architecture and resulted in significant grading, including fill slopes. And so the applicant really went back to the drawing board and proposed a plan unit development and redesigned the site. And essentially the PUD increases the city standards for what would be required for any sort of development on there. And as part of this, it increased open space, as we mentioned earlier. They provided more public trails. They balanced the different types of housing to better respond to topography, including hillside development. They significantly reduced the amount of grading, including fill slopes. They included detailed architectural requirements for desert modern architecture. They focused on detailed site features, including signage, walls and fencing and lighting for dark skies. They are providing an affordable housing contribution of $500 per lot. They are also doing wildland urban interface requirements when it comes to fire protection. And they're also incorporating mitigation measures for feral horses. So going back to the Planning Commission meeting in January, Planning Commission voted 6 in favor, 1 opposed to approve or to recommend approval of the tentative map, special use permits, and the proposed zone change in PUD handbook. And as part of that, they had 2 modifications. One was to include a condition on the tentative map to require a gate monitoring at all roadways. That would alert the responsible entity when a gate needs to be maintained. Also, they had a suggested modification to the architectural requirements to allow for exposed concrete and other varied materials. this was brought forward to the City Council on February 10th last month. And as a refresher for everyone, the council brought up several concerns. And so those were additional mitigation measures for feral horses, ensuring that the public had access to trails traversing the property, identifying impacts to the major drainage way, the potential use for residential construction tax, geologic hazards on the property, maintenance for roads, and concerns with the agenda language. Ultimately, the City Council ended up approving the PUD and zone change and had a number of modifications with regards to horse mitigation, and that included incorporating all of the standards that Daybreak had to incorporate, and that were also incorporated into the recent adoption of our zoning code, and also included some additional conditions, and that included 2 street signs for horse safety and installing a horse viewing platform for interpretive signage. Out of those conditions, there were 2 that staff went back and reanalyzed. When we discussed with legal counsel and the park staff, we realized that the residential construction tax portion could not be used on the property for the improvements. And in addition to that, there was a provision in there that talked about daisy locking the gate, the access gate separating the canyons cul-de-sac from the Tumwa access road to the future tank. And we heard from a number of property owners on the range that this is the method of access to their properties right now. And effectively locking it would effectively block their properties off. And so we would recommend taking that those conditions off. Another aspect of this is when we originally heard this, there was some question about the agenda language. And so out of an abundance of caution, we brought it back so that the agenda language could be clear and there wasn't any question as to whether or not we were, or any ambiguity as to whether or not we are in violation of the open meeting law. The other thing, staff went back and analyzed our zoning code and actually found a provision that requires the tentative map and special use permits to be heard with the PUD. And so they're being brought forward with this request today, and we're not at the February 10th meeting. So following that February 10th meeting, some council members had, and members of the public had additional concerns that were raised. And those included additional horse mitigation measures and requesting to remove lots, specifically on the southeast corner of the site, to move the perimeter fence to allow for easier horse passage, which you heard one of the public comment folks talk about. And then to expand on provisions for horse signage, specifically at trail entrances. So don't feed, those types of characteristics and signs. There was also a question about whether or not watering of horses were okay, which we can discuss a little bit further. Protection of natural resources, including eagles and other raptor species. Requirements for HOA to maintain snow, rock, fall onto the street, and any kind of horse waste or injured horse removal. Measurements for setbacks for drainage way from the natural grade break instead of 15 feet beyond the actual 100-year floodplain, which is what's required by code, and to install a trail along the drainage way. Staff provided a memo to City Council the other day, which highlighted these various different requests. So we can be available for any kind of questions about these requests, to go into them in further detail if necessary. I would like to have the applicant present their project in a little bit more detail. With that, I think that concludes my presentation. I'm also available for any kind of questions.
Okay, thanks, Jeff. We'll call on you in a bit. So at this time, Arlo, did you want to weigh in, or at this time, is it okay to have the representative
Please
present?
proceed.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead. I see you're up now, Mr. Gordon. Go ahead.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
this Councilman Oscar. I'm working on my camera at the moment, but just want to let you know that I'm here listening.
Oh, great.
Yeah,
Perfect.
thank you.
Awesome. Okay, thanks so much. Glad to have you. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Gordon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Good morning, Council. Let me go ahead and share my screen. It says host disabled at the moment. Maybe I can get permission. There we go. Okay, are we good with the presentation? Great, I see heads nodding. So again, for the record, Garrett Gordon, today representing 6th Development, which is owned and controlled by local resident Jack Dolan. Again, before you is planning of development, special use permits, and the tentative map. And our planner, Mike Raley, is also on the Zoom link if there's any specific planning questions for him or I. So a little history, as Jeff indicated, city staff does recommend approval for the application. Back in January, we went to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission did recommend approval of the tentative map and special use permit, and recommended approval of the rezoning to PUD and the handbook, and no permits, no appeals were filed. And then of course, back last month on the 10th, City Council approved this project. This is the same project, except you'll see we've added a number of conditions as we've worked with staff and then heard comments from the neighborhood and some council members in an attempt to make the project even better. Mentioned here, we've met or spoken with the ward representative, Councilmember Doer, and the Wild Horse Connection on over a dozen occasions, including we all went out there and did a site visit after last city council hearing. And you'll see as a result of those meetings, we were proposing some additional conditions. As Jeff mentioned, we're all aware where the project is, just to the east of the Lennar Palisades project. It's a natural progression of development in the area. Summary of our project. It's a PUD that includes a comprehensive development standards manual. Again, this project is currently straight zoned for residential and open space. We thought, as Jeff indicated, when we went back to the drawing board, to go above and beyond and put a handbook on this project so we could add specific conditions for horse mitigations and other mitigations to make sure we were capturing any and all concerns. A total of 71 total units, a mix of single family options, different square footages, different price points, a theme, kind of a desert contemporary theme of the project that we think fits well. And this was critical to, I think turning staff from a denial a year ago to approval is we're now mandating site adaptive architecture and grading. There's an on-site knoll. Before, the plan was to wipe out that knoll, but now it's preserved and becomes a key community amenity to the area. The tentative map and PUD standards, I think this is important, not only meet, but exceed the hillside ordinance. And we are protecting prominent site features. And again, there's numerous amenities are included in the PUD, including a comprehensive public trail system. As Jeff indicated, here's the land use plan. You can see 4 separate villages, each with a little different densities, some custom lots in yellow. It's a little higher density in the oranges color. Again, trying to provide a mix of opportunities for housing in the area. This, I think, is one of the most important components of our resubmittal, the open space. You can see on the left, the property is currently zoned SF15 and open space, which would have allowed us to just bring forward a tentative map and really not deal with any of these proposed handbook conditions. But as mentioned before, we submitted a handbook in order to address a number of issues, including open space. So currently, open space is approximately 24 acres. We are proposing to raise that and go to over 50 acres of open space. So 64% of the site will now be open space. which will include open space amenities. And you'll hear in a second, not only for the homeowners in the Canyons project, but for the surrounding neighborhood and really Reno residents altogether. The idea here is to have some rock features, benches, community gardens, even a little, you can see there on the left, a little kind of stone cabin gathering places that you could have farmers markets or other community events, but really trying to keep that open space and preserve it and provide amenities that get people excited to continue hiking up in the area. We've heard two consistent themes, I think, over the last couple of weeks from residents. It's preservation and recreation. And I think those go hand in hand. I think it's critical here that we're doing both. So number one, we're preserving this open space. When I say preserving, it's not just a promise or another developer saying something on the record and not coming to fruition. It is, in fact, a condition of approval, and I'll read it, condition number 6, that says, the applicant shall deed restrict all open space areas to remain as open space in perpetuity. So I can't think of a greater public benefit of this project. It's currently private, currently could be fenced, currently could have signs up to say no trespassing, but now it'll be permanent open space and preserved forever in perpetuity. And what's the point of that condition is for recreation. You can see here we have some existing trails with the dashed black lines and the pedestrian trails we're adding in yellow. You can see the little stone cabin amenity that'll be kind of discussed and worked through with the homeowners association, but extensive trail plan open to these residents of this project, and as the community as a whole will be able to traverse through and take advantage of this recreational opportunity, again, forever in perpetuity. Again, trail concepts, just really keeping the natural features, using the existing rock, keeping the sand and gravel, and really just keeping the open space, natural landforms to the extent possible. Again, some great other pictures that we plan to do, native materials, just using those rocks, using the trees, preserving as many trees as possible. Again, that's the benefit of this area to the public and to the future homeowners. A tentative map, I'll just walk through each village. This village is down on the southern end of the property. This is where the drainage way is located. There's been discussion of whether or not homes are included in the drainage way. I have a slide to show that in a couple minutes, but the answer is absolutely not. There's not only no homes located in the drainage way, but actually no homes are located within the 15-foot setback outside of the drainage way. We've confirmed that, staff has confirmed that, our licensed engineers have confirmed that. All structures are outside of the drainage way and setback. Here's as you head north to the project, again, the connection to the water tank on the property to the east. We have an easement, have the right to construct that water tank in conjunction with Tumwa. Custom lots on the northerly end of the project, along with a fire access road that we have a condition of approval that road must be constructed in conformance with all fire department conditions. And again, the overall site map. You can see the existing trail, Jeep trails will remain, and then we'll accentuate those and add some additional trails and amenities. But again, all that open space will be preserved in perpetuity. As Jeff mentioned, another important point was this urban wildland interface. The project is within acceptable response time. So the Damani Ranch Fire Station, all new development abutting open space and their common area will also have a minimum of 30 feet of defensible space within a 100-foot buffer per Reno Fire Department standards. So another reason staff recommended approval is we comply with all Reno Fire Department standards. HOA will maintain, and the project is of course designed to enhance access to these areas. You can see a few pictures of a kind of project entry, that desert contemporary theme, some more kind of visual examples of what these homes could look like. You'll see a condition a little later that Councilmember Doer had some concerns with coloring these homes white. So we removed the white paint color as an option for these homes. So I think the most important part of my presentation is where we were and where we are with conditions. So last year, the Westview project was submitted, and as Jeff mentioned, there was a recommendation of denial. I heard a couple times the comment of, you're pretty much grading a football field up on the side of the hill. So we took that, and the owner took that personally and went back to the drawing board and came up with rezoning to a PUD, which includes all the conditions and even more design standards that I will be mentioning today. That natural knoll was slated for 2 or 3 homes last go around. Now it's preserved in perpetuity as an amenity to the public. Disturbance was a big concern. We went back and our engineering team found a way to reduce disturbance by 20%, over 7 acres, less disturbance and less grading for this project. And how did we do that? The cut and fills were greatly reduced with split building pads, walk-ups and walk-outs, really just designing the project to meet the topography versus trying to jam in homes in light of the topography. Remove retaining walls, used hillside adaptive techniques, which is critical to projects like this. No disturbance in the drainage way, except the crossing, which is allowed by code. Dedicated a secondary access to the lands to the north. And again, the previous plan had all flat lots. This new plan has 17 split pads, custom lots, which are mandated by the hillside adaptive architecture. The PUD benefits, again, ensures strict grading standards and protects the prominent site features, stringent architectural design guidelines, promotes the use of native materials, promotes open space and trails, protects the wild horses by adopting identical standards to that of Daybreak. I think that's important. What Daybreak was required to do as far as mitigating the wild horses, this project is doing the same thing. And I'll show you in a minute, I argue even more. Allows for a mix of single family unit types, and finally requires a sensitive approach to site development above and beyond code. So after meeting with Councilmember Doer over the last few months and the Wild Horse Connection, our conditions include fencing the entire property, placing gates at all utility roads and trail access points, install horse guards at the 2 main entrance points to the subdivision on the connection to the access road, install a viewing platform, and you can see our clients already got excited about what that could look like, with an interpretive sign that identifies the laws regarding feeding and a short history of the horses, install at least 2 street signs that provide information to drivers and pedestrians about horse safety. And all those concerns are in that staff memo, all those conditions, excuse me, are in that staff memo that was provided to you. Since the last council meeting, we received some concerns from Councilmember Doer regarding the geotechnical report. So we have 2 additional conditions here. One is prior to the issuance of a grading permit, we shall provide a final geotech report that analyzes potential for rock falls and offers potential mitigation measures consistent with the PUD handbook, and also that adequate protection against the rock slide areas as determined by that geotechnical report shall be provided and mitigations also provided. You remember last hearing in February, there was concern about the roadway, which extends, you can see on this map it's to the east, but on this map, it's on the bottom part. You can see that road bend, and it's located on the property to the east. There was concern that there was not adequate room for the horses to traverse north to south along that road. We went out there, our project team, along with staff, Councilmember Doer, and did confirm that there's horse hooves, there's trail, there's a corridor, there was a lot of the horse manure, to be honest. There's easily for the horses to traverse along that easterly roadway. And in addition, the issue with the rocks potentially falling and debris falling, that's where that mitigation will occur. You've seen on I-80 those nets and some mitigations preventing and capturing a rock fall. Those nets, if you will be placed along that roadway in order to mitigate any rock fall so it doesn't hit the road. 2 additional conditions that were requested by member Doer. One is, as I mentioned earlier, the PUD is modified to remove marshmallow, frosty white, and snowfall from the color palette. And also Fish and Wildlife. We were made aware, probably a couple days ago about the request to do an eagle conservation plan. Talked to our client. He's owned the property, I believe, for 40 years and isn't aware of any eagle habitat, but certainly we're happy to do a plan if necessary, if applicable, and work with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife as necessary. Let me touch base on the water real quick. We've been working with, I think, all parties on the potential of providing water to the horses. And I think the law is very clear, and I understand that Reno staff actually met with Department of Ag this week, and they confirmed that this memo from staff and that their memo is still the law of the land, which says that you cannot water a feral horse without a water right and a water permit by the state engineer. And you're not going to be allowed to obtain a water permit from the state engineer unless you own the land where you're watering the horses, or most importantly, you own, lease, or otherwise legally possess the livestock. So of course, our client does not own the feral horses, would never be able to acquire a water source, a water permit or a water right. So it's just legally impossible, let alone, I think staff has some concerns about drawing the horses to development versus out in the rural area. But regardless, legally, we cannot provide a water source to a horse. Here's the Department of Ag memo that says the same thing. It was on the record for Daybreak, on the record for Bella Vista. I understand Department of Ag reaffirmed their position this week. As far as drainage, there's been conversation about homes in the drainage way. So here you can see in blue is the drainage way. In orange is the 15-foot setback. Your Reno code requires that no homes, no structures are located within that setback. And that is 100% absolutely the case from our licensed engineers and from city staff, that no homes as proposed are located either in the drainage way or in the 15-foot setback. Finally, in working with the mayor and other council members' concerns, this was brought up at the last council hearing, that there will be a note on the site improvement plans requiring the speed limit of 20 miles per hour and capped at 25 miles per hour. This was suggested at the last council meeting for both horse and vehicular and driver safety. Number two, the applicant shall provide a trail within the 15-foot setback along the north side of the drainage way. The trail will be owned and maintained by the HOA. This was important, as we understand it, to again provide some access up the drainage way and make sure that there was some common area in between lot and drainage way. Finally, the horse fencing along the southeast corner of the property shall be moved further in to accommodate, and I have a map on my next slide, the horse corridor. You heard Tracy testify in public comment, and she mentioned this specifically, that this was one of her asks, to take away that sharp corner, to open it up, and to provide this additional corridor. So you'll see that slide in a second. And finally, there was a concern about kind of, again, that corridor, but also disturbance as a result of a cul-de-sac in the southeast corner. And we're now proposing a hammerhead cul-de-sac. So here, as in working with and hearing the mayor, council member concerns, here's some additional conditions and a map showing the modifications. So number one, you can see here the drainage way trail in orange that would stretch from the southeast corner of the property, all the way out to the entrance to the west. You can see the horse fence used to be, was located on this sharp corner. Our engineers found a way to push it back. So now there's additional square footage to provide the horses in response to Tracy's concern, moving through that corner and that canyon. You can also see a pedestrian gate will be located along that drainage way trail that can be accessed by not only these residents, but by the public. And finally, you can see that kind of hammerhead cul-de-sac versus the round one, which was more disturbance. This is, I think, a better solution. Hammerhead, not only for parking for those residents in that cul-de-sac, but also be public roads. The public is more than welcome to park there, walk out to the trail, go through the gate, and go enjoy the canyon and the beautiful area that we all know and love. So those would be conditions that would be added to today's approval if it was approved. So again, staff recommended approval, planning commission recommended approval. We respectfully ask that city council represent approval today. And that that's the end of my presentation. Madam Mayor, I don't know, it's hard to go here. I don't see a timer. If I have any time left, I think Jack Dolan, our client, would like to say a few words if appropriate, but I'll leave it up to your discretion. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it. That's fine. I apologize. I was not paying attention to the time. So if he wants to speak for a couple minutes, that's fine.
Garrett, can I just ask, we don't have a Jack Dolan, but we do have a John Dolan in the waiting room. Should I move John over?
There's a lot of Dolans in town. Let's cross our fingers that it's the right.
The right.
Hopefully it is.
All right, we've moved over John Dolan.
That's me. I'm John Dolan. I go by Jack. Councilman Patrick Dolan for the full name. Thank you, everybody, for inviting me to say a few words. This project's been great working on 5 years, but we've had the property 40 years in our family. We've had even though it's private land, we've allowed access to everybody over the years, which has been great for all of us in the community. We've enjoyed the views, the property itself, the hiking. I'm an avid hiker myself, which is so these trails that Garrett and the team and Mike really put in, the benefit and the input of everybody has been just really, really spectacular in my mind, because I think it opens it up for everybody, from private land to publics and for public use and recreation. It's been a long process for me. It's been 5 years with this. Lots of input from staff, council members, my teams. We've been told already by Jeff and then by Garrett that there's been lots of changes. We've done a lot of work with it, but I believe we want to keep preserving this area as much as we can for access for the public. Horses, I've heard a lot on that. I'm an advocate myself. I've worked with the advocates for the last couple of years, trying to do the best we can, keep them safe and keep the community safe. But again, that's about it. I just want to thank all of you for your input over these last 5 years, of everything from council to commission to staff. So again, thank you, and hope you go for approval. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I did not know that that property was in your family for 40 years. That's really unbelievable.
Thank you.
So thank you, Mr. Dolan. Okay. So at this time, I'm going to take it back to our council, and I have Councilwoman Dewar raising her hand.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And may I have screen sharing capabilities from Ashley? As I begin, I want to thank the applicant for the changes that they have made over the years since the beginning of this project, from moving from staff denial to staff approval, and also for going out in the field and showing us where the property lines were. It took away one concern and added another. Since the last meeting, there's been a lot of media coverage of this project, and that is news, TV, media reports. And just like what happened with the Steamboat Ditch, comments, once people became aware of this through the media, comments started flowing in. They were directed to public comment. There was no NAB, no live public comment here. And I really appreciate the playing of the voicemails, because that really helped us here today. And so I went out on the site with Councilmember Reese, and he's gotten very involved in the project in terms of helping me analyze the project, what works, what doesn't. And I want to thank him personally for his time that he's committed to this project. Thank you so much. And I just want to show a few slides. We met with the applicant to go over some proposed changes. And here is the couple for changes that I wanted to suggest. So we have received a lot of comments from the public at this point.
Councilwoman Dewar, hold on one second. Let me just ask you.
Yeah.
I would just ask, this is probably going to be a little longer than 3 minutes.
I don't think so.
Okay.
4 slides.
I would just say just suspend the rules on this presentation.
Oh, okay. That's fine.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. I'll make it very quick. There are only 4 things that Councilmember Reese and I came up with based on all the public comment that we think still needs to be addressed. The first one, the applicant began to address about no houses in the drainage way. And that is true. The drainage way is defined as the 100-year flood. And I'll use my cursor. The 100-year flood is down in here. And what we've found is that traditional access back into this canyon has been along the rim. And we also found that this is carved out so much because of flooding like this, which is over on the left of the slide. So what we recommended, we also heard from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, which recommended stepping 100 feet back from the rim. Councilmember Reese and I thought establishing the lot lines no closer than 15 feet to the higher rim of Eagle Canyon's major drainage way on both sides, north and south, would leave a buffer space on each side for an unimproved trail. The applicant mentioned an improved trail. We're not making that request. We don't believe they should just leave it natural as a natural buffer. We also recommend that you fence that buffer off prior to clearing and grading to protect the rest of the common area, to protect it from disturbance. And that no individual property fences would extend into that buffer, and that any lot fences should be low and unobtrusive and set back from the edge. And again, you'll see later, this is what happens in this canyon. It fills right up to the water. It can exceed the 100-year flood. When we met with the applicant, they said they had no houses planned above this rim. So I think this condition should be very acceptable to them. And again, we don't want people walking down in here. We want them walking up on the bank. The second point was addressed too by the applicants. We went over it, that this is the canyon right here, and right where my cursor is, if you can see it, and right behind this hill is where this cul-de-sac right here was planned. They recommended changing the cul-de-sac into a hammerhead, and I think that is an improvement. But I think a better improvement, based on all the things we heard by the horse advocates, the hikers, the biologists, would be to delete the lots and roads that are there. They really impinge on the canyon and its access. And I agree that the hammerhead would help, but I think a better approach, and so does Councilmember Reese, this was actually proposed by him, would be to take out these homes. And if you don't want to take them out permanently, the PUD also already allows homes to be relocated within other units of this development. So they wouldn't necessarily lose the lots, they would just relocate them into a different location. And the other issue here on this slide is that they already mentioned that they're fine and willing to consult with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service and NDOW and prepare a wildlife and eagle conservation plan, submit that to the city prior to any clearing, grading, and blasting. That is very important. We have learned from the many biologists and public that have commented. This is known as Eagle Canyon. There was a master's thesis done here just in the last 2 years that identified it as important eagle habitat. So as long as the project and the eagles and the other wildlife can coexist, we're fine with that. Just do it, submit it to the city, and I think we'll be good. Moving on, again, there's only 4 slides. The applicant addressed this recommendation, which was to keep the HOA clear, roads clear of rocks, snow, animals, poop, whatever. You can see how rocky this is. And the geologic report that was submitted with the application said that there's all this rock comes from all these mountains, and it spalls off. And here it is. And here it is. So we're recommending at this point that the city would maintain the roads, public roads, repair and replace the roads, but the HOA would be tasked with keeping the roads clear of these debris. The reason being is this is pretty far away. We expect if the nets are put up, that should help the HOA to really minimize any work they have to do. But it is a problem. You can see when people say it's rocky, it really is rocky. And then finally was the water for horses, and I really appreciate the applicants addressing it. The goal of the horse watering was not just to water the horses, but it was to divert the horses around the property. And that's why the horse advocates recommended locating it on the far northeast corner, as far away from the homes as possible. And what we recommended, Councilmember Reese and I, was that if there is to be water, that it be provided that the Truckee Meadows Water Authority and the Nevada Department of Agriculture have no objection. If they don't, install a water trough to supply water to approximately 150 horses year round. There are about 3,000 horses on this range. It is just a small fraction of those horses. The challenge is that this project goes right up to the mountain. The horses can just get by in maybe a 20, 30, 40 foot corridor, depending where you are in the project. What we want to do is keep them from going by the project at all. Usually they come down from the mountains, from Story County and from the hills, and they go right by this project. Here's an example of the horses. They're on their way home from having gone by the project to get water at the south end of the property. What we want to do is make it so they don't have to walk by the property at all. And there are some recommendations on this: to locate a trough outside the fence, provide 2 to 3 acre feet of water from Tumwa. Tumwa says they already have an appropriation. Keep the tanks full, use an automatic float and freeze protection, keep repaired within 48 hours of breakage, relocate it if necessary as the project evolves, and keep maintenance manual and parts and transfer to the HOA when the project's done. So what we think here, and we can debate this later, I know we have some conflicting information, but my understanding latest from the Wild Horse Connection is that while Department of Ag, Doug Ferris may have said, what I do understand he said is that they do not opine on water. They don't get involved in water. When pushed, apparently, they said, well, we would prefer water to be a mile away. And that's all good and well. But the problem is there is no Tumwa source a mile away. The horses are on the property today. And the question is, how do we keep them from wanting to go on this property? And with that, Madam Mayor, I am going to end my screen sharing and turn it back to you. Hopefully I kept it in my time frame. And
All right, good job.
Thank you. I think Councilmember Reese may have some follow-up, but we'll go from there.
Okay.
So we're recommending, and I one final comment. I know there's a debate about this drainage way, and what the city rules talk about is 100 feet from a floodway, The drainage way is the whole darn thing, and the rim is what the rim is. And when we met with the applicants, they said they had no plans to put homes within the rim. And I just want to explain one more thing about why this is important. When you're at the beach, there's often houses located on the beach and people want to pass by. And there's been a lot of arguments over the year about whether the beach is public or not. Recent example is Steamboat Trail. We have a problem where people are trying to go on a trail, but there are fences across. So what we want to make sure is that the people can walk up on the higher ground where they usually do and access that canyon. And that's all it's about. So thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Okay. I don't see, oh, there you go. Councilman Reese, go ahead. And then I'll go to Councilman Breckes. Oh, you're on mute.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank my colleague for the excellent presentation. For the public, certainly who's watching and the homeowners, I want people to understand that when a development project comes forward, each of the council members looks at the development projects very carefully. I'm the at-large member, so I try to help out and understand projects across the entire city. The truth is that every project coming before us has some warts. There's no doubt that we have run out of, and my colleague is fond of saying, we've run out of the easy places to build. The question is whether or not we try to work through these issues. And I think we have tried to work through a lot of the issues with the applicant, with the owner, and many of the things that have occurred to improve the project and get us to where we are today are a result of the efforts of people like Ms. Wilson and Councilmember Doer, and people who are advocates for their community. So I want people to understand that it's a process. It's not something that I take lightly. Some of the things that are in both slides of presentations are things that were I, the king of Reno, and I could decree whatever I wanted to have happen, I would wave my magic wand and they would. But it's largely about compromise. It's about finding ways forward, understanding that there are unique characteristics of each development project. So even where perhaps Devin Reese, do not get everything that I want or all the things that I think will make a project perfect, I do not make the perfect be the enemy of the good. It's very difficult sometimes. I just want to share that with the public so they understand that we are looking for making improvements where we see improvements as needed. Sometimes we don't get all the way there, and that will disappoint some, and that will frustrate others. But that's how I've arrived at it. I thought the presentation by both the applicant and my colleague was excellent and informative, and helps to make the discussion frame for us so we can have that discussion. So I thank you for the indulgence.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Reese. One thing I do want to bring up to staff, because honestly, for me, this one is a real problem, and I just want to be very clear moving forward as we continue to look at projects all throughout the city, because now it is, I think, Councilman Reese, you said it, it's starting to become very challenging with all these different projects, because the territory obviously has many different levels and aspects. And especially, I think, with a lot of this, you know, people think that it's open space, but it's also home to many, many species, right? And the wild horses are certainly a concern, and we live in Nevada, we embrace them, and they certainly provide, you know, so many ways in which our community is unique. But months and months ago, I came to council and to staff, and I'm sure you all remember it, that I was pretty adamant about having a wildlife plan. And so I would also just say, because, and I think there was extensive work done on this project, which is fantastic. I think on so many levels, this project ended up much, much better than I ever could have imagined. Because I know from the beginning, you know, whenever it was first presented, that Planning Commission denied, our staff denied, and I mean, it's come a long, long way. But we made a lot of concessions for the horses, and I think that is fantastic, and that's what we need to be looking at, and how we can protect them and do whatever we can. But at the same time, we have projects coming in, and I am extremely concerned about these projects as they move forward. I don't think, and I won't support any more projects until we have a wildlife plan. So when people come in to develop, that they understand what those requirements are going to be, because there has been so much pushback, not from this developer, but I've been meeting with a lot of different projects and developers, and there is so much pushback to keep these horses safe and to do what we can in any capacity. So I just want to make sure that staff knows that that's got to be in place, because I can't look at any more projects moving forward unless something like that is not in place. I don't think it's fair to the horses, and I don't think it's fair to the applicants coming in. So I want to be very clear about that, you know, I think it's unfortunate that even though I think a lot of really good concessions came out of this, and I think part of this will be such a model for that plan moving forward. But I just want you to know that I would say I would make a very clear message with applicants coming in that we do not look at any more projects until that plan is in place and approved, because that was months ago that I asked for that, and it's unfortunate that it didn't happen. So I would just say moving forward, I feel really strongly about that. Okay, Councilman Breckus, I think you had your hand up. Go ahead, 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Okay, let me just get a timer on that, because I don't want to run out of my time. But I do have a question, because this is a more complicated request that we've already heard once. I just maybe have a process question to staff about what are we doing here today? You know, can you just help frame the discussion? Before we heard it on the PUD, which is with the zoning, today we're going deep into the specifics of the project, you know, doing in some ways the planning commission work, which we rarely do, in the tentatives and the special use permits. Is that correct?
Correct. So the old zoning code, the former zoning code, which this was submitted under, provides a provision that says when you bundle applications with a zoning map amendment and a PUD, like a tentative map and a special use permit, when they all come together, they get heard by the highest level decision-making body. In this case, is the city council. So Councilmember Breckus, you are correct. You're looking at the tentative map, the special use permits, and the zone change to a PUD with the PUD handbook.
And when we heard this a while ago, and we were just doing the PUD, maybe someone forgot to put them all together and told us to go just deliberate before this way, and now we're deliberating this way today. Is that kind of, we're catching up?
Yes, that's correct. There was an oversight in terms of the bundling that occurred during the last meeting. In the new code, they're separate, but in the old code, they're together. So there was a little bit of a,
Okay. Well, we can talk about that before, because I think that there is a good reason to not bifurcate projects. But having said that, when I put on my tentative map findings hat, I know that there's a proposal about the effect of the proposed subdivision on existing public streets and the need for new streets and highways to serve the subdivision. And I heard a little bit of testimony today from someone down on Palladium or Gold Mine saying, you know, I bought this street, I bought on this street and I didn't see this street going up to this land. And I guess my question is, because we also have to be in conformity with the master plan, and Nevada revised statute is very specific about our master plan, that we have a long range plan that shows where all the roads are going. So how come, I mean, I didn't see reference in the materials. Is this road shown to be extending in our master plan? So this person, when he bought down below, could have picked up the master plan and seen what's coming up the hill from him.
I can certainly check that and get back to you. I know for sure that there was street stubs into this property. So it was clear that there would be continued connection with the existing subdivision, but I'll check the master plan right now and look at the maps.
Yeah, I mean, I guess, you know, that's a problem I kind of have is, you know, a street stub is one thing. Who knows if the guy walked up or lives near the street stub, but to me, it's very specific that the master plan has to show where these roadways are. And to me, as I get into these tentative findings, and I hear that kind of input, I need to show that it's part of the big plan. So I'm struggling on that, but I'll move on because
I can answer that one if you'd like.
Oh, excuse me. I'm sorry. Someone was speaking.
I can answer that question if you'd like. Arlo Stockham, Community Development Director. The master plan doesn't go into that level of detail with neighborhood streets, but it is depicted in the master plan land use designation and land use map. So it is currently master planned for development, but we really don't have that level of street depicted anywhere in the community on the master plan maps.
Well, to my interpretation, we should, and if we don't, I go that the street is not on the plan. So I find it, as I make this finding, I seem to understand and lean more with that testimony. I'll pass it on. I have questions about the hydrology, the road cross sections, and the fire response, but I'll wait because we're doing 3 items here today, and so you know, maybe I don't know if we're doing the PUD or the tentatives right now, but my questions are going to be really geared to the tentatives and the SUPs.
Okay. All right. Any other questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, 3 minutes.
Could you please play the movie, or if it's Mickey, there's a 40-second movie, and I think it'll just help me explain something.
Yep, give us just a second and we'll get that pulled up.
Okay. While you're getting it pulled up, I just want to explain, I'm going to hit this again, and I'm going to ask Madam Mayor how she wants to proceed when we get to a motion. Councilmember Reese and I recommended 4 additions to conditions that are more specific maybe than have already been addressed, just to provide that extra level of assurance. And one of them is about this drainage way. So whenever you're ready, Ashley.
Okay, and then I'm going to go to Councilwoman Jordan after this.
Okay. And then, so what we're asking for, and just to be clear, because I know this can be confusing. Okay, here we go. I think you have to turn up sound. Ashley, I think we need some sound. Okay. Well, while they're getting that queued up, I'll just finish. What we're asking for, to be very precise, and what's a little different than the applicant, I understand they have no houses in that canyon that we showed and where this water's flowing, but what they do have is property lines, lot lines that go down into the canyon. And in order to have a unimproved trail and a buffer between the lots, we are requesting this 15-foot setback. And here's an example just in this picture showing setback from the edge. You can play it if you have it. Sounded like they started. Anyway, what we're asking for is to protect the major drainage way and allow public access. And they don't have to do any improved trails in this. In fact, we think it'd be preferable if they didn't, because that's the hiking experience, is to just leave it as a 15-foot buffer between the back of the lot and the drainage rim. And that's what we're asking, just to be clear. And the second thing I'm just going to reiterate is that we really think it's important, in order to protect the mouth of the canyon, that we have those houses. Are you ready? Sounds like we're having some challenges. Anyway, to protect the mouth of the canyon. This is what water looks like. We don't have actually the video and sound, unless we do. I don't hear any, but you can get a sense of what kind of water is happening, and you can also see the edge of the canyon there. So anyway, I think you get the point. So when it comes, Madam Mayor, to the motion time, just requesting that we have an opportunity to talk about that issue. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to talk, my dog is growling, sorry. There was a comment made about Tumwa and municipal water being used for the watering of the horses. And, you know, I know 3 of us sit on Tumwa. I don't believe that's ever been a discussion that we have had at Tumwa to thoroughly vet and discuss. And I would imagine there would be very robust discussion on that topic with NDOW and others about how the impacts of that and what that would mean. I just don't recall having those discussions at Tumwa. But to your comments, Mayor Sheevy, with regards to the horse mitigation plan for the entire sort of Virginia range and developments that are in that area, those discussions with Tumwa and NDOW would have to be in concert with the city's plan, because those are huge factors. So I don't know if they've been, to what level management at Tumwa has been brought into the concept of municipal water usage for horse watering. I just don't remember it as a body us discussing that. So I just want to get that on the record.
Yeah. And I think you make a good point, Councilwoman Jordan, that those need to be in writing. So depending on, you know, what that liability looks like, again, because, you know, some will say they have no purview, some will say they do. There's sort of gray areas. So again, to the point, it needs to be cut and dry. So, okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I just gotta up my little heater in here. So when I put on my tentative map hat and my special use permit hat in terms of the findings, special use permit finding A related to hillside development, which we have, says proposes, mitigates environmental degradation, including slope failure, erosion, sedimentation, and stormwater runoff. And there's a companion finding for the tentative map related to land characteristics of floodplain slope soil. I have a question for our staff. There was a preliminary hydrology report with this tentative map, correct?
That's correct.
Did that hydrology report chase the runoff off of this project and then evaluate that to that which is downstream? I see in the staff report, it says that this runoff goes to the Palisades, and then it goes into the Damani Ranch infrastructure, which we know is in the basin and much larger. So did that hydrology report confirm that, you know, as we develop and create this into a different characteristics, that those downstream infrastructure is you know, scaled for this?
So I can defer to the applicant's representative to discuss the details of the hydrology report. But what I can say is that code requires you to analyze all existing flows and then post-construction flows as well.
Okay, well, you know, here's my thing is in deficient of having a staff analysis on this, I prefer not to use my time to hear the applicant say that. I just, you know, to me that's relevant, and you know, if you have your own engineer who can talk about it, come on, I'd listen to him. But let me move on also about the road cuts, and maybe someone can talk to us about that. Is and I have, you know, one of the preliminary grading plans out, and I'm seeing a fair amount of storm drain culverts crossing under these roads. I'm seeing a fair amount of riprapping on the embankments, if you will, of these roads. Does the road dedication area, what's the road right-of-way dedication area? And that kind of gets back to my first question about the street design. Is it 100 feet right of way we're getting? Is it 50? Is it 60? What is that? I couldn't scale it out.
I can check the map and get back to you right now.
Okay, that's critical to me, just to my colleagues, because you know, I just want to know what we're getting as we move into this aggressive terrain in terms of our road assets that our public works staff has to go up there. Are we getting the riprap? Are we getting, because this is showing that we will come back in and dedicate. And then in fire response, which is one of the findings too, I won't cite it. It always seems that we get a response, an answer that, well, it's within our 6 minutes, but not everything is within 6 minutes. And this is a long, winding, linear road going up to the last house. Do you have a range of what the fire response is? And that's become increasingly critical to me as I watched what happened with the Pine Haven fire, where you weren't fighting one fire, you were fighting 3 at the same time with the jumping in the canyon environment. And I'm just wondering, what did fire say the response was from the first house to the last house in this tentative map? Did they give you a range?
Yes, and I'll pull that up, but I believe it was 5 minutes to the front. I think there was some debate at the last meeting on February 10th as to whether or not that was to the front door or up into the site, and that when you get up into the site, the response time would be increased by a couple more minutes, and so that was discussed. Regardless, you would have to meet the all fire department code requirements. If you're outside a specific response time, if you don't have the specific distance from entrances, you'll have to provide fire sprinklers.
May I ask one more question? Is what is the minimum lot size we're seeing here? With all these new, it seems like a fair amount of modifications have been made or being proposed by the applicant. What's the minimum lot size we're looking at, square footage?
Can tell you what the PUD minimum lot size requirement is.
No, I want to know what the tentative is, because it looks like there's been some redesign from the Planning Commission approval.
There should not have been a redesign since the Planning Commission approval.
So what's the minimum lot size we're seeing?
Well, let me dig up the tentative map real quick.
Okay. Yeah, I know I've thrown a lot at you, but you know, we're down when we do the tentative work, we're down at that level. And I know you weren't the first planner on this, so I can understand why you don't have that at the top of your head. But if the engineer can come over, that'd be great too, because these are really kind of engineering questions.
Councilwoman Breckus, if I may, Mike Rayleigh for the record with Christie Corporation. I'm pulling up the stats right now to get you those lot sizes. I did, while you were speaking, look at the preliminary hydrology report that was prepared by Venture Engineering, and it did analyze the downstream capacities of the existing facilities. Of course, we're going to be required to provide a final hydrology study that will go into much more detail at the time of final map, but though that was contemplated in the hydrology study that was submitted.
Okay, thank you.
And give me just 1 second here and I should be able to get you some lot sizes.
This is Arlo Stockham. I pulled up the lot sizes. The proposed duets, which are part of their clustering, are the smallest lot sizes. Excuse me. The minimum would be 1,500 square feet for those duets. The majority of lots are significantly larger.
Wait, so we're doing 1,500 square foot lots in a 15,000 square foot zoning district? How are we doing that?
We're actually requesting the PUD, which would allow for a variety of different lot sizes. So we're changing the zoning as part of this request. I will also note that the riprap portions in the drainage way, to answer your specific question, will fall into the common area, which will require HOA maintenance. It will not be city infrastructure. I'm still working on getting the right-of-way widths right now for you.
Okay, I'm going to move on. Councilman Breckus, you were at almost 5 minutes. Okay, Jeff, so you just clarified, I just want to make sure that the HOA would be responsible for the roads, for the clearing?
No, so I think Council Member Breckus's question was, there's embankments that abut the road to channelize the water into either box culverts or crossings, whatever the detail will be when it comes down to the final map and whatever complies with the hydraulic analysis and the hydrology analysis. Okay. Those abutments are rip-wrapped so that it'll prevent the water when it's coming down from eroding the side of the channel. And so that riprap would be owned by the HOA because it would fall outside of the right-of-way area. It would fall into a common area parcel.
Okay. Thanks for clarification. Okay, other council members, questions, concerns? Go ahead, Councilwoman Weber, go ahead.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'd like to ask Mr. Gordon if he had any comments on these conditions. Have we asked him that, or are they in agreement with these conditions that are being proposed now by Councilwoman Dewar and Reese?
Thank you for the question. Again, for the record, Garrett Gordon. So we were provided those proposed conditions earlier this week. And so we went back to the drawing board to kind of figure out which ones made sense to us, which ones were appropriate, which ones weren't an overreach, because some of those would actually require us getting rid of lots, which it was kind of tough to swallow because all of our lots are legally compliant. And so what we did come up with was those 4 conditions that I mentioned in my presentation, that, as Councilman Reese mentioned, this is a compromise, and we thought we landed on a really good compromise, which again were, number 1, Councilmember Dewar wanted a trail within the setback area. That trail will be located pursuant to our conditions on the north side of the drainage way within the setback area, which we understand, I think she's using the term the rim, but it's the setback area that will be the HOA maintained natural landscaped trail. Again, so there's separation between the lots in the north and the drainage way. So we thought that was a good compromise and a really, frankly, a good idea. And it does connect up to that southeastern corner, which eventually goes up to the canyons. I think it was mentioned earlier that the canyons are public. That canyon is still private property, right? This is all private property. So we're making a great attempt, I think, to deed restrict all of our land as open space, all of our open space as public access, and hopefully as new development goes anywhere else that happens. But there is private property behind us. So number 1 is the trail. Number 2 is the fencing. I don't know if I can pull back up. Maybe I can share my screen one more time. Is that acceptable? Just so I can show you that to answer your question. Here we go. So these are the compromises that we thought worked for us, made sure we weren't losing any legally compliant lots, but again, trying to make the project better for the horse corridor. So number 1, we have pedestrian access along this drainage trail. We have a gate heading up into the additional kind of privately owned canyon. We moved this fence line back. You heard, I think you saw a picture from Councilmember Dewar about some horse traffic through here and from Tracy. So we redesigned the fence to move it back. And number three, rather than, again, a cul-de-sac that would have moved this fence line even further to the southeast, it moves the fence line back, but also has less disturbance. So thanks for the question, Councilman Weber, but those are the conditions, I guess the compromises that we thought were a fair balance to move the project forward in a viable manner.
Thank you, but I do have another question then, because I understood the question to be to you all, or not even the question, that the ask from the council members was that you would remove the housing along that road and place it someplace else.
There was a request by council member Dewar's presentation to remove all 5 of these lots and just eliminate them. And we believe that that wasn't appropriate because these are all legally compliant. Not only is the structure out of the setback, but to Councilmember Dewar's point, all of these lots are actually out of the setback as well. So they're legally compliant. They're graded in a way that does the least disturbance. And as far as maybe moving them someplace else, we worked really hard to get that that grading disturbance reduced by over 20% and by over 7 acres from the last time. If we try to fit these homes anywhere else, it's just going to add to the disturbance. So we thought rather than just kind of, I don't want to say arbitrarily, but just kind of all of a sudden these go away, that we would find kind of a win-win where the homes stayed, they're legal, they not only meet code with the structures outside of the drain, out of the setback, but the lot lines, which was important to Councilmember Dewar, outside the drainage way. We moved the fence for the horses and did this hammerhead. So I think we thought it was not exactly what was being proposed by Councilmember Dewar, not exactly what the Planning Commission approved and staff approved and the developer asked for, but some kind of middle ground for a win-win.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that.
And this is Jeff Borkhardt. Just to clarify Councilmember Breckus's earlier concern about the right-of-way width, it is 42 feet wide typically. That includes an 18.5 foot drive aisle, a 4 foot wide sidewalk on one side of the street, 6 inches behind each one. Beyond that is a public utility easement.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Okay.
And then we're going to move on.
So if we are going to accept dedication of 42-foot right-of-ways, how much of that beyond that right-of-way, which is in this HOA, and this HOA, which only has about 70 property owners, has a lot of riprap to make sure it's in good condition, a lot of rockery walls. They've got a big infrastructure job, that crew. Is our road dependent and built up along that right of way? I mean, that riprap. I mean, so are we kind of married with those HOAs? If they're not doing their job on these aggressive roads, then our road is in trouble.
The riprap would certainly be supporting the structure
of the road
for erosion purposes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, this is Councilmember Reese. I'd like to ask Mr. Gordon a question about the conditions. Councilmember Weber asked, I thought, good questions about what had been agreed to or not. It looks like your presentation included some, but not all of the things I was seeking. And again, I acknowledge freely that everything I ask for, I don't always get, but I want to be very clear on one thing, and that is specifically as to condition 1, I think, as it was identified. And you described it as saying your client and the applicant would agree to essentially no building or activity only as to the northern side of the drainage way, and that would be maintained as natural land. Is that correct? So it's the distinction between having both the north side and the south side have the buffer. You're saying, as a practical matter, all that can be agreed to by your client is the north side. Is that accurate?
That's correct, Councilman.
Okay, so I just want to be clear, so because I some of the detail stuff that my good colleagues are asking about very specific things, I've already worked through with staff. In this meeting, for the public's benefit, I want to understand and work through some of the bigger issues for me personally. So I want to now go to the second one, which is the difference between the ask which I made related to about the elimination of a certain grouping of homes. There were 5 homes along the cul-de-sac. You showed Councilmember Weber that picture, and the ask or the compromise, so to speak, that you have represented the applicants are acceptable with is this hammerhead concept, and also a different fencing, which kind of is designed to allow the horses greater passageway along that area. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely, that's correct.
Okay, and then as to the third thing, which I don't think should be overlooked, there was a request by various community members and ultimately by Councilmember Dewar, and I asked for it as well, but it was related to sort of an Eagle plan. I understand that there is a necessity before disturbance happens that your client would be required to consult with various state or federal agencies about the habitat protection for birds in this area. Is that something you've agreed to?
That's correct. That condition was in the presentation, correct.
Okay, and then as to the remaining, I think there were originally 5 that I was looking for. The one that appears to have fallen away is this complicated issue about the watering of horses. And as to that condition, you've said you're not in a position today to agree to conditions related to that. Is that correct?
That's correct. From a legal perspective, we were not.
Understand. I mean, there are reasons. I'm just wanting to make sure that I understand specifically what the asks have been, what we'll call it the give has been, and what is immovable as of today. So have I fairly represented what the disagreement and dispute, or I won't put it in that negative terms, but what the asks have been and what the gives have been? Did I miss something?
For the record, Gordon, no, as relates to that recent, the presentation given today. There was all the other gives, but for today, that's correct.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think there have been a ton of things that have happened between the original time this project came in front of us and was denied and to where you are today. And I think our mayor even made very clear that a lot of changes have happened. You know, ridge lines were not cut off, housing colors were changed, road patterns were altered, speed limits changed. But as to the remaining things that I believe in, for me, were important, we've now discussed them and you've made your position known on behalf of the applicant. So that's all the questions I have, Madam Mayor. And so just wanted to make sure it was very clear.
Okay, thank you so much. Mr. Gordon, I just have a couple with some of the concessions. I was meeting with Tracy Wilson yesterday and with staff. And before I get into that, just really quickly though, I want you to clarify, because there were some misleading maps sort of circulating that I saw, because I did have to go back and double check some of those maps. And I don't know where those came from, but showed lots on drainage ways. And then those were very misleading and it looked like they were altered. So will you just clarify that? Because I've had people ask that. And you did a really good job, I thought, bringing that back and clarifying it. So that was one. And then Ms. Wilson, I think, you know, this was a really easy one, but I think it's important because this was in staff. I don't know if you have agreed to it, but because in your presentation, I thought I saw 2 signs but she wanted signs, educational signs for the horses, do not feed these horses, and just sort of some of those educational pieces that could educate the public, especially, which I do love and I appreciate, because you really went back and you kind of did such a really good job. It's one of the first projects I've seen like it, because a lot of times developers tend to close off their properties, but doing the preservation recreation piece. So you are going to have a lot of activity of people, using that land and getting to enjoy it. So so I just want to make sure that you would work with her. I don't know how many signs that is, but you only had 2. I think you're going to need a bit more.
Yeah, thanks for the question, Madam Mayor. So let me hit the sign issue first. So I believe in the how staff wrote the sign condition where it says install a minimum of 2 street signs. So we, just on the record here today, envision more than 2. We'll work with Christy and her group, and if that means 4 or that means 6, whatever that number is to get it right, we're more than happy to do it.
Yeah. The other thing I would also just bring up, this is for staff. I think the council, because I've learned a lot about this process with the wild horses, but I also think we need to understand the educational piece of it, because I think you've got the Department of Ag, and then you've got activists, and you can typically hear 2 different thoughts and processes, and we really need to understand what is best for this environment. Because I do get really concerned, because, I've talked to a whole bunch of neighbors around there, and it was really sad. There was a woman that she said that she'd been feeding the horses, and then she ends up moving away. She finds out her neighbors haven't been feeding the horses. And so you can get into trouble when that kind of environment happens, when those resources go away. And so we can't be naive to the fact that could be very dangerous if we're sort of creating that environment. So I think we need to understand what it is that is best recommended, because I think, so many of us have big hearts and we want to make sure that we're doing whatever we can. But at the same time, sometimes the actions that we do can damage them in the long run. And that's why I do worry about, some of those adversarial effects. If, we're feeding horses and we shouldn't be feeding horses, I don't know what that looks like. I mean, we always hear about the bears, and don't feed the bears because then they come into your neighborhood. And so I think we all have to have, be really realistic about it, but also be very educated about it. Because I think, our hearts tell us one thing, and then, probably the environment tells us another, because they're living in that environment. So I think, we have to really understand what is the best process for them. Because I mean, my inclination is to go out there. I even want to go feed the bears. I don't do it, but I want to. and it's really hard for me, because I know it's not the right thing. It's so unsafe for them, and it's unsafe for people, right? So we just want to keep, those kinds of things in mind. I'm glad you clarified that. There was one other thing. So the drainage, the signage, thank you. I think it was a big deal probably, and you mentioned it, Councilman Reese, on the paint, because people don't know that paint and color can, I guess not paint, but color can affect horses and wildlife and things like that. And that was changed. And I mean, I honestly, out of all of the concessions, I think they were all met, but 2. And I understand those were, for legal reasons. And I understood that. I would have had a really hard time approving something like this. But I have to say, I know you went back to the drawing board with Councilwoman Dewar, Councilman Reese, so many times. And I think because of their hard work, you guys made it such a better project. So I just want to say thank you. Okay, we're going to get to wrap it up because everyone's had their rounds. So Councilman Reese, go ahead. Oh, I can't hear you.
Sorry, Madam Mayor, I apologize. I wanted to use my last 1-minute round. There was a drawing, and if Mr. Gordon is able to show it again, I want to look at those 5 houses on the cul-de-sac, because I'm still struggling with one element, and I want to be supportive of this project. I want to see projects be successful. So I just want to know if we can put that map back up and I can ask my question, which is there, it shows 5 houses now along a hammerhead. I want to know if there was an alternative configuration which would place maybe 3 houses along the road with no hammerhead, no cul-de-sac. Is there any appetite for that, or am I just getting too far into design? I am not an urban planner. I don't design neighborhoods, but in my mind, one alternative would be to just turn 3 houses to the road and close this off. The reason why it's important, so that people understand, is when I stood on the site, this was the area that seemed to have the most conflicts with water, drainage ways, horses, steep slopes, all that. And if it's not to be, it's not to be, but I want to just put it out there. Hopefully my colleagues understand what the ask was. And Mr. Gordon, I don't mean to put anyone on the spot. I don't like trying to micromanage your project or design it from the dais, but I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't ask.
No problem. Let me, I have a response, but let me refer to Mike Raley. Let me pull him in. Him and his team designed this cul-de-sac. Maybe get his thoughts, and then I may just reserve an additional comment if that's okay.
Thanks, Garrett. For the record, Mike Raley with Christie Corporation. Councilman Reese, to speak to your question, if you look at those lots and you'll see that the building pads look a little different than the ones that are across the street. You see the lines going through them. Those are step foundations. So on the one side of the street, you have walkout foundations, and on the other side, you have walk up foundations. So they're picking up the grade of basically of the slope as it comes down the roadway. If you reoriented those lots the other way, it would actually result in more grading and more disturbance than what's shown with the design it is, even with the fewer houses.
Okay, this is why I'm not a planner and you are. So thank you for your response. I understand that there's a thoughtful reason for it, and I apologize for sort of dragging us down that route. Thank you, Madam Mayor, for the indulgence.
Madam Mayor,
Go right ahead.
thank you. I just like to comment if I could.
Go right ahead.
Oh, was Mr. Gordon gonna comment, or I'm sorry, I just kind of jumped in.
It's okay. Go ahead. No problem.
Madam Mayor, I just believe that I have to make a comment on previously what you said about our wildlife and the feral horses. And I believe that we need to, and I think we have to remember this, that by law, there are certain things that we can and cannot do. And I know that we want to move forward. We want to feed the horses. We want to do this, but we have to remember that there is laws in effect, and we can't always have what we want. We can't feed the horses. We're not supposed to be feeding the horses. And so we have to remember, and then there's also private property rights that we are forgetting about. So I just want to bring that up. I want to bring another side to the story if I could. And I just appreciate your comments, but I also think that we have to remember there are other people that don't think it is right. There is laws that is not right, or the laws that are right, but we have to abide by them. And so a lot of times people are not abiding by what they are supposed to be doing. So just want to mention that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Madam Mayor?
Okay, go ahead. Councilman Breckus, we're in the last round, so 1 minute.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So I am pleased to hear that the sizing of the downstream drainage takes into consideration this development and this runoff. But that is the Damani Ranch Drainage District. And I think that is managed, operated through an assessment. And I'm just wondering if then by sending water down here, is this development then absorbed or contributing assessments into that drainage district? I appreciate that a lot of the questions we've had today are about design, but I think that when you get into pushing into new landscape, different characteristics in a part of your built foot environment, you really do need to spend time understanding what the ongoing responsibilities, both of the private and of the public, are going to be. So are they going to get incorporated into the drainage district and pay assessments downstream to them?
1 minute is up.
I think that would be something certainly that we'd have to look into. I don't know if Mr. Shipman can join in on that either. It's a good point.
I'm sorry, the question again.
Whether or not they'd have to annex into the DRDD, the Damani Ranch Drainage District, because they're contributing to flows.
Yeah, we're going to have to take a look at that. I don't have an answer off the top of my head.
If I could help
Go ahead,
answer that
Carla.
one, the code requires detention facilities so that the runoff following development does not increase compared to pre-development. So they're, by that ordinance, are not increasing flows to the downstream properties. That's kind of why it's set up that way, so you don't flood people out downstream when you develop a property.
Okay, and I did want to just put on the record, and Mr. Gordon, I mean, you could just touch on this very lightly, because I had people ask me, you know, why aren't there parks in this development? And that's where people actually were really relieved and happy to hear the preservation recreation aspect of it, because you actually preserve much more land and opportunity for people to be able to use that. So I just wanted people to know, because I think some people said, well, where are the parks? And it's actually like the whole development is a park. So it just gives you so many more uses and access.
Yeah, just real quick, Madam Mayor, absolutely. The goal here is to disturb as least amount of land as possible. So if we did do a park as defined in code, there could be playground equipment, there could be other, you know, disturbance characteristics. So we heard with that preservation and recreation concept of keep it open, keep it natural, keep existing trails, add new trails, and again, deed that forever for use by the public forever. So I think it was definitely a win-win with the preservation recreation concept.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Dewar, I'm going to send it over to you to give a motion.
Yeah, I had my 1 minute. I wanted to ask a question, Mr. Gordon, before I make my motion. First, just a quick comment to my colleague about the horses. You cannot feed the horses, but the Wildlife Connection has a management agreement with NDOW, with Nevada Department of Ag, which allows them to do diversionary feeding. So I want to make clear that there's a general public no, but these people have been authorized. Number two, to Mr. Garrett Gordon, if you could put up your screen share, please. My question's going to be, Mr. Reese talked about turning homes. And I just want to get a clarity on this really quick. If you can do that. I wanted to do it when you were headed up before, but my question is here, without turning unit 9 and 13, just leaving them how they're positioned, which is out to the street as it is now, it looks like. My question is why you could not leave 9 and 13 where they are and take out the other 3. My second question is, you have the fence line, the purple, going back out to the property line. Why could you not have it hugging these properties and going along the road line? That would be what would give the horses the room to move. Could you just address that? And my second question to you, Mr. Gordon, for your time, is along the rim, you said you could protect the north rim and not the south rim, but we'd lose the integrity of the drainage if you don't protect both rims. It's a unit. So was your plan to knock down the edge of the rim and put riprap or stormwater improvements in there? So those are my 2 questions. Can you not just leave the houses the way they're oriented, 9 and 13, and move that fence on this picture? Could you address those things?
Sure. For the first question of the drainage way, north versus south. So we are not, in any sense of the imagination, impacting that drainage way or the rim or the setback. It's Reno code that we cannot grade and have structures in that setback. So all buildings will be out of that setback.
The reason, still have the property going in?
The reason for the north concession versus the south is if you put in a trail that was now common area, it impacts our lot sizes and lot widths. So it's pretty much waving a wand to eliminate all of those lots on the south side of the drainage way, when we believe they're currently compliant, because if you can see, let me pop up one more. Here we go. You can see that all of these lots, the structure has to be outside of orange, but we've actually gone further and the lot itself is outside of orange. And again, as you head down to these lots, all the lots are outside of the required setback. So,
okay, well, my question on this map then, if I may, is this the 15 feet is that on the rim or is it down in the drainage? That's my question.
Councilmember Dorr, you're past your 1 minute.
Okay, well, I like to hear the answer. But.
My understanding is the 15 feet, the 15 feet is part of the rim area. So there's no intent to destroy, and I think it'd be a violation of your drainage way policies to go in there and interrupt the rim. So you
just don't want a trail on that side.
And you have your setback. On the north side, you have your drainage way setback, and then you'll have an additional amenity, a trail that will be maintained by the HOA that heads out to some of the, the canyon, the privately owned canyon. As far as these lots, so I think one, it's a little hard to swallow just eliminating lots if they not only meet code but exceed code. The structures are outside of the setback, and these lots, as you can see, are outside the setback. And what we did, for example, is I know that knoll was really important to you when we started this process, and there was 2 or 3 homes there. So we kept the knoll, but we were finding other legally compliant areas to put lots to make the project feasible. And so this area, these lots are, as Mike described, are designed in a way to minimize impact, and they're all legally compliant. And I think we went above and beyond to go from a circular cul-de-sac to a hammerhead. And then the fence line, as you mentioned, you thought maybe it should be moved a little further toward the road. And absolutely, the condition we proposed was moving the fence line in subject to any easements, because there are some easements along these property lines, and also subject to the review and approval by the administrator. So we'll work with the administrator, community development administrator, and make sure we will move this fence line in as close to possible as this road and these lots, in order that keep this corridor as wide as possible. Again, subject to easement, setback requirements, etc.
Thank you. That clarifies it because it did not show that on this map. So thank you. We could stop screen sharing. I'm ready for a motion. Okay, Madam Mayor.
Go right ahead.
All right, I'll just bring up my exhibit so I can follow along. May I have screen sharing, Ashley? Okay. All right. Oops. There we go. Okay. So I understand what the applicant's saying, and just to be clear, so my motion would be I would stick with my motion. I understand what he's saying. I think they can set back the lots 15 feet, but they would have to work with our community development to do some work there. So part of my motion would be to establish lot lines no closer than 15 feet to the high rim of the Eagle Canyon's major drainage way on both north and south banks, to ensure that we have a buffer space on each side for an unimproved trail. To fence the buffer prior to clearing or grading so you can protect it. Obviously no individual fences into that area, it's common space, and any lot fences would be low and unobtrusive and set back from the drainage. Number 2 would be to actually move the 5 lots from this location. They impinge on the canyon, even if they are legally allocated lots. I think there's other places where the developer's been very creative to relocate these lots to other portions of the project so that people could enjoy full access and there'd be no question about impingement with horses, people, canyons, whatever. Mr. Gordon already said he could move the perimeter fence closer to the roll, and he also already said that he would do the wildlife and eagle conservation plan and submit to the city prior to clearing, grading, and blasting. So it looks like we're in accordance there. I'm not sure what he's saying, except they would put in nets. My recommendation is to have the HOA do this. I think there's still going to be rock fall, snow, animals, debris on the roads. I would have the city repair and replace the roads. And then finally, my recommendation on the horse watering. I understand the extent of the legal issues, and that's why I would recommend that they work with the horse advocates to develop a watering site. However, the proviso would be that both the Truckee Meadows Water Authority, whether as a staff function or as a board function, and the Nevada Department of Agriculture would have no objection. If they had an objection, it would not move forward. If they did not have an objection, it could move forward. And I think if we keep that in, and even if we spend some time on researching that a little further before the second hearing, if we cannot come to closure on that, we drop it out. But that'd be my recommendation, Madam Mayor, with all the provisos and offerings that the applicants made, what the staff has already approved, and that would be for the PUD. It sounds like we have to do several separate steps, so that would be my motion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
All
right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Dewar. Do I have a second?
I'll second it for the purpose of debate.
Okay, go ahead.
If any.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilman Reese. Or, oh, Councilwoman Breckus, sorry.
Yeah, I think I understand that there's a motion being made to adopt the PUD and the zoning map amendment at this same time. And
Not the tentative map, but the PUD. We have to take them separate.
Yes, so this is the PUD. So with respect to the PUD, I cannot, and the zoning map, I cannot support it in terms of conformity with the master plan. I don't think the master plan is being met by adopting a new road that goes through an existing neighborhood that doesn't show on the master plan element, the mandated element, as a street connection. I don't believe that. I also don't believe that we're in the 1,500 square foot zoning district, which serves as a transition up to unincorporated land where you're allowed one house on 40 acres, but we're approving a PUD that brings lot sizes down to 1,500 square feet. I don't think that's conformity with the master plan. But also the PUD finding J, I think is very relevant here. Take into account the immediate and long-term financial impact of the application of particular land. I don't think that long-term, in terms of both the assets that we're going to be taking and the responsibilities on the HOA, that the due consideration's been to the financial impact. We're getting roads that are supported up on aggressive slope terrain that is going to be, we're going to rely upon the HOA to support. We're also really not, I think, looking at the financial management of water runoff on this terrain. So in that way, finding J, I think in the PUD cannot be found or supported. Now, maybe it could if there was more analysis done, but I heard a lot of good question, don't know, we'll look at that. And so it puts me into the tilting of this finding can't be made, in addition to the master plan conformity related to streets and land use transitions. So I won't be supporting the motion.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Madam
So
Mayor,
yeah, go ahead.
I just wanted to say that I'm not going to be supporting the motion with the additional conditions that were not what the developer wanted to do. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
Okay, so motion fails. Okay. So Councilwoman Dewar, do you want to try to modify that motion?
No, I think I will have Councilmember Reese take a stab at it since he worked with me on this. And you know, I would just ask him as he looks into that motion to get some specificity about where the fence would be on the 5 lots. And with that, take it away.
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a motion, but give me just a second to gather my thoughts. Okay, as to the zoning map amendment and the planned unit development handbook. So that's what my motion is specifically going to address. In the case of LDC 21-0024, upon consideration of all the information received in written materials and at the public hearings, I move to approve the zoning map amendment and introduce and refer the ordinance for a second reading, and subject to adoption to tentatively approve the planned unit development handbook, subject to the modifications identified and agreed upon in the applicant's presentation, to include the applicant's acceptance of modifications to the fencing plan as represented by the applicant today by minute order, based on favorable determination of all the required considerations under Nevada state law and the Reno Municipal Code as discussed in the staff report.
Okay. Good. So that's your final, Councilman Reese? Yes, okay. So I have a motion. Okay. So I have a motion from Councilman Reese. Do I have a second? I'll second. All right. All right. I have a second for discussion. So go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Just a quick question. I was unclear about condition 3, whether the applicant was agreeing to have public city roads, but to have the HOA maintain the roads in this scenario. No. So
I
it would be,
so. That was not, my motion did not include that requirement.
okay, that's why I wasn't clear and I didn't know. So then the city would be responsible for removing rock, animals, snow, all of that.
As they are on any road, I suppose.
Well, no, there's many roads that they are not, but and sometimes applicants just do it themselves even without an agreement. But okay, I just wanted to get some clarity. Thank you.
So
and does one more question. It did not include water for horses, or it did, or did not?
It did not. My motion did not include that.
All right, Councilman Breckus.
I do want to say that finding J and then the compatibility findings for the zoning map, that J from the PUD, my concerns stand from before. But I also want to highlight finding L here, that we are supposed to ensure that there's an adequate supply of housing for the community, including the development of affordable housing. And I don't believe any evidence came forward to that. And it was brought up in the last hearing when we looked at the supply and what we're seeing in terms of this housing, that we have an abundance of this site. The affordable is coming in on a different product. And with all these conditions that really, in my view, add up to a lot of dollars, both front costs for the development, but then also ongoing with the HOA, I don't see how that finding can be made that this is including the development of affordable housing that our population projections are looking for. I don't see it. And I think the record was deficient on that. I don't think it showed in any way that this is hitting our affordable housing need or will help that. So I want to call out that I think finding L cannot be made either. Thank you.
The one thing I do want to say to that, because we're trying to be very aware of affordable housing, but again, the economics show that we need housing of all types. And so one of the things, and I just want to clarify with staff, when projects come in, usually if that is not a project that can carry you there, and then you set aside by each unit that goes into our affordable housing pot. And I believe that's what they have done here. Am I correct?
So Mayor Shibi, you are correct. Because this is a PUD, there was discussion about entering into an agreement. Part of that agreement is the applicant is donating $500 per lot for an affordable housing fund.
And I think that that's really important. So and I would say, all projects, when we look at those affordable components, if they can't bring it in, then it goes back into the pot so that we can, take that, go to RHA and continue to build affordable housing. So it all kind of, everyone's sort of working together. I just wanted to clarify that, make sure that's on the map. Okay.
Madam Mayor, may I clarify something also? Because I do appreciate that. But if you take $500 times 80 units, which I know are more, you get $40,000. And to my understanding, one unit of affordable product, even in the best considerations, is about a $250,000 venture. So I still believe the finding can't be met, even with this tag on. Thank you.
Yeah, and I would just say to Councilwoman Breckis's comments, I do think we need to look at some of these asks that they are a little bit more measurable and equitable, because I do think that honestly, it still is very low. So, and I know, this is not the time to be doing it, but I think Councilwoman Breckis has a point there. It still meets the requirement. For me, I get that, but I want to say future, I think we need to make it much more equitable. So I appreciate Councilwoman Breckis. Okay, so I have a motion and a second.
Before we vote, I'm sorry. I just wanted to also say, I really appreciate the efforts of everyone, and especially my colleague, Councilmember Reese. With the motion as it's crafted, I think there are a few points missing. And I just wanted to put on the record for myself where I think that we could have done better, but, and those are, I'm challenged with findings A, B, C, F, I, J, and M. And then we have to, on a PUD, make also some, what they call a plan unit development findings, and that is B and C. And then on the minute order, we're required, and on 4, 5, 6 are the ones, but many others can be made. And I appreciate that it's a balance. Those are the ones I can't make. And I appreciate everybody's hard work on this. And I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okay, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
I'm opposed.
All right, motion carries. All right.
And Madam Mayor, I'm prepared to make a second motion with regard to
Yes.
the tentative map and special use permits.
Go ahead.
Okay, in the case of LDC 21-00024, the Canyons, upon consideration of all information received in written materials and at public hearings, I move to uphold the decision of the Planning Commission and approve the tentative map and associated special use permits based on a favorable determination of all the requirements considered under Nevada state law and the municipal code, with the modifications agreed to by the applicant in the applicant's presentation as identified here today.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion. I have a second. All those in favor say aye.
Oh, comment, can we comment
Go
on
ahead.
this?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckis.
Yeah, the tentative map really gets to the nitty gritty of beyond, it duplicates with the others, but really to the nitty gritty of the design, the infrastructure, and the ongoing responsibilities. And I am concerned that we are in the design taking off some tremendous liabilities of infrastructure that are going to put the city in a higher cost burden and operation commitment than we have to other land in the city, which is really where the housing product is going to come that's going to fit our needs. So they are connected. I'm very concerned about that. I also feel that with respect to the fire service adequacy, the record did not show this range, as I mentioned earlier. I think that the analysis needs to come to the council to show us what we're at the first one and what we're at the last one. And because we know that these fires, and this is fire territory, are moving very fast and very spotty. So that is a concern, I think, on the operations that I'm saying. And I just lastly want to talk about some of the environmental conditions and the adequacy of infrastructure related to the wildlife. I think that wildlife in this area, the horses, is a public safety concern because they do use the roads as thoroughfares, and that's where the public is at risk. So I think I heard a lot about concern about the species, and I appreciate that and value that, but I also think it needs to be in the context of public safety, which is our findings. And I don't see that the public safety has been ensured without a larger comprehensive approach to the wild horse question. I think the mayor said the wildlife, I'm not going to approve another one until I see a wildlife plan. To me, that means, and I agree with that, if the wildlife issue is in this area is not dealt with in a comprehensive regional intergovernmental manner, to me, it suggests that this tentative map is premature and the services and public safety cannot be provided by this project. There's some key things that need to happen to make this a right project for us to bring on and make sure that the public is safe and that we're protecting the species. So I don't think that finding is made. Thank you.
Okay, so go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, Mayor, I am also challenged with a few of the findings on here, particularly D, which talks about the ability to provide fire protection, recreation. I think the applicant would have done they're doing a good job. I think they would have done a stellar job if we could have had the trails on both sides of the drainage, but I understand where they are, but I'm still struggling with that. H, it's well known that I'm a geologist, and this one talks about slopes and soils. I have been up to the site. The site has very fine soils, and in the geologic report, it says that the soils are so fine, and they're basically asphalt, that it'll be very, very hard to compact them, and that up to 35 feet of additional soil will need to be brought in that would lend itself to compaction. And additionally, the rock is very friable and falling. We see the rock everywhere. You saw it in the pictures. So I do not think that the physical land characteristics of this site support a development. I'm very concerned. It's also in the geologic report that there are several faults right through this project area. We've denied projects before because they had faults right through them. And then finally on J, again, it speaks about the accessibility of fire protection. In the comments, that we received, there were at least 5 letters that spoke that the development right below Palisades did not have enough water pressure. I sent those comments over to Tomwa to investigate whether that's a system issue, an individual home issue, what is the problem there? The lower part of this project is dependent on water from Palisades, not water from the water tank. And so I'm concerned about the lack of water availability and water pressure at this time. With more work, perhaps we could have addressed that issue, but those are my key issues. So thank you very much.
Okay. All right, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries. Okay. Moving right along. Go ahead. I think our city manager, did you want to make an update? I think Callie's got to get to the legislature.
Have the special use permit still.
Yeah, we still have a special use permit.
Sorry. Oh, I apologize. Go ahead. Councilman Reese.
Madam Mayor, in my motion was to approve the tentative map and special use permits. So I thought I had addressed that.
Yeah, that's what I originally thought, but.
And I was a seconder.
I'm listening to Mr. Thornley.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, it's all good. Okay, I have a motion and a second.
I am not sure. So Mr. Thornley, was the special use permit already addressed, or are we voting on that?
My impression was that we addressed the PUD and the map.
Right, but now there's a special use permit.
Well, and to clarify, and the clerk can play it back, but my motion said that the tentative map and associated special use permits would be approved.
All right, well then I'll just let that go and just say I did not read the special use permit findings. I apologize. I didn't understand that in the motion. My concern is D, adequately mitigates the traffic impacts. F, the environmental impacts. And then on I think I'm good on the others. And the final is E, which talks about the site layout and design features. Much of it is very good. Let me be clear. This is no indictment of the project, but I really believe that the layout could have been improved and we could have addressed some of the canyon issues. So with that, I just want to get that on the record, and we've already voted, so it's fine.
All right, what do you need from me, Mr. Thornley?
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Well, what I need from you, from the body, is I need to get Callie Wilsey back to work in Carson City by 2 o'clock. And so if we could take her out of order, I would sure appreciate it.
Okay, what do we need to shore up with legal on this last motion?
No,
Mr.
we're
Paul.
fine. So
Go ahead.
there were two motions. The first motion was the zoning map amendment in the PUD. That was approved. 5-2. And then the second motion was the PUD, or excuse me, the tentative map and the special use permits. And that was also approved by the same vote. So we're good to go on to the next agenda item.
Okay, I just wanted
Mayor.
to clarify to make sure.
Before we go on, I just want to say, is that okay, that I appreciate everybody's time and effort on this, particularly the applicant and their team, and especially Councilmember Reese, who has really delved into the details. And I just want to say, we took years to do our master plan. We put a lot of effort into it, but apparently it doesn't go deep enough in terms of a couple of issues. And Mr. Thornley wanted me to go on the record with this, so I'm just saying this, that we still have not identified a recreational corridor through the Virginia Range. And it must be done before we do any other projects. We are talking about the horses, and I really appreciate that we're going to get right on that. Drainage, I think we should specify for master plan. We really need to be clear. If you got a major drainage, then you got to protect it. That's a lot different than a minor drainage, of which we fill and manage and manipulate all the time. The view sheds, we really haven't identified what that means. It's in the master plan, but there are no defining characteristics. So it gets really hard when we get to projects like this to really understand how that plays or doesn't play. And then finally, the one area I would love to see us address is in our master plan. While we talk about it, we don't seem to have any kind of legislation in terms of our ordinances that deal with special places. And by that, I mean the special places that make Reno special. So things like cliffs and canyons and wetlands. Mr. Reese said it elegantly. I probably said it first, but the easy stuff's been done. And now we're being pushed up into harder to develop areas, foothills, floodplains, mountains and verdi and so on and so forth. And so we don't have a lot of direction or guidance to go by. So you have nailed it on the head, Madam Mayor, about the horses and the wildlife. There's a few other things that for a number of years we've been bringing up. If we had that foundation, we could do a better job. And it's not to restrict, it's more to make sure that everybody that moves here enjoys our place and that we make it continue to keep it a special place. And it's just some lessons learned from this project for me, and perhaps will be considered by the council as we go forward. So I thank you. And I know Mr. Thornley heard me. He said, make sure I say it. And so I'm saying it, I'm getting it on the record to help him. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Callie. I'm sorry, I want you to take it away. We want to get you going and out of here. Plus, we still have a massive agenda. So I'm going to ask council members, please be aware that we have a lot going on today, and we're still consuming way too much time. So I'm just asking you to please be cognizant so we can get through this entire agenda. And we have a 6 o'clock hearing. So please, I just ask you for your respect. Okay, go ahead. Dylan, I don't know if you need to weigh in, but I see Callie there. So you guys have the floor.
All right, Madam Mayor, so we're opening item D5, just to be clear.
Perfect. Thanks, Mikey.
Madam Mayor, members of council, good afternoon. For the record, Callie Wilsey, Senior Management Analyst in the City Manager's Office, focusing on intergovernmental relations. Thanks for the opportunity to provide an update on this 38th day of the legislative session. Today, I'd primarily just like to focus on providing an update on last week's hearings for both of the city's bills that were heard in the Senate Committee on Revenue and Economic Development. So the first bill that we used was that got heard last week was Senate Bill 11, and this is the city's request related to the city having the authority to enact the supplemental governmental services tax. During the presentation, we discussed the increasing needs of our region related to homeless services and the fact that municipal revenue structures don't really contemplate providing these services when we talk about what funding sources we have access to. Committee members, as well as those who called in to testify, brought up a series of concerns, mostly related to the broad language of the allowed use, the nexus between this taxing source and homeless services, changing this tax from a regional responsibility and the revenue source to that of one of a municipality, and the impact of any potential tax increases right now, given the current state related to the pandemic and in the world in which we're living in. Support did recognize that the revenue source is currently not in use. It is authorized within our county, but is currently not being used, and that the need for homeless services was a valid one. So in relation to that, as well as the next bill, what we'll be doing is working with committee members and stakeholders to see if we can find consensus for an amendment and a way to move that bill forward. The second bill that was heard by that same committee was Senate Bill 73, the city's request to have a ballot initiative to fund parks, recreational services, open space, and natural resources. During our presentation, we laid out the need and the community vision coming from the master plan that is driving the bill and discussed some of those challenges that we are experiencing, such as growth, the demand we hear from our community in relation to facilities, and really the maintenance challenges that we have to ensure that our parks and all of our services are well maintained. During that hearing, we did present an amendment that removed several of the taxing options that were in the original bill. This included removing sales tax, which is one of the items that this council had brought up, as well as concerns we had heard from others. Removal of the transient lodging tax, as well as the reallocation of the tax revenue that currently funds the Flood Management Authority. Based on research, that just ended up not being a feasible option, and in a lot of conversations with our local stakeholders. The amendment also provided some clarifying language around the supplemental governmental services tax in this bill that if that was the option ultimately approved by voters, would not impact the county's existing authority. I wanted just to thank the council members who helped raise awareness of this bill, and Councilmember Doer, who worked with us to provide supporting testimony. Anytime we have conversations around taxes, it's always going to be a challenging conversation. So we appreciate that. Supporters who testified on the bill talked about the importance of parks, recreational facilities, and open spaces to our community, and their desire to be able to have this conversation at the local level with a possible solution moving forward. Opponents raised concerns about accountability and transparency, and the impact generally of raising taxes. So again, similar to SB 11, we'll be working with our stakeholders on potential additional amendments to figure out if there's a consensus around those with the committee members. So both bills, those conversations are continuing. And not every bill gets a hearing. So we are happy that we had the opportunity to share this story and have this conversation and get some issues out on the table and enable us to continue this conversation about these important issues that we have. So with that, that's my update coming from the hearings, and I am happy to answer questions on those.
Okay, thank you, Callie. Really appreciate it. I think you did a really good job. The other thing, I think we really need to clarify that we weren't asking for a tax increase. I mean, I think people do, think that was in there, and that was my concern from the get-go, which the way I think maybe the council presented it, and then it got sort of relayed down there, and that really is up to the voters. So I want to make that clear, because that's really what I understood, and I think the public should understand the same. Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Thank you. I just have to do a huge shout out to Callie Wilsey, to Jamie Schroeder, and to Dylan Shaver, because as a team, they did a phenomenal job putting a package together and explaining why this is important to the city council, all our residents. They answered all the questions. Sometimes it took them a moment to think about the answers, but they were right there with the data and information that was requested by the committee. And to your point, Mayor, they made it really clear that there would be a committee to analyze this if they give us the authority, because what's being asked for is give us the authority to form a committee to look at the funding options and then put something on the ballot and let the people decide. This is not the city imposing a tax. And those members of the public came out in droves to support the master plan change, which speaks about, they spoke about, excuse me, how important public spaces are to them, how important outdoor recreation is to them, how important indoor recreation is to them. This ballot initiative would allow us to do all of those things. Our CT today cannot be used to build a pool, cannot be used to build a community center, cannot be used for repairs, can only be used to build new things. It's so restrictive, and that's our main funding source. We also have some small amounts in CDBG. And I made the point when I testified that while we might get a $9 million grant opportunity from the Pennington Foundation, we need to match that. We need to match that. Where are those funds coming from? We might get an opportunity for a federal appropriation to help us with parks, or even a state, which they enacted last session, a new state initiative. How do we match those and bring our own money to the table when we are cutting staff? One of the questions that came up at the meeting was the staff went back to the early 90s, 91, and said, today we have even less staff than in 91. One of the legislators said, well, didn't it go up and down? And I said, yes. And I gave some examples that in the recession, we had added some, but we had to cut way back. They were cut 60% or more back. I pointed out in the pandemic that we cut, I believe the number was 350 temporary staff, 350 staff. We added some back, but we're still 40 short. So each time we've cut, we have never risen back up to the amount that we had. And I think they started to get it. And I just said, bottom line, either the people that commented on the plan are going to come to the ballot box and vote, or they're not. And if they don't, thank you. If they don't, then we're just where we are. So I'm looking forward to a second hearing. And many people only became aware of the issue at the hearing and have written and announced that they would like to testify if there's another hearing. So thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. Let me just put my timer on because I don't want to run above that. Let me ask you, and I watched a little bit of the hearing, Ms. Wilsey, but I didn't see, did you, on the general services tax one, was there discussion of it as related to the big commitment we're making to the super shelter that I guess we're calling now the CARES campus? Because you know, we got the capital to build that through the federal stimulus, but the ongoing operations need a revenue source to fill. And did you show them that if we, you know, if we don't plug it here, then we can't do this? I mean, do you have it down that finely tuned?
Councilmember Breckus, we did talk about the cost sharing agreement from the interlocal, as well as provided some analysis of how that ultimately makes the cost per resident for those in Reno higher than in other jurisdictions. And we also discussed in our presentation responsibility in NRS related to who is responsible for providing these services. So that was discussed as well.
I did see that, the discussion on, you know, the statutory indigent care, but the current cost sharing, it doesn't contemplate the super shelter CARES campus. It's retroactive just to the services we have, not this large jump we're making coming this next fiscal year, correct?
Councilmember Brackett, my understanding is that that cost sharing is for this fiscal year. So it would get us through what is needed now. So the longer term process would still be in discussion.
Yeah, I guess, my thoughts and question to the body, and maybe it's not legislative, is if this thing is not going anywhere, then what are the ramifications to our, our endeavors? So I'll be looking for that discussion coming up pretty soon.
Thank you, Ms. Wilsey, for your presentation. I don't have any questions or any more questions. Thank you so much. I apologize. My tech was not working and somehow I can't see me, but thank you for the update.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, sorry, I'm having technical difficulty. Councilwoman Weber, Vice Mayor, can you kind of navigate for a minute? I've got to try to figure this out. Thanks.
Thank you. I think we're finished with that item. I think Ms. Wilsey is moving on, or were there other questions?
That was going to be the primary focus today, just since those were our priority bills for the session. So unless there's any other questions, I'll see you guys next time.
Thank you for the great work. Appreciate it. And all the comments made by Councilwoman Dewar is absolutely true. Great job by all, but especially Miss Kelly. I have to tell you, great job.
A great afternoon, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, with that, Vice Mayor, if you want to get back in order, we would be on item D1.
Take a break.
I would like to see if we take a break. Yes, we all need a break.
One thing I would just ask, I know that we have had Mr. Alex Statinsky from the bid. I'm wondering, I would like to ask the city manager how long that presentation would be, because I know that they have been on and waiting and they've got to get back to work. So that's the only one that I would ask that we take at this time if we don't think we're gonna, it will be too extensive because they've got to get back to work.
Yeah, I don't think that the presentation from Mr. Limpert and Mr. Statinsky will be particularly long. We also have a handful of folks from Caesars waiting to make a presentation on D1. And so I think,
just take a 10-minute break.
We do need to give folks a minute to stretch their legs, but we do that, knock those two out, and then maybe break for some food.
Yeah, that's good. So why don't we do 10-minute break and then we break for lunch?
All right.
Okay.
Okay, we'll be on recess until 1:25.
All right. Thanks, everyone. All right, is everyone back? I don't know if you can hear me. Okay, so let's move on to, sorry, I keep having the wrong council links. Let's go D1 and then D2, and then we're gonna break for lunch. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, any public comment on this item? This looks like finance D1. And so if you don't have any public comment, then we're going to go into a staff presentation.
Awesome, Madam Mayor. We do not have any public comment registered for item D1.
Okay, all right, then I'm going to give the floor to the staff.
Well, good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. Debbie Lochner for the record. I have a brief PowerPoint presentation to go through the information, and then we do have Brian Carano, who has been pulled in the room, and then in addition to him, there's Glenn Carano and Rick Murdoch that are available to answer any questions you might have. So let me go ahead and share my screen. And I will. So what we are here to talk about today is we have a little presentation about the ballroom facility marketing plan, the annual operating budget, and the capital improvement plan for their fiscal year that ended December 31st of 2021. They work on a calendar year. So the ballroom facility agreement was approved by council in December of 2011. The agreement provides a marketing plan, annual budget, and the capital improvement plan needs to be accepted by council each year. And the downtown management company has prepared these documents for council review. So the results of their fiscal year that just ended for 2020, there was a net loss in the ballroom facility of $213,000 and capital expenditures of $71,000 for an emergency hot water heater repairs. Under the agreement, any net profits are split 50-50 between the city and the management company, but losses are covered by the management company at 100%. For their fiscal year 21 budget, they are forecasting a net income, so that's revenue less the expenses, of about $1,400, and that's with no capital expenditures being proposed. So the capital account balance as of December 31st, 2021, the end of their fiscal year, that balance is $347,000. If there is a net profit, $100,000 of the net profit is to be placed into that capital account until their balance is $500,000. And if they're not sufficient to make the $100,000 annual deposit, the management company contributes the difference. So staff is recommending that council accept the marketing plan, the annual operating budget, and the capital improvement plan for the upcoming fiscal year 2021 for the ballroom facility. And as I said before, we do have some managers of the ballroom facility available if there are any additional questions from council.
Okay, thank you. Any questions? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
I do have a question. So is the capital management plan or account at 500,000 right now?
At the end of the fiscal year, their fiscal year, it was at $347,000. So if they are contributing the $100,000 per the agreement, it will not be quite at $500,000.
But it will get to 500,000 because it has to be at 500, right?
No, that is the cap where we don't have to contribute.
Oh, okay. I understand. I understand. I just, because it's a 15-year or 20-year deal, and it got the certificate of occupancy in 2008. 28 is the day it comes over to the city, and I just, it's getting to be an old building. I want to make sure that, there's enough in there to take care of it. The early stuff was like new carpeting and so on, but.
So the agreement was approved by council in 2011. And so they've gone through 10, in December, it'll be 10 years of their 20-year agreement. So they have an additional 10 years available on that agreement if they choose to renew it in December.
My understanding is that it isn't from the date of the execution of the agreement. It's the date of the issuance of the certificate of occupancy for the structure. And in previous reports, we've identified that as 2008. So that's my interpretation. Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just want to thank Mr. Carano, and I didn't see Mr. Murdoch, although I heard he was watching or was here. I guess ultimately my comment to Mr. Carano and Mr. Murdoch is, help us to help you be successful. Ultimately, the city of Reno is rooting for you. Super humbled that we have one of the the world's largest gaming operator working with us to promote this region and this facility. And so I just want to express my sincere thanks about that. Let us know how we can be of help to you, what we can do to promote this facility, and also just Reno's success moving forward. It's again, thank you for being here. Always nice to spend time with all of you who are working so hard in the service of this community. So thank you for that.
All right, any comments? Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate the Caranos and Mr. Murdoch being here today. I guess one of the questions and kind of a follow-up to Councilmember Reese's, we've been teased a little bit about the relationship with Caesars and how that would open the door to additional entertainment for a variety of reasons, and how a band may pop to Vegas and then pop up here, and that would be a promoted sort of thing. 2021 I see as being this incredible rebound, roaring 20s type of year. Can you give us any idea of what the community can maybe look forward to in these facilities? I know we've always struggled to consistently have the spaces more filled on a more consistent basis, but can you tease us out a little bit of who you're trying to get in there that can get us excited? We've all been pent up for a year. We'd like to hear something good.
Well, great. Madam Mayor, council members, City Manager Thornley, thank you. We're really excited. I mean, we're optimistic. You saw the CDC's 5% in here locally, so very good news. I kind of feel good today. Usually I'd have to come do this with Brian Carano, our in the accounting. He's the director of finance, but I got Glenn here. I drug him to the table today because there's so many exciting things, and I was going to introduce him, Senior VP Glenn Carano. I've got Brian Carano, Director of Finance, and Tiffany Kirk's with us. We ought to always have a really good woman behind us because, we need to know what we're doing. Anyway, the Assistant Controller. Anyway, with that said, I'll turn it over to Glenn, but there's a lot of great positives. And as you know, Caesars Entertainment packs a punch in not only concerts, but other things and sales. And Brian Sandoval being at the university is a big coup for us because now we can interact between the three buildings with the university, and he's very aggressive on downtown. So those are the things that I think are very positive, and we want to get open. We want to get open fast. So with that, I'll turn it over to my Senior VP, Glenn Carano. Thank you.
Well, it's good. It's nice to address the council again. I used to have to make these presentations a few years ago, and then I left town for a while. But Councilman Reese, thank you very much for recognizing that we now do have the largest gaming company in the United States, right? Hometown right here in Reno, and believe me, that means a lot. Our corporate office is right over there in the old building off of the corner of Liberty and Sierra Street, and that we all know. Councilman Jordan, thank you very much for asking. What we all want to do is open this economy and this world back up, and there's nothing more that we want to open it up to is that with great concerts that we've had so many years. Silver Legacy over the years was such a great leader in bringing entertainment back to the community. And you've all been there to the Reno Event Center that we've had, whether it's Elton John or Pavarotti's been in town, and just big names. And believe me, what we have now, and I'm just like you say, Naoma is teasing you a little bit. We do now have the power of Caesars behind us, and believe me, it's a huge power. So first of all, with the Reno Ballroom, we want to kind of go back and look at 2019. It was we were getting on a roll, making money in a couple of years in a row now, and actually making the Reno Ballroom start gelling. I know that over the years we've come and had to talk to you about that, and it hasn't always been a real positive conversation. But now with the Caesars, the power of Caesars, especially with their meetings and convention and social gathering power, we plan on making the Reno Ballroom again a success. Again, it's going to take some time coming out of COVID-19, and so that's why you see a budget of 219 about basically breaking, 221 breaking even. But clearly, when we get up to full speed, we plan on doing some great things with the power of Caesars behind us. And yes, we're planning on, as you know, they have the residencies down at the Coliseum in Las Vegas. I want to bring those people to Reno at least for a one-off, if nothing else. So we are going to bring some great acts to Reno and keep Reno on the, in the forefront as a leader in entertainment. So with that, I don't have anything else I want to offer up except for say it's always great to have a chance to visit with you all. I've got my second cousin, Brian Corral, sitting in the room. He's really the brains behind the organization right now. He's that new generation. He's our director of finance here at the Row, and so he's got a big time job here. He's been with the company for now how many years now? 12 years now. 12 years, and so he's the new generation coming up. So it's if you want to go ahead and ask Brian some of the nuts and bolts, and again, he's got his number one person behind him, Tiffany. So I'll turn it over to Brian for any of you who have questions.
All right, thanks, Brian. I don't think we have too many questions. I am just going to say it's really nice to see you, Glenn. It's nice to have you here, Brian, and certainly Rick Murdoch. And many of you know Rick Murdoch sits on the RCVA with me, so we are constantly working hand in hand on entertainment, sports, recreation. And I will just say, Glenn was being extremely humble. He wasn't giving you a lot because there's a lot of big things happening that we just can't really announce yet until they do come to fruition. But I know some of us have signed NDAs and things like that. I think the community is going to be super excited about some of the possibilities and opportunities that are coming our way. And so I hope that we get to announce those soon. But I would say come summer, we're going to be rocking and rolling like you've probably never seen before. But there's a lot of big things happening, and it's just exciting. I wish we could divulge what that is right now, but you can't do it until it comes to fruition and all those things are in place. But I would just say, hold on to your hats, everyone. It's going to be, I really believe it's going to be a great year for us as soon as we get out of this pandemic.
Is it Genesis? Could it be Genesis? Could it be Phil Collins and Genesis?
Rick
knows.
You're tough, Naoma. All I want is Tears for Fears. That's all I want. And you want Genesis, for God's sake.
I want Genesis.
Lady Gaga.
This is bigger. This is all bigger. But anyway,
Oh my
I just
goodness.
want to say thank you to
Never bigger than
Caesars
Phil. Never
and
bigger
to
than Phil.
Rick. I mean, Rick puts up with me, but Rick, let me tell you something. I can't tell you how much business he goes out there and gets, whether it's entertainment or sports. Like, we're so lucky to have him, champion all these things, because we really haven't let up during the pandemic. We've had to do kind of a lot of legwork when it comes to, the RCVA side and the tourism aspect, right? And honestly, Reno it's been really exciting to see on many national panels with US travel, and just tons and tons of them. And it's honestly, Reno is one of the top destinations that people are wanting to visit, and especially because the drive markets are going to be so important, because some people still aren't going to feel comfortable to fly. But I just want everyone to know that the Caranos and Rick Murdoch have done a phenomenal job, and I honestly, I think we're going to have a breakout year. It's going to be pretty stellar. So I just want to say thank you to the Chronos, and thank you so much, Rick. I really appreciate everything you've done, because we haven't let up and you guys have not let up, and it's been great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great seeing you all.
Okay, we move on. I don't think we have any peppering for you, so that's good. Where are we at now? Where are we at next, Doug? I just want to make sure. Do we have to vote on this, or just we have to accept it?
We have to, yeah, we have to
Accepting the
get our
report.
vote in.
So may I get a motion?
Move to approve.
All right,
As
thank you. I have a
recommendation.
motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on.
D2.
There we go. D2. Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment?
We have none registered, and we'll move over Jeff Limpert and Alex Tutinsky.
Okay, good. I'm looking forward to seeing both of them. It's always nice to have Alex here from the bid, our other downtown mover and shaker, and Jeff. I don't see Alex yet. Oh, there he is.
Are we ready to move forward?
I think there we go. There we go. Ta-da.
Yeah.
All right, Alex and Jeff, you have the floor. Take it away, gentlemen.
All right. Well, thank you, council members. It's good to see you again today. I'm going to do a quick introduction here for Alex Tutinsky. He's the executive director for the Downtown Reno Partnership. And before I turn it over for him for his presentation, I'm going to share my screen with one slide. And hopefully you're seeing that slide.
Yep, Jeff.
You guys see it? Okay, good. So I just want to provide an overview of the timeline for the assessment process this year. Obviously, we're here today to listen to Mr. Statinsky's operating plan and budget for fiscal year 22. Staff has reviewed that report. We have not found anything inconsistent in that report that would prevent us from suggesting to council to approve that report upon the completion of his presentation. From that report, I will prepare the assessment roll. That assessment roll will be in preliminary form until the public hearing that we have on May 12th. And then on April 14th, we will have a resolution to set the time and date in which we will have that public hearing. So again, that's the brief overview of the timeline, presentation on the operating plan and budget, which sets the rate structure for the assessment roll that will be turned over to the clerk on April 1st. April 14th, we'll set the date and time, and May 12th, we'll have the public hearing. So with that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Statinsky on his presentation.
Thank you, Jeff. And for the record, this is Alex Statinsky, Executive Director of the Downtown Reno Partnership. Honorable Mayor and Council, I am really happy that you allow me to present at least some of the highlights of what the bid has done. And this year, we're in our third year and we're moving into our fourth year. And I have watched a lot of the council meeting today, and I know that you've had a lot to listen to. And so I hope I can make it as quick as possible. There's so much to share with you. And at the same time, I don't want to take all your time. So let's just go right into it. Let's start with clean and safe, one of the three components of the bid. The ambassadors were really impactful, especially during COVID. They did so much to keep downtown somewhat balanced as much as we could with the circumstances that we had to deal with. We are now 24 ambassadors, which, what am I doing? We're 24 ambassadors, including 5 social outreach specialists now. That is new. 2 of them are licensed. We are strongly supporting Build for Zero, which is the approach that the county has been taking to hopefully get to a functional zero homelessness at one point in Reno and surroundings. We are doing this one at a time approach that we have developed a couple of years ago, a year and a half ago, which we won an award for at the at the International Downtown Association. Again, we continue to help with the aftermath of COVID. Between July 20 and March 21, these are just a few numbers. I don't want to mention each of them. Just a few highlights: 25,000 engagements, 934 safe walks. That means people that don't feel comfortable, they can call the ambassadors and they walk them to their car or to their building that they need to go to. Over 400 shopping carts removed, still a number that startles me that we have that many in downtown. And hotline calls, about 250 a month. These are 250 calls that usually go to the police department. Most of them are nuisance related. We are taking them off the police's plate. We resolve a lot of them. Sometimes we need to call the police anyway if law enforcement is required. But this filter system is a great support for our police that can focus on bigger crime. Our social outreach ambassadors, that bigger team now is deployed since January 1st. Just in these few months, they were able to refer 73 people into new housing. 45 people were reinsured with our medical insurance partners. A really important point that is often not looked at. That means that the agencies that are providing all this support are getting reimbursed. And health insurance for homeless individuals is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars at times. And 33 people were placed into supportive programs, whether it's detox programs or long-term treatment programs. These are just a couple of images just to remind you of that harsh COVID time that we had to go through basically the entire last year. We're happy that things are turning around and getting better. Our collaborations are really strong, and without those, the ambassadors would not be able to provide what they are providing. It includes the police departments of Reno and Sparks, REMSA, Built for Zero, the Health Plan of Nevada, the county, and all kinds of other agencies, HOPES, and Volunteers of America, and goes on and on. There's a quote that I just want to share with you quickly from Deputy Chief Miller. The DRP ambassadors are a vital resource for the Reno Police Department and their assistance of nuisance and homeless issues. Means a lot to us to hear that from the police department. We went out recently to the community and surveyed them. We wanted to understand better, how are the ambassadors perceived? What are they doing well? What are they doing not so well? The overwhelming amount of people that we surveyed said that their interaction with the unsheltered population is stellar and makes a huge difference. And that's one of the most important things to our business community that was pointed out. The one aspect that is lacking the most, people want more graffiti reported and litter trash cleaned up. So we're taking this to heart. We brought all the results to the team. We're discussing now what we can do to be as efficient as possible. These are just a few quotes or comments that I made in that survey. Again, they were unsolicited. They were just comments that they made, came completely from them. West Elm, I have never had a bad interaction. The most important service in the downtown area for both locals and tourists, but even more important for those who need help the most, that comes from the Sierra Tap House. A door was unlocked of a business. The ambassador discovered that, stayed there until the manager was called and was able to lock it up again. They were grateful for that as well. Trash is one of the points that the community pointed out is really lacking. So we were proactive. We walked Virginia up and down with the city of Reno. We discovered that we need 6 more trash cans. We agreed on new big bellies. 3 of them, the city's paying for. 3 of them, the bid is paying for because of a lack of funding on the city level. So we are covering 50% of the cost. This should be installed within the next month or so, and it will absolutely improve the cleanliness and walkability of our main street that we're focusing on to help revitalize. In regards to marketing, lots of media mentioning, don't want to go into the details. Media mentions are really important to us because keep in mind that the bid is not just doing clean and safe services. We're also here to help rebrand downtown, get the word out to the public, what downtown holds, and encourage people to come and enjoy themselves and get great experiences in our downtown area. During COVID, over the holidays, it was a pretty dire holiday season. And we tried to bring people back into downtown, and nevertheless, we had this interactive downtown deal hunt campaign, where people go into a store, they purchase something, they get a scratch card, they scratch it open, they get another deal in another business. So that keeps people in downtown or brought them back to downtown at a later time, which helped our business community for sure. We produced the annual report. We have 2 town halls. Our last one was just a week ago or 2 weeks ago, with amazing feedback from the community. We became a really strong COVID resource. Our marketing department produced a whole COVID update page that was updated on a regular basis. Newsletters were sent out every month. So actually every week during COVID. Now it's back to every month, just to make sure people know where to go and what to do to get support. Our economic development, some of the highlights, we were able to get $50,000 as Main Street grant that we gifted the city, together with an additional $80,000 to get the retrack area revitalized. I'm jumping up and down of joy that this is actually finally happening, and I can't believe it. We wrote 81 welcome letters to new businesses and property owners so that they know about the bid, they know what we're doing, and they know what they're paying into, so that there's not a surprise when the assessment letters go out. We have 2 interns from UNR. It was completely funded through UNR, and they help us. They helped us with the survey. They help us with other things, campaigns in our marketing and economic development, because as you know, we only have actually 2 staff members for both. Our collaboration with property owners is probably one of the most important things that we're doing in economic development. We had a really substantial meeting with the owner of 210 North Sierra. He wanted our input on what kind of retail we would like to see in the area. What is our vision for that block? So we are starting to do this, and we will continue to do this in collaboration, of course, with the city. That will hopefully put a little bit of a stronger focus on the revitalization of downtown and really creating a vision that makes sense. This is just a rendering for the retrack area that is now coming to fruition. This is a rendering of the actual mural that a mural artist, Brad Carney, who was selected by the Public Art Commission, created just for us, which I think will bring so much vibrancy and novelty to this area that I just can't wait to see. The second phase will be lighting, so that this mural and the landscaping glows at night. I think it will create a special experience for our visitors that can cost up to $150,000 to $200,000. I'm working on hopefully getting another grant, and the bid will hopefully have some funding through our Premium Plus money to throw into that so that we can get that going. Here are just a few of our partners. We partner with everyone from EDON, which is very important. Anything that we do economic development related is vetted with EDON and is worked in partnership with. UNR, we have a really strong relationship now. We have monthly meetings so that we stay in touch and we kind of tear down this invisible curtain that existed for a long time between the campus and our downtown. And then of course the governor's office and SBDC and the city of Reno. This is just a quick budget slide. Our budget for next year, I'm happy to report, will be just slightly lower than what we had this year. I'm so thrilled about that, and we will able to absorb the deficit through money that we're able to roll into next year. So all services and programs will stay exactly the same, even though with the COVID consequences, some of the assessments went down, and we were able to absorb that. Our hope is that the year after next will be flush again, everything is thriving again, and we will be able to continue our services as we have it right now. Our future plans for the ambassadors is, of course, to continue the tight coordination with Build for Zero to gather data of people experiencing homelessness and connect them to services. Collaborate with the Nevada Cares campus, whatever is needed, the ambassadors will be there. This last point here, explore services in adjacent parks, is really important to me. I started conversations with some of you guys, and I will continue to do that. I think the adjacent parks should be managed, and I think they should be managed by the ambassadors. If we can get some outside funding so that we don't take money out of the assessment pool, it will be no problem to have Barbara Bennett Bicentennial parks managed by the ambassadors, and the perception of our residents, I think will be greatly improved with that. We did two surveys so far. We surveyed UNR students and faculty. We surveyed, we're about to survey the region around Reno to see what their perception of downtown. And in the coming year, we are planning on doing a survey just of residents in downtown to see what of downtown and what kind of things they would like to see there. Marketing, most important point is influencer marketing campaigns. We want to reach out to social media influencers to get the word out on Reno, on downtown Reno, on what we do in a most cost-effective way, and continue our blogs and social media activities that we're already doing. In economic development, again, mapping and becoming that resource that we're in the process of becoming is really important to me. We are doing Esri, we use Esri reports as well as others so that we can get information on demographics, on median income, on whatever property owners, developers, and investors need to know so that we can help attract them to downtown. The property owner of 210 North Sierra, by the way, asked me whether I'd be interested in helping with some pitches of businesses to bring them to downtown, because we're more dialed into the future of downtown, how many more residents we'll have, how much more development there is. I'm happy to do this. This is really kind of my vision for the involvement in economic development in partnership with EDON to do this in the future and really help attract the right businesses to come to downtown. Last thing is something that's really important to me as well. And Mayor Sheevy was super helpful, and so was Councilmember Jardin so far. I reached out to Walgreens and to Bank of America because these are buildings that are right at the gateway of downtown coming from UNR, and they both need TLC. And Walgreens was very receptive. We're working with them. This may be a longer process and may go into the summer, but they promised that they will do something to renovate the facade and their property around the building. And Bank of America, I have to follow up with them again. I reached out to them and asked them to please do something with the plywood, that boarded up place. It will be boarded up for another 3 or 4 months. And I would love to see some kind of a mural or something on there so that it doesn't look like this is a deserted building. That's in a nutshell presentation. I hope I was not too fast, and I hope I didn't bore you. If you have any questions, please let me know.
All right, fantastic job, Alex. I know that there's been so many moving parts with COVID and just sort of the landscape of everything going on downtown. So that always presents a lot more challenges and sort of navigation. And so I just want to say you have been tremendous, and your dedication to the bid and to what I love about you is your entire team. You're so dedicated to everyone. So it's just really nice to see, and I really appreciate everything you're doing. And you talk about the parks, which I think is super essential, and it would be so beneficial and helpful. We have got to figure out a way and make that a priority for that funding, because I see the benefit tenfold, and the businesses see the benefit tenfold. I mean, every time I'm down there, those businesses are praising you guys. And so, keep doing what you're doing, because they really are so grateful you guys are there and doing a great job. So I really appreciate you. I'm going to keep it short because I know that some council members are probably getting restless and want to eat, but go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and Mr. Statinsky, thank you for being here. I guess I want to encourage you just to keep going down the path you're going. It seems like every time you come in front of us, you're sort of innovating, you're changing what didn't work, you're expanding some opportunities and boundaries. When I'm downtown, I'm always seeing your ambassadors engaged with the public, with our unsheltered population, with our business owners. And that to me is the sign of growing into the role as the ambassador. So thank you for that. I want to just put on your radar something that I'm reminded about that Councilmember Breckus has spoken about before, and that is some of the downtown color schemes. As you're working with business owners, we've got this sort of dated pink-ish scheme on some of the ironwork and the poles and the trash cans. I just wonder if there's any appetite for the bid to work with us to improve some of that. I think when you were mentioning some of the boarded up buildings and the murals, there's got to be an opportunity for us to work with you for beautification. I know that Councilmember Jordan has also done a lot with beautification downtown, with poles. We just are, there's a lot going on down there that is really quite beautiful. And I just wonder if there's any appetite to help us move in that direction with some refresh of those areas.
100% yes. And I appreciate that desire, Councilmember Reese.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead.
Yeah, I just want to briefly say thanks for the presentation. I think that those of us who came on in 2012 and then were joined by those who came later, one of our biggest accomplishments has been doing the downtown plan that gave birth to the idea of forming the bid from the longstanding two assessment districts we had, the police and the maintenance. And I think it's good. We've still got a long ways to go to bring our downtown back. It just isn't where I think any of us want it to be, but it has some unique challenges being a one business town for so many years. And, but you know, I think that the bid is doing well. I'm gonna just prelude to the services in the adjoining parks. It is a big question, and it would involve redoing the whole boundaries to have the bid show responsibility in those urban parks where everyone thinks they should be anyway, and they aren't able to go in. And I'm hoping the city through budget time can come in and get, because I think park users are looking for the assistance in particularly Barbara Bennett, but also Bicentennial but you're in Wingfield. So it's just, I think it was an oversight, and I look forward to introducing that concept to the council at budget time.
Thank you, Jenny. And if I may just speak to it very briefly, I'm not sure it was an oversight. I think it was done because the budget was so tight. If you add more square footage to downtown, which doesn't create revenue really, people decided to leave that out. And that's why I'm asking, we can leave the boundaries where they are, Councilmember Breckes, which makes it much easier. Just get some outside funding. And I'm not talking about a lot, maybe 100, 150,000. And that will solve the problem, because I can deploy ambassadors outside of the boundaries, and I can say anybody who challenges this, I can demonstrate that the funding of these ambassadors did not come out of assessment, and we'll be all good.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Durr.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to say, Alex, just first of all, your presence alone, just, you are a shining star. So just if you had just moved to town and you didn't do anything else except be an active member of our community, but then you took on this super hard job, right? And you're making it work. So I can't say enough about you. You have gone far beyond the bid. I mean, you've helped plant trees. You've got involved in other social issues around town, not just what your job is. So you're a huge stand-up member of our community. And I just wanted to say it publicly and make sure that you know that. I do have one question. You mentioned homeless and COVID. And the other day, yesterday, I was on a press conference about COVID, and the specific question was, how will homeless people know when it's their turn to get the vaccination? So they don't have, email, internet, and so on. And I have a feeling your ambassadors are kind of key to that issue. So could you just speak to that?
Councilmember Durr, thank you so much for your just super kind words. I enjoy every moment here in Reno. I have not looked back one time, except when it gets really nasty outside. And I think of Southern California and the warm weather there. That makes it a little hard, but otherwise.
No more, we're 4-season town.
That's true. So to your point, if you look at what the ambassadors did to educate our homeless population about COVID in general, they passed out flyers everywhere. They let people know this is what COVID is. This is what you need to do in order to not get infected. This is where the bathrooms are that we established temporarily. We had 13 bathrooms in downtown because everything else was closed. So I think the ambassadors will take on a similar role once the county is ready to roll out vaccines for our shelterless population, they will get busy and proactively educate them where to go and how to get that vaccine. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you. And just one final comment. It does seem like the education's key. The news, there was a news story on last night after I wasn't able to answer the question, and no one else on the call was either, that there seemed to be lack of acceptance of the vaccine amongst the homeless population. And so that education piece is going to be critical. They would say things like, well, I've been out in the cold so long and I don't get a cold, so I'm probably not going to get COVID. So I'm good. And, you know, that's just sort of a general attitude. And a distrust of government, I would say as well, which I totally understand. But I think it will be a hill to climb. And so just the awareness. Thank you so much.
I think it will be too. But I think that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine will be a great opportunity. And that's because it's a one-time situation. It's much harder to get somebody who's reluctant to begin with to get their first vaccine and then find them again and get them back for their second one. So Johnson & Johnson will be hopefully a great game changer for us.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And I'll be quick. Yes, Alex, you have integrated into Reno in such a way that we forget that you've only been here for a short amount of time, but now you're here and you have a puppy. So we know you're here for the long term. I did want to say, I think you have really built a great organization with immense respect in a community that can be sometimes hard to break into. We can be a little skeptical of outsiders at times, and you've done a great job of coming in and building a team that is respected by both the business community and by those without shelter. And you are absolutely right. You're going to be key, not only with the vaccines, but the communication overall, whether it was the shift to COVID and where the resources could be found. You guys were the front lines of information out there, boots on the ground, really helping with that, helping with when we were sheltering them at the ballroom. You guys were there when we did the Stuff a Bus event, helping with that. And you'll be critical as we shift some of the services to the Nevada Cares campus. Your role really has evolved during COVID, and you've just rolled with it. I mean, our downtown is not where we want it to be. We were on a great trajectory, and COVID really kind of slammed the brakes on and probably backed us up a little bit. But that doesn't mean we don't keep the mission front and center, and you are keeping your foot full on the pedal. The one thing I think you could do, and maybe come back to the council at a future date. So you're conducting all these surveys. Particularly of interest is, one, the perceptions of downtown. Always important for us to know what others think, but also what the students and faculty are saying from UNR about what they want to see in downtown. Because we often have conversations with those that may be discussing development, relocation, retail, whatever it may be. I would sure like to know, to me, that's the demographic that we have not done a good job of attracting. And as much as we do infrastructure in downtown, it's for naught if we don't have the attractive points in which someone wants to come to. We can do sidewalk improvements and road improvements all day long, but if we don't have the things in which attract them to downtown, the open walls, the cafes, the retail, that they're going to just ride their bikes in the bus right on through. So I think we need to hammer those points, and we need the data from you to help us to do that. So as soon as you have that, I would certainly like a presentation on that, so we can be sure we're all speaking the same language. So thank you for everything. You're doing a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan, and absolutely, I can put together a presentation at a later time that kind of wraps up all the different results.
Okay, anyone else? Seeing that there are no other comments, let's see, do we have to make a motion on this? We do? Okay.
Please.
Our city manager say
motion to accept the report.
Right, thank you. I have a motion. Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Congratulations, Alex, and thank you. Great job. And go attend to that beautiful puppy of yours. I assume you're at work, you're not at home. And he is the father to the most adorable, is she a Labradoodle or something? What they call her? She's so cute.
He is a Cavapoo, and his name is Spencer.
Cavapoo, he's so cute. Okay, well, next time you have to bring him.
I will, thank you.
All right, bye everyone. See you.
Bye.
We will be back at 3:00.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'm sorry, but I have a question.
Go right.
In our staff report, we had a motion that I thought we had to make. Did we not? Approval to award a banking services agreement for purchasing cards to JP Morgan Chase Bank?
I don't see that
In
on
my
my.
staff report, but I don't know if it's supposed to be a motion. Oh, I'm sorry.
That was stapled inadvertently to that item. I had that experience.
Yeah, so I don't have it in mind, so.
Okay, I just
Doug,
wanted to make sure that we
get
didn't
with
miss something.
Councilwoman Weber and figure that out. Yeah, okay, sounds good. I'll see you guys at 3.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, bye.
Can I do a mic check with IT? Or Jenny, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yay.
Yeah,
Hi.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hi.
Yes, we can.
Okay. I guess, let's see, who are we waiting for?
we are currently waiting for
Councilwoman.
Jordan and Delgado, but
And I don't know about Councilwoman Dewar if she's here.
she's here.
we
Okay.
are also waiting on the city clerk.
All right, do we have our clerk back?
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm here.
Okay, great. We'll get started then because we have a quorum. So let's get the show on the road. I'm going to send it back to you, Madam Clerk.
All right,
to
Madam Mayor, moving
take
to
us-
item D3, and I will be running the timer per your request and keeping us going as we do have quite a bit of agenda to get through still.
Okay, and can I just say, Madam Clerk, one thing that could be helpful so that council members are aware of time is just let them know 30 seconds before their final 3 minutes, and then they'll know to wrap it up. Sound good?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. All right.
We are now on item D3. This is presentation and discussion regarding the Reno Fire Department staffing levels for the 2020 FY Safer grant. We'll be moving over Fire Chief Dave Cochran at this time.
Okay, thank you so much. At this time, Madam Clerk, do you have any public comment for us?
Madam Mayor, we have no public comment on this item.
Okay, thank you. All right, well then we will be expecting Chief Cochran.
Looks like Chief is not with us yet.
Okay. Is this just a matter of a couple minutes, you think, or do you think we should just move on and come back to?
Let's go to our next item, Madam Mayor, and then we will come back to this one. He may be having some tech issues as there's gremlins in everyone's system today.
Do you want to just, because I know this
he's
next
here.
item is long. Okay.
We found
great.
him. He got the gremlins
right.
out. Chief's here.
So we'll stay back on track then. Perfect. Okay, Chief Cochran, nice to see you. And the floor is yours. Go ahead, take it away.
You as well. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I apologize. I think my laptop doesn't like Zoom, so it sometimes takes some time to log in. And if I could offer one comment before I get going, I want to thank all of you, especially Councilman Reese and Councilman Delgado, for participating in the Shamrock Shave. That's a huge thing for the fire department, and the Northern Nevada Children's Cancer Foundation is one of the charities we really get behind, and charitable giving and fundraising is difficult in the best of times. So in these times, it's even harder. So thank you very much for all that. Madam Clerk, if you could, I think you have the presentation, if you could cue that up.
Chief, if you wouldn't mind leaning in a little bit too to your mic. It's just when you get back, I can't hear you quite as well.
How's this? Better? Great, okay. My face fills the screen and I feel like that's not the best view for you guys, but if you can hear me better, I think that's the important thing.
All right, Chief, at this time, we have your PowerPoint up and we'll transition over to screen share on our end. If you just want to let us know when to advance, we will do so.
Okay. There it is, great. So if we could move on to the next slide. So as you're all aware, Reno is an all-risk fire department, and some people like to term that all hazard because what we really do is mitigate any hazard that comes our way. If someone calls 911, they're not sure who to send, they send the fire department. Particularly important here in Northern Nevada because in Reno, being the biggest and busiest department, we're relied on not only by the citizens and visitors in Reno, but by the region. And we're kind of on an island here in Northern Nevada with the mountains to the west and basically the desert to the south and east. We really have to be self-reliant. That's why staffing is so important. Next slide, please. Here's a little more detailed breakdown of what we do. Of course, we do fire response, emergency medical service, which is the primary in terms of volume of our call volume, the hazard that we mitigate. We have a hazmat team, multiple specialty rescue teams, and then of course, community risk reduction, which falls largely under our Fire Prevention Bureau. Next slide, please. I'd like to make sure the council hears this again. These are our current department priorities. Staffing, which is why we're here today, but that's what we're going to talk about today. Fire apparatus, of course, and we have a great program in place that is working very well to replace our aging fleet And then always on the horizon is the need for not only replacement for aging stations, but as you all are well aware, I know you talked about some growth that's planned in the South today. The city's growing, and we're going to need new stations as well. So, and of course, one of the primary things we're looking at is a headquarters fire station to replace Station 1, which is our primary downtown station. Next slide, please. A visual history of what our staffing has looked like over the past 12 years. You can see for the past 5-6 years, we've really been level, probably the best way to determine it. Going back to 2015, we added a couple positions. Those were not line positions, those were not firefighter positions in 2018. And then the bump in 2019 is from the previous SAFER grant that you considered and approved. So that was where that little jump came from. Next slide, please. This is a visual representation of the organization, of course, an org chart. Again, 266 total FTEs in the department, 230 of those dedicated to the line, and we'll get into a little more detail on that. Next slide, please. Here's what the breakdown looks like in terms of operations. That's the bulk of what we do. That's everybody you see out on the street, everybody in the fire engines and the fire stations, 230 total. We have 2 people in our EMS division, definitely room for growth there. Fire prevention, of course, which is under Fire Marshal Trey Palmer, has 16. Fleet management is our mechanics, our shop. Program services management, of course, is our everybody admin, who many of you have seen and know that are at City Hall on the 4th floor. And then we have a safety and training division with 4 personnel as well. Next slide, please. Again, a further breakdown of what that emergency operations division looks like. 230 FTEs, 224 line personnel. That's the captains, operators, and firefighters that are out on the front lines. 6 battalion chiefs, broken down into 3 shifts. They work 48 hours at a time. We have an A, B, and a C shift. Currently, we're staffing 13 engine companies, 2 truck companies, 1 squad, and 1 rescue. And as many of you are aware, I think all of you are aware, that's down considerably from where we were just a decade ago, maybe, when, for example, we had 4 truck companies. And so again, we're talking about staffing. I'm just using this to demonstrate the need that we have. Next slide, please. With that essentially level staffing count, our calls for service have not tracked with that. We broke 40,000 calls a couple of years ago. What you're looking at here is the numbers for 2019, a little over 43,000 calls. Next slide, please. As with the last slide, this is broken down by station, so you can see where our busiest stations are. We dipped a little bit in 2020, but I would point out that even though we dropped, it was only a few hundred calls, and that was during COVID, when we were supposedly locked down, when everybody was staying home, they weren't out doing things that can get them into a situation where they need 911, and we only dropped about 600 calls. I can tell you we are currently about 5% ahead of pace from last year. 5% may not sound like a huge number, but 5% of a big number, of which 42,000 is a big number, gets you to another big number. Next slide, please. And again, you can see how the call volume has evolved going back to 2012. Line staff on the right-hand side there, essentially stagnant. Call volume going back to 2012, a little under 35,000 to a little under 43,000 in just 8 years. But no change, essentially no change in line staff. Next call, please. Next call. Next slide. So again, just to give you some benchmarks, because you hear 42,000 calls, and what does that really mean? Is that a lot? Is that a little? How do you really quantify that? And one of the points of reference that you've heard me talk about before is calls per firefighter. So New York City runs about 120 calls per firefighter. The Reno Fire Department runs about 190 calls per firefighter. Again, looking at some other metrics, A conservative number in terms of how many firefighters should you have, 1 per 1,000 of population is a conservative number. Most departments, especially departments as busy as us, are above that. We're below that. We're at 0.84 firefighters per 1,000 of population. And then if you look on the bottom, using that conservative number, if we were to tie the firefighters to the population, we would have 266. Currently, we have 224. Next slide, please. So how do we increase staffing? There's really just a couple options. One is to look toward the general fund. We're a general fund department, obviously, and city funding. Ongoing salaries and benefits, over $2.5 million a year. And that's for 20 firefighters. That's what we're talking about here. In addition to $200,000 for one-time personal protective equipment purchase. With the SAFER grant option that I'm proposing today, we would eliminate that salaries and benefits line item, and the cost to add 20 firefighters would be the one-time charge of $200,000. So, you know, a huge opportunity here in terms of being able to add personnel at minimal impact to the city's budget. Next slide, please. I think you all are aware what SAFER grant is and what it's intended to do. This round of SAFER funding, there's $355 million. They project that there will be 300 awards. The middle bullet point there, the goal is to assist local fire departments with staffing and deployment capabilities in order to respond to emergencies and assure that communities have adequate protection from fire and fire-related hazards. That's our job. That's our mission right there. And looking at the bottom, the highest priority is to assist departments experiencing high rates of turnover with staffing levels below ideal staffing level required to comply with NFPA 1710. We are, for the most part, compliant with 1710, but in order to maintain that, and by compliant, I mean we're putting 4 people on our apparatus, but in order to maintain that, we need additional bodies. We have people, that attrition rate, that turnover that we're talking about, right now, as we sit here today, we have 21 people that are in that target zone for retirement. 8 with over 20 years of experience, 11 with over 25 years of experience, and 1 with over 30 years of experience. And I think I've mentioned it to some of you, it wouldn't shock me to see all 21 walk out the door at any time. They're at that point in their careers. And that's why maintaining staffing and trying to stay ahead of staffing is so important. Next slide, please. So the 2020 SAFER grant program, big changes. The prior program that you approved had a cost match and some other restrictions, but the current program does not. And I think this is a reaction by the federal government to the fact that a lot of departments, and we're in that boat as well, are struggling to get that match to maintain their staffing. Even though the grant helps, it doesn't get you all the way there. This grant funds the positions 100%. There's no match. There's no prohibition against supplanting. In other words, if people retire, you don't necessarily have to replace them. And there's no minimum budget requirement, which is essentially the minimum staffing requirement that is common under, or was a standard under SAFER prior to this current program. Next slide, please. To quantify what those 20 firefighter positions could do for the budget, here's a breakdown. On the left-hand column there is what it would look like for one firefighter in terms of how they would mitigate our overtime costs. That's one of the big benefits here. We have a very large overtime budget, and that's because we use it to maintain that staffing. We use it to keep those stations open, that apparatus staff 24/7, 365. We project that every firefighter will save $115,000 in overtime costs. That translates to over $2 million in overtime costs if we bring on 20 firefighters under this program. Huge benefit to the city. And I mean the city in the most generalized sense, because if we are able to save money on overtime, that's money that remains in the general fund and is available to mitigate other issues the city has, other needs that the city has across departments. Next slide, please. I lost it. There you go. Sorry. So to expand on that a little bit, if we just use the 20 additional firefighters to mitigate overtime, in other words, they're just available to meet our current staffing needs, we project that we'll save over $2.3 million in overtime costs. The other option is to use some of those firefighters to upstaff Station 19. As you're aware, right now we're staffing that with a 2-person medical rescue unit. But by dedicating 6 firefighters to that station, we could upstaff it to a 4-person unit. That helps us in our ISO rating, which we're in the process of having reevaluated now. It helps us keep everybody safe, keep the community safe, keep the firefighters safe, and it addresses a need out in that western part of Reno, not just in Somerset, where Station 19 is located, but also out to the west, the Verdi area, where we know that there's a lot of development on the drawing board, and Station 19 is the target station that would be tasked with responding to that area. Now, keep in mind, upstaffing Station 19 doesn't mean we're giving back all that overtime. We would still project $1.6 million savings in overtime if we upstaff, and in addition to upstaffing Station 19. Next slide, please. And then an additional benefit, no matter what scenario we pursue, is that we're going to reduce employee burnout, improve morale, retention, reduce sick leave usage. I know you are all aware that the firefighters have been working hard. They've been working a lot. And adding these additional bodies is going to help mitigate that workload. Of course, as I mentioned, we're going to increase our geographic response capability by having Station 19 fully staffed. And we increase safety all around, from the firefighters to the community to the visitors. Everybody realizes an increase in their safety, better service. And with that, my ask today is that you approve us, the fire department, going forward with submission of a grant application to SAFER for the 20 firefighter positions. That is the end of my presentation, and I would be happy to entertain any and all questions.
Okay, thank you. Let's head back to the council panel. Okay, there we go. All right. Take it away, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Chief Cochran, thank you. Thanks to the men and women at Station 4 for making me a little lighter today. I appreciate that. I guess I would like to understand, because you presented option 1 and option 2. It seems to me that 20 is, well, quite frankly, it's not enough. Is it the case that the SAFER grant can only cover 20, and that's why the ask is structured in such a way? Because at the numbers you presented, 20 really gets you to closer to even, but doesn't really address some of the more dramatic, I think, retirement numbers that you mentioned. It doesn't really help us to both do the full staffing for Station 19 and address the overtime. I do not want to keep chasing that overtime and callback number. I think I would much rather have full-time employees who are helping lead this agency and protecting our community. So I guess I'm trying to figure out why 20? I mean, is that just because that's only what will be supported by the grant? What can we do as a longer term play for making sure that we're staffed adequately?
So thank you very much for the question. I appreciate that. We talked about different options, and by we, I've talked with the city manager, I've talked with union representatives, I've talked with my staff. I guess to cut to the end game, I would support this council approving an application for more. I think we could bring on 30 in terms of being able to handle the training and onboarding requirements. 20 is more than we usually bring on in our typical recruit class is 16. So we talked about it and said, well, let's go bigger than that. Let's make a difference. 20 can make a difference. 30 would make more of a difference. It would not only mitigate the overtime, open Station 19, it would also provide additional staffing options for, say, a truck down south, which would be a huge benefit to the city. And no, I don't mean that the options I presented, either overtime or Station 19, are the only options. It's really a spectrum. Do we dedicate them all to mitigating overtime? Do we dedicate them all to increasing staffing? Or do we do something in between? And I think some blended version of those options is what we would land on eventually.
Well, Chief, to be clear, and I'm not trying to put you in a difficult spot because I know we're constantly trying to figure out staffing and what our city can afford to pay for. I'm trying to understand specifically about this grant. Are you telling me that the SAFER grant has some flexibility and sometimes you put in for 16, sometime for 20, maybe 24? Because that's what the part I'm not entirely understanding. Because at the end of the day, every member of this body wants to see reduction of overtime dollars, safe community. I absolutely want to see, and Councilmember Jordan has been fighting for years with Station 19. So we all have a lot of the same goals, and it's sort of the getting there part that's harder. You also know, I think better than anybody, that if you bring in a recruiting class of 20, not all those people make it through the recruitment process, the paperwork, the backgrounds, the then physical portion of it. And so I don't want you to go for 20 and we get whittled down to 12. I just don't want to keep doing that. So how can we support you with a more robust, sort of ask? And if your ultimate answer is we've done the best we can in this pass, I just want Mr. Thornley and my colleagues to know that I am looking for a longer term fix than just any kind of Band-Aid approach or just scraping by. I don't want us to scrape by. Our people are very important. I'm worried about, as you've pointed out in the slide, some of the burnout questions. I'm worried about the more retirements coming than we're planning for. So those are just my thoughts, and I'm interested to hear my colleagues as well.
Just to note the time before you answer that, Chief, after you answer that, that will be the end of Councilman Reese's questioning for this round.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus, and then we'll go to Councilwoman Jordan.
Are we going to give the chief a chance to answer Mr. Reese's question?
Yes.
Okay, so no, there's not a limit on the number of people we can ask for in the grant. So we have flexibility absolutely to move forward. Like last time and this was driven more by fiscal concerns. Last time we only asked for 8 because of the matches and some other financial commitments the city had. Here, I think there's a tremendous opportunity because of the 100% funding that this grant would award. We can go much bigger. At some point, it becomes unmanageable. Do we need 50 firefighters? Sure. But can we afford to onboard 50 at one time? No.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, as I said, those cultural norms when you're going to.
Hold on a second, folks. We've got some folks talking in the background. Can you make sure you're on mute, please? Thank you so much.
So I think to wrap that up, 30 is about the most we could onboard efficiently. It would be a lift, but we could get it done. But I would certainly support more than 20.
I'll step in here if you're finished with your question, Chief, or your response.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. I think since I've been on the council, this is the 3rd time we've entertained the SAFER program grants. And it almost sounds too good to be true in that, the way it's structured, but maybe we're in an era where the federal government's investing more in local communities due to the, economics in the country. I would presume it'd be pretty competitive. And if you get 20, you might just get, 12 or 13. So I don't know. I just want to ask, how soon, if we're awarded, could you get the staffing on board, do you think? How many, 18 months?
It would be quicker than that. So what I anticipate, the application is due on Friday. That is a deadline, but we're ready to go. We can meet that deadline. Awards would come out midsummer, probably July. I'm not going to propose to speak for the federal government, but that's when we would expect the award to come out. We would begin the onboarding process immediately and have them on in late fall.
Okay.
It'd go to our training academy and be ready basically a year from now.
Okay. And then I think I appreciate what you're doing and saying, look, we play a lot of ship games to meet what we feel we need to meet. And you got a big, you know, overtime liability you're working with, and it's having this. When you say, you know, council, do you want to go option 1 or option 2? I really don't feel comfortable it posed to us. You know, it's chief, you figure it out. But it is very important to me to understand what's going on at that Somerset station. Just tell me, is it staffed all the time with 2 people?
Yes, it's staffed all the time with a
Okay.
2-person rescue unit that has no firefighting capabilities, and that's why
No,
we're
none at
targeting
all.
that.
No. Okay. No.
They
no
are trained. They are trained firefighters, but they do
Yeah.
not have a fire apparatus.
That's not sending anyone to fires from Somerset. Okay. But if we get this, then maybe in a year we can start to send firefighters to, you know, to fight fires from Somerset, which is a fire-prone environment. But we also are going to have to balance that with our overtime mitigation, because that has other consequences. Is that accurate? Okay.
Exactly.
And then if I may just, okay, go ahead, Chief. Sorry.
Just real quick, I didn't mean to present the options as I wanted you to decide. I wanted you to be aware of what was out there.
Yeah, the management.
What we could do with it. Exactly.
Yeah, I did want that clarification, because, you know, sometimes when we get options, it's like, you know, we're deciders, you choose. And I just, you know, I appreciate that. Let me ask you one last question. You don't have to, if you don't have it right now. I really want to understand what population numbers you're dealing with right now, because I know that the population numbers right now, you know, when we're waiting on census information, are as possibly defective or wide ranging between any 2 people as could be. It's just where you are when you're out from census numbers. Do you know what you're using for population numbers? Where do you get those from?
Just a little bit above 266,000, and for city of Reno proper, that's not the county, that's just city of Reno.
Yeah.
I can't recall exactly where that number
Okay, if you could circle back to me, I would like to know what you're using right now. Thanks.
Absolutely. And just, I think you know, but I'll say it for the record, that's not the transient population. By transient, I mean, of course, the tourists, the visitors. So.
Okay, Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead. You had your hand up.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chief, for this presentation and bringing this before us. I have a couple of questions, and of course, I have to hold myself down from the excitement of getting Station 19, which I have for 8 years been advocating. One, for it to not be browned out anymore, which was us crawling. And then us walking was getting the 2-person crew in there. And now the thought of us running with a full station really gets me excited. But here's what I wanted to ask you. Having that excitement tempered with what happened with the SAFER grant we got a number of years ago, and then there was layoffs and all that. So I'm just going to ask you on the record, what are the provisions of understanding with these positions should the city be in a position to need to lay folks off again down the road, 1, and then 2, you had an academy, I don't know, 2 years ago, I think it was, and at that time there was the presentation that you believed our overtime numbers would, due to that academy going through, our overtime numbers would level off or go down, and they've not done that. If anything, they've gone the other direction. So I'm trying to understand how the additional bodies, and I get our population's increasing, our calls for service are up, but I'm trying to understand when there's these presentations that a number is going to level off or go down, and then it doesn't. How are you going to assure us through? I mean, this is some long-term commitments right here with 20 bodies. This is buying into something pretty significant, and I'm not necessarily opposed to it. I just need to understand those two things, because the overtime number is very concerning to me for all the reasons, the burnout reasons, the costs, all of that sort of thing. So I'd like to know the Station 19 first, like how soon would someone get in there? Did I hear a year from now is what it would take? And then the overtime.
Yes, so I would anticipate a year from now that we would upstaff Station 19 to an engine, a 4-person engine, and that the rough timeline would be apply for the grant this week, get a result, positive result in the summer, onboard them starting immediately for a fall academy, and they'd be ready to go out to work early next year. So around February of next year, February of March of next year. So that would be the timing to upstaff Station 19. As to the second question, I think what is happening, and we see it, and I have some of the numbers, we're seeing greater leave usage, greater sick leave usage, greater vacation usage, which drives overtime. I mean, unless you have the bodies to mitigate that, that's going to drive overtime. The other thing we're seeing is workers' comp, the injuries. We have a steady increase. I have the numbers going back to 2016. Our numbers go up every year, and you're seeing longer term workers' comp claims, people out for longer. And those, again, if you're going to maintain that staffing, you use the overtime to maintain that staffing. Part of the thing with the other grant that we got, though, we brought on 8 people. We did upstaff Station 7. So those 8 people did not mitigate overtime to the extent that, for example, if we just use them without upstaffing Station 7, if we just use them to mitigate overtime, we would have seen a different result.
Thank you. And my final question was, didn't we just have a grant where we got 5 firefighters? Am I remembering another where we put in, or maybe we didn't get it?
No, not firefighters. We got 8 firefighters. We're about halfway into the 3-year grant period on that. That was back fall 2019.
Okay, that's what I'm thinking of. Time flies. Time flies. Okay, thank you.
Okay, yep.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, thanks. Hey, first of all, congrats that this is amazing without the cost share and the slow attrition where we have to pick up a greater and greater share. I mean, this is remarkable that this opportunity is available. So my question is, I'm a little unclear. Is there a time period when you apply for this grant that they've guaranteed us that the funding will be there if we get it, like a 3-year, a 5-year?
So I think because they've waived the performance period, and I apologize, because I think Councilwoman Jordan asked a variation of that same question. What about layoffs? What if, you know, the
right, but
economy
what
goes
is
south?
the commitment? Is it just for 1 year or what is it?
It's funding for 3 years. So
3 years.
20 firefighters for 3 years.
Okay. And then my other question is, you again, this option that you've posed, I mean, what are you thinking? Because I would think more is better than not right now, especially where you could get them trained under this umbrella for that first period. You know, what is it, a 9-month or a 1-year training class?
It takes about a year to get them hired. Well, I take that back. The period, it would take a year to apply for, receive the grant, onboard them in terms of interviewing, that sort of thing, and then training. So a year to get them out on the line where they're functioning as operational firefighters for the Reno Fire Department. And if by
So
options,
one of the 3 years is recruitment and training.
No, the 3 years do not count until we onboard them. So when the first day of their academy, which would be, call it November 1st, that would be the beginning of the performance period.
Right.
So
but I mean, from that point, it's going to take about a year till they are graduated and join the line, so to speak.
No, it takes about 4 months, 4 or 5 months.
4 months. Okay, that's great. And then, so your question that you posed, kind of following up on Councilmember Breck's question, I guess I don't understand. So what are you thinking about? And Councilmember Reese asked this question. What are you thinking about for a number? Is 20 your number? Is 30 your number?
If the council is willing, I would ask for 30.
Well, I would agree with that.
Okay.
So I don't know if you could even ask for 40, but I think 30 is a good number. And you could potentially run 2 classes, in my opinion, if you got all those filled, and 15 in a class versus 16, and have the people ready to go. And you could fill Station 19, you could backfill the things, you could deal with the overtime. I mean, you could do a lot right there, and deal with the retirements, because we are going to be having retirements. And so even if at the end of the day, some of these people get trained, get on board, and then backfill retired people, I think that's like a great world. So that's my thought, but I'll see where everyone else is.
Okay, any other comments? Go ahead, Jonathan Shipman. I can see he's raising his hand. Go ahead.
Yeah, Madam Mayor, thanks. I just wanted to point out that the way that this item is styled, it says a safer grant for up to 20 new firefighters. So I think at this point, we're kind of limited to the 20 for today. We could potentially come back, but I just wanted to put that out there so people are aware.
Okay, so we got to stick to the agenda is what you're saying, Jonathan. Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And Mr. Shipman is giving excellent advice, even if I don't like the advice he's giving. So let me just say a couple of things. Number one, as to overtime, Chief Cochran, I want to make sure that with this 20, it sounds like we're going to be limited to, and we'll, I guess, take offline if there could be more added in a special way. But I want to make sure that you are managing your overtime budget well too, because what I don't want to see is you bring on 20 and we come back a year from now and we're looking at an overtime budget that's the same or grows I just think you should understand that if we're going to commit to you to put more people in there to control the overtime budget, you, I think, are going to be tasked with, and we are going to hold you to account for an overtime budget. So please understand, I'm not trying to micromanage you, and certainly that's not my job, but I will be looking for accountability on that issue. The second thing is, as to workers' comp, I am hearing some disturbing things about workers' comp in your department currently, about folks who are perhaps getting denied workers' comp claims, something that Mayor Sheevy and I have been very adamant about in the past. And so you're talking about longer periods of injury. I'm hearing about, folks who maybe have had COVID, who have significant post-COVID things going on. And I just mention it only in as much as who we staff you with affects that workers' comp stuff, and it's got to be a part of that conversation. I guess the last thing I want to say with my time is that you said you brought on 8 firefighters with the last grant, and quite frankly, I'd hoped for more. I don't recall if we had a limitation on the number. I thought it was higher than that. And so maybe you could speak to that as the one thing that I would like a response on.
Certainly. So no, the approval we got, and there was a conversation about having more during the council meeting, much like we're having today, and maybe that's what your memory is tracking to. But the approval we got was to apply for and bring on 8 more, which is what we did.
I guess then in closing with my time, I would simply say, Councilmember Dewar wisely believes that we need more people than 20. I do as well. I'll accept the advice that we've been given about the 20. If there's a way to, I don't know how it happened, but you went in for 20 on this, and there was some supplemental grant way to do it, and you could pick up some more, or we would handle some special meeting. The bottom line is, I want you to be staffed in such a way to protect the community, fully staff the stations that we have, not burn out our people, stop the litany of workers' comp things. I think all of us want those same things. It'll just be a struggle to figure out entirely how we do it. And I think it's unique in as much as this SAFER grant does not require all of the matchings, the downsizing, all of the things that Councilmember Dewar talked about. And we ought to be taking advantage of that in whatever way we can. Thank you.
Absolutely. If I could add one thing just for the record, more for the public, because I think this body is aware on the workers' comp issue. That's not a fire department decision. It's a separate entity that actually evaluates and either accepts or denies those claims. We, in administration, along with the firefighters, are advocates for all of our people. Chief Ancho, who you know for his work with the emergency management, is tasked from my staff with being an advocate on behalf of our people with workers' comp. So I just want to make it clear.
I thank you for that. Please advocate for your people in those processes.
Absolutely.
And we'll do it from our end.
Yep.
Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And then I think I saw Councilwoman Breckus might have had her hand up there too. I want to keep the big picture in view here, and 2 things. One, I would want to hear from our city manager as it relates to the long-term liabilities of 20 or more and his level of comfort with this. And second, we had an audit on fire, and I'm curious how this fits and intertwines with that. I think there were some findings in there that we have not, I don't think at this body, have fully brought forward and discussed. And I'm just not sure as we're moving forward. And trust me, I want Station 19 open with a full crew. No bones about it. But I also am looking at the long view of the expectation that the overtime reduction be commensurate with the outlay for the 20 officers or firefighters, excuse me, because knowing that the costs to the city are significantly higher than that with the long-term liabilities and the insurance and retirement and all the things that go with it. So that would be part of my level of comfort is I would expect an almost commensurate reduction in the overtime. And we, as to Councilman Reese's comments, is getting a presentation and a snapshot at a certain period of time, should we move forward with this, that proves that out, because that's concerning, those overtime numbers, because I've heard this more than once, that if we do something, the overtime numbers are going to come down, and they haven't. And I know there are factors that play into that, but this is a big one. This is 20, long-term folks, and that's a significant number. So I need a little bit more comfort with how this jives with the audit and how we are going to better guarantee that the overtime numbers are in fact going to come down by this action here today. Maybe that was directed at City Manager Thornley.
Well, I let the fire chief take a crack at the audit. What I would say, Councilmember Jardin, as it relates to comfort level for 20 firefighters under the SAFER grant, is that through a considerable amount of analysis from Chief Cochran and his staff, I am comfortable applying for up to 20 as the agenda item states. And there are a couple of reasons for that. The primary reason is, were you to simply expand the entirety of the complement permanently by 20 in 3 years when this grant expires, essentially these positions would be all but paid for by the existing overtime budget. And so you could effectively pick up 20 bodies in the fire department for less than what it would cost us to hire 20 on the street today, because we would not have to increase the overtime budget in 3 years by the amount it is right now, or what we are running right now, regardless of sort of how it's budgeted. The other reason that I'm comfortable with up to 20 is that in my discussions with the fire chief, essentially we can make small corrections along this path based on attrition in the department. So for example, if people retire or decide to leave for whatever reason, and we are not performing as it relates to, as you phrased it, a commensurate reduction in the overtime expenses, we will be able to simply just roll these positions into the permanent spots that we have today.
Okay. And then my final question, and I think we did it with our last group that came in, but that came in on a grant. I don't recall if there was an understanding or something that they inked that said, we're coming on via a grant. There is no, guarantee of permanent. I don't remember what we did, but the same concern that we had with the last grant, I still carry forward to this grant because of the ramifications of the grant we got when I first came onto council and had to lay off 50 folks, that there's the understanding that under certain criterias of economic impact, that those brought on in a grant scenario would not sue the city should they, under that scenario, be laid off. And I can't remember if we did that with the last group or not. I do know we discussed it, but that is something, those sorts of things concern me. So I'd like to have some level of assurance that we have something, an understanding with these new recruits. Should those economic conditions and factors require us to do layoffs across the city, that the city doesn't get sued.
So I will tell you, I'll respond to both ends of that. The last grant, and by that I mean the one that I mentioned in the fall 2019, did have that conversation with the recruits when we brought them on. So they were aware of that. And part of the reason why we limited it to 8 was the concern that you expressed, which is if we had to lay off, could we? And with the attrition rate that we have, we could absorb 8 positions basically in 4 to 6 months. So it was less of a concern that we would actually have to lay anybody off. We could just absorb them through attrition. As City Manager Thornley mentioned, this SAFER grant does not even require that we maintain those staffing levels. So we can use that attrition, the expected attrition, if we needed to reduce our staffing without having layoffs. But there would certainly be full disclosure bringing these people on in terms of you're coming on under a SAFER grant. These are the terms of that grant. You need to be aware of that before you accept this position.
Chief, I just want to say, and Councilwoman Jordan, thank you so much for bringing this up. I think you're really hitting the mark with some of the biggest concerns, because I will never forget, and I can't remember, we had just gotten on to council after that. And I just remember that it was a really, really challenging time. And we all know it's very hard to take away something. And it certainly creates a lot of waves throughout the community when that happens. And this is sort of one of those where the last thing you want to do is get rid of any public safety, because obviously the thought is the more the better. But at the same time, so Chief Cochran, I guess I'm wondering, and maybe this is a city manager question, under that premises, can they be classified as sort of a temporary workforce, or are they brought on as a full-time FTE?
Well, they're FTEs, but they're grant funded FTEs. And so when the grant runs out, the position runs out.
Okay. So that has to be super crystal clear, for one. And I think, I just have the same concerns that Councilwoman Jordan does. And then I would say in that audit, again, to, really paying attention to a lot of that overtime and looking, why that happens and what happens. Because, those are one of those items that are cost controllables. We know that in business too, right? And so you have to be really, really cognizant of that. And obviously, I do worry about it, but I also believe that, we should have the best fire service possible. So at the same time, and I hope that as we move forward, and I've been very vocal about this, getting other things in play, because we do have the ability to do that, whether that's automatic aid and things, and who knows, maybe one day consolidation, probably not why I'm alive or any of you guys are alive. But I mean, I really think, looking at the bigger picture, because we are growing so fast. And now more than ever, people want to be here. They want to be away from New York and California and these cities, and they really are coming here, and it creates challenges. So that's the other reason I think, having this grant at this time could be beneficial at the same time. But I just want to be clear, because Councilwoman Jordan hit it on the head. I just remember it was really unfortunate, and there were a lot of people. I'll never forget, we heard those stories. There was a firefighter's wife that came in, gave public comment, and she was in tears because he had to be laid off. It was a terrible situation. So anyway, okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar, and we've got to get back on track. So I'm going to ask everyone to keep this short so we can move on.
Well, hopefully we are on track, but anyway, I just wanted to say this. We have massive retirements about to happen. We have to have people that are ready to go to fill those positions. It's just what has to be. We're not even addressing overtime. We're not even addressing fixing Station 19. I mean, all we're doing is getting people ready to fill those slots, so the slots aren't empty for a year. I mean, to me, that's just proper planning. We should be doing a recruitment now, regardless, even if we didn't have the SAFER grant, because we know people are going to retire. So my recommendation is to max it out right now, the 20. I'm all for it. I would immediately come back to us on the next council meeting and ask for more. And I would, so it's properly agendized, and I would seek out to amend your grant request, say you've done further evaluation and we need whatever number the council comes up with, because all we're doing is filling a hole. We are not getting ahead. We are not going to be addressing that overtime issue. And I don't think you can be held accountable when you have 10 people leaving and you slotted in 10 people. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. You have the same exact overtime. We have not addressed it. So I'll leave it at that. I really hope, Mr. Manager, that that's what you do, is you put it right back on the agenda and ask us for our opinion again, because I would support a bigger number because of situation we're in. And I'll just add this. I saw this happen with the State Department of Wildlife. Okay. They had massive retirements. It took them like 15 years to recover in terms of training, experience, you know, those people that have institutional knowledge, just gone. I mean, literally shredded the Department of Wildlife of long-lasting effects, 15 years. We do not want to do that. We should be doing this advanced planning, however we can get there. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Madam Mayor?
Go right ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, you know, I mean, I think there's two ways to look at this, and I think we're not looking at it the other way. When I said I think it's too good to be true, it maybe is. You know, yeah, we have deficiencies, we're behind, but we really need to marry it up to the budgetary forecasts. I mean, one of our top goal is our structural financial, deficiencies, and then also moving to 5-year budgeting. And under the information provided here, if we're at 266 now, and next FY we're at 286, we need, I believe, a solid financial projection that at the termination of this grant, 3 years, the budget, the general fund growth or management through this overtime can absorb that. Because while we can say, oh, we can deal with attrition or, succession, we really cannot be managing the city, governing the city, a growing city, an expanding city on saying we're going to contract a service area. That's really, in my view, terrible governance. So I think that while, we've got to make a decision Friday and get it in, I think it needs to come back for the manager to show us forecasts that if we get this, how the budget looks to absorb these totally at year 3. Because I think we cannot be a city that's, contracting on this critical service level while we're expanding our footprint and our fire demands in a changing climate environment. So while I'll support it now, I'm a little concerned that we just have not gotten enough prudent fiscal discussion. We're looking too much at the staffing and not as much at the forecasting on the fiscal. That's my thinking.
Okay, Councilman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll be quick. And I know we've got an academy that goes in, I think, next month. So there's 16 headed in there. So then this is an additional 20. I too have some hesitations like Councilwoman Breckus does, that I need a little more sort of big picture. And maybe that comes at our strategic planning from our city manager to better understand. All I can liken this discussion to, this is such a big number, and we've sat in budget and debated for an hour over $50,000 for the seniors. And here we are at this huge number that we're just going to kind of go, all right, go forward and conquer. I'm not saying I'm not going to support this today, because I desperately want 19 open all the way. So, but I need some more information as well to understand. And I would need an assurance that within a year to 18 months, that Station 19 would be fully staffed and open for me to get there today. So I don't know if that's what you're saying, Chief Cochran, that is the case, that is what your goal is, or it might be what your goal is.
No, I can confirm that, and I think the city manager wants to comment, but the only caveat that I would put on my assurance that it will be open is that we don't have the grant yet. We're applying for it, so it needs to be approved.
I know we might be getting ahead of our skis a little bit on this one, but we've been
but
very
if it's
successful.
approved, yeah.
Okay.
If it's approved, that I can pledge to you that will happen.
Okay, go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I think I fall closer to Councilmember Dewar's thoughts on this than maybe some of my other colleagues. I want us to be fiscally responsible. There's no doubt that one of the things that I want us to do is head towards, a balanced budget every year. And I'm interested in some of the concepts that Councilmember Breckus is offering. But at the end of the day, we have people who are being injured. We have fires that are occurring. The fires are increasing intensity and frequency. And at the end, I simply believe that we are not addressing a long-term structural deficit in our full-time employees in the fire service. I love that we have 16 in now. We're going to bring in 20 new faces. That to me says 36 new faces. But if that does not reduce our overtime budget and it doesn't open 19, I will not be appreciative of that as we go forward. So I appreciate the hard work that's gone into this. Go forth and conquer. Let's figure out a way to address this again in the next budget discussions.
Madam Mayor, if I might, before the group moves
Yes,
on.
please. Thank you.
I do want to assure everyone, the fire chief and I are not operating in a vacuum here. Ms. Lochner and her intrepid team have, of course, examined this and weighed in, and I feel confident that were we to bring her over in this moment, she would support pursuing this grant and for this volume of people. One of the things we are going to talk about in the budget process this year is a long-term plan for staffing, facilities, and service delivery, and this, of course, falls sort of right into all three of those things. And Councilmember Breckus's comments are, of course, right in terms of projecting growth and revenue and making sure that we're building a sustainable model for service delivery, and that is an area where historically we've not done the best job, and that's one of those things that we're focused on right now as a staff, and we're working on building an executable plan to bring to you that will set us up for success over the long term.
Okay, any other questions? Seeing that there are none, I'm calling for the question.
I'll move to approve the application for up to 20 new firefighters from the FEMA grants.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, thank you.
Good. Thank you all.
Madam Mayor, with that, transitioning to item D4, this is a resolution concerning the City of Reno 2021 Special Assessment District Number 2. At this time, we will be moving over Arlo Stockham. Additionally, we do have the applicant's representative, Josh Hicks, available for questions as well.
Okay, fantastic. Do we have any public comment on this item, Madam Clerk?
Madam Mayor, we do not.
Okay, great. With that being said, then Arlo, you get the floor.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, council members. For the record, Arlo Stockham, Acting Assistant Manager. We have Debbie Lochner. If we could bring her over, she's also available to help and cover any more detailed questions. I'm going to share a screen here. Bear with me for a moment. So here in front of you today is the proposed Stonegate Special Assessment District. Let's get you on full screen. Let me know if this isn't working. I assume it is. Little bit of history here. You know, an SAD for Stonegate has been discussed since their zoning approval. It doesn't affect the development that's approved out there. It's really a financing decision. Back in 2018, staff initially met with the developer to discuss this framework, received a proposal in August of 2018, and then in early 2019, council approved a deposit and reimbursement agreement that effectively has the developer paying for all the processing costs to evaluate the package. I want to spend just a couple minutes on what these are because we don't have a lot of these in the city of Reno. The only one is up in Somerset. Washoe County has two similar special assessment districts in the southern part of the county, but they're much more commonly used in southern Nevada and in other states. They go by various names. Essentially what the agreement would do is lay out how certain infrastructure is constructed, in this case, water and sewer infrastructure, and we would be reimbursed through the issuance of a bond. This is different than our standard special assessment districts that we use for street improvements or the downtown business improvement district, in that the bonds are paid from assessments to the properties, and it's not a city obligation. Essentially, the property is put up as collateral, and I can speak a little more to the financial safeguards later in the presentation. We do have a master plan policy specific to these assessment districts. And it basically has 4 criteria under which they'll be reviewed: a tangible benefit to the community, consistency with the master plan, consistency with priority initiatives in the master plan, and then consistency with the guidelines for special assessment districts. The staff report goes into considerable detail on that analysis, both with the policies and with the SAD guidelines. I'll fairly briefly summarize them for you here today. The primary benefit is really affordability. This type of financing significantly reduces borrowing costs for the infrastructure for development. In this case, market rates are currently in the 7 to 10% range, whereby the rates for this type of bond is about 5%. So over the life of payments, that would result in construction costs being somewhere between $16 and $42 million less than they would otherwise be. It enables lower cost housing to be provided due to those lower construction costs. In terms of the policy analysis, this is generally consistent, or is consistent with applicable master plan policies. Related to housing, related to growth tiers, related to funding mechanisms, and to ensuring that development pays for the cost of necessary infrastructure for growth. It also helps implement, doesn't fully implement, but helps 2 master plan policy priority initiatives, the targeted affordable and workforce housing strategy, and pursuing opportunities to increase flexibility and tools for infrastructure and services. I also want to point out that the regional strategy for housing affordability does note this as one of the many strategies that local governments here in Northern Nevada can use to help with our housing affordability challenges. The city special assessment district guidelines do allow deviations with a finding of best interest. This proposal conforms with all of the guidelines. There are 2 where deviations are proposed for good cause. One is bonds exceeding $25 million and a duration exceeding 20 years. Really, the benefit of both of those is further cost savings, further affordability, and reduced processing costs compared to breaking this into a greater number of SADs at that $25 million range. And 20-year bonds just, it's a little bit unusual that that's part of the guideline. There was, I understand, a prior state law that limited these to 20 years. That's been amended to allow 30 years, and 30-year bonds are much more marketable. So really, both of these deviations further support affordability with the caveat that we need key protections so there's no significant financial risk to the city. And that's what your finance director has been working on with the developers for quite some time. Those protections. So the protections, there are several layers. I'm not here today to say there's 0 risk to the city, but it's a very limited risk due to these protections. The first is essentially the collateral. Before any of the funded improvements are made, land value needs to be 1.5 times the value of the bond. And that, in this case, is essentially the limiting factor for the size of the bond. And then the probably larger safeguard is post-development value. Once these improvements are made, needs to be 3.5 times the size of the bond. And this proposal significantly exceeds that. So just at a very basic level, the property is worth significantly more than the bonds would be issued for, and that's the collateral. Once the improvements are in, 3.5 times. On top of those safeguards, there are really 2 additional ones. There's a 10% reserve fund that's set up upon issuance That's kind of the first level. If there's some delinquency or something goes wrong, there's 10% right up front to cover that. In addition, there's a 1 year of capitalized interest established up front. And the developer does pay for all the administrative costs through these bonds. So that's really the safeguard. In the unlikely event there's a default and foreclosure, again, the value to lien ratios ensure that the property values will exceed that amount. So if there's a failure to pay, within 60 days, the city gives notice of sale to the property. And this is where, in all likelihood, a third party would step in because paying off the bonds, the property's worth more than that. If that doesn't work, the property is sold at a public sale for the amount due. And if no one bids on it, again, highly unlikely, then the property would become city property. We're going down the rabbit hole of what happens in a very unlikely what if scenario, but this is how the process would work. So ultimately, the city could sell the property and the amounts received would be credited to the assessment district. And then the purchaser of the property could request a deed upon payment for delinquencies. So kind of those multiple levels of protection is what gave our finance team a comfort level that the financial risk to the city is negligible. Again, this is not a debt of the city. It's not a general obligation type bond. It's a little bit different in that respect. Assuming this gets approved, what's the role of the city? Again, paid for by the developer, reviewing and establishing the districts, billings and collections. Reapportionment, that's where you split the payments as properties are subdivided, and monitoring. In recent years, quite a few years, almost 20 years, special assessment districts in Reno have been managed by a third party. So with that, staff is recommending approval of this because of the benefits towards housing affordability and the protections in place for the city. We have become aware in recent discussions that the developer is willing to offer up some additional public improvement money as part of this package. I'll let them present that, and that concludes my presentation. Get my slide down off the screen. I believe
All right.
Josh Hicks will be presenting for the applicant.
Okay. Josh, take it away. Floor is yours.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the council. It's nice to see everybody this afternoon. For the record, I'm Josh Hicks. I'm an attorney with McDonald Carano, and we represent the Hines Ranch Land Development Company, and that is the developer of the Stonegate project. So we're very pleased to be here today. You heard Arlo talk about some of the time that it's taken to get here, and that has been fairly extensive and not for without cause. It's been over 2.5 years since this process started. We've gone through quite a bit with the city to make sure the city was comfortable with the SAD and how it was going to be set forth. I'd like to thank Mr. Stockham for his presentation today, and the staff report was quite thorough and really covered a lot of what can actually be a complicated, but in some ways is actually a relatively simple concept of financing infrastructure at a lower rate through a partnership between the city and a developer. So one thing that I'll say became evident through this lengthy process is that this type of mechanism, this kind of type of tool is very valuable. It can do a lot. It's referenced in your master plan, as you know. It keeps costs down. It helps with affordable housing projects. And it's certainly envisioned to be a big part of what happens out at Stonegate, both on the district that's before you and future districts as well. So as we were going through and thinking about this, having conversations with staff, having conversations with council, we really realized that this is more than just a simple district. This really is a long-term partnership between a developer and the city. And we started thinking about how we can recognize that, how we can bring some benefit to the city to this as well, and what the city's needs might be. So with that said, the developer would like to make an offer for future special assessment districts. It's not related to this one because this one is before you on the agenda and it's set forth. But there's two things the developer would like to do going forward on this project in the future. And both of these relate to providing land and funding to help build a community facility on the Stonegate property. So there'd be two parts to what we're talking about in the future. First part would be a dedication of land of approximately 4 acres, which we're viewing as about the appropriate size for a community facility. That would be provided to the city in a rough graded fashion, the utilities subbed in, and the roadway access in place. So that would be a valuable piece of land for the city to put a community facility on it. And the community facility, when I say that, we kind of intentionally leave that up to the city about what the city might want to see there. So we would anticipate working with staff, coming up with something that's going to make sense for the Stonegate project, as well as for the North Valley's residents as well. So that land would be part of the process, and we would also pledge $2.5 million in a future special assessment district issuance to help build that. And we'll work with the city on the timing of when that is appropriate. But our initial thought is that the time when that should happen is probably when you have enough of a critical mass of residents up there that you actually have enough of a community to justify the facility. And that would most likely be around, we're thinking around the 1,700 residents kind of level. That's the same number when the fire station will be built out of the Stonegate project. But of course, we're willing to work with the city and the city staff to figure out whatever works best in that. I should say we're not looking to obligate the city to build a community facility if something else seems better. That just seemed to be the idea that we were thinking made the most sense. So with that said, as I mentioned, we view this as a partnership. These special assessment districts have been used in Reno. This is a bigger use of them than we've seen in the past, and we think that's a very good thing. And we think that will really help with this project and potentially other projects down the road. We want to be a good corporate citizen and a good partner with the city. So with that, I did want to put that on the record. We would certainly work with staff. As I mentioned, it's not on this agenda item, but we'd work with your staff to bring something back to you at a future date, but along the lines of what I had set forth. So with that, again, I just want to thank the staff. I want to thank the council. There's been a lot of discussions through this process, and I think we're on a way to a long and fruitful partnership, and we're very excited about the community that's going to be going in at Stonegate.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Hicks. I appreciate that. Okay, do we have any more comments from staff on this before we weigh in for questions? No, and I think, oh, go ahead. Go ahead, Arlo.
On this offer that's been put on the table, we did review it over the last couple days. The key thing, staff thinks it's very positive. The key consideration which Mr. Hicks put on the record here is we want to make sure that doesn't obligate the city to future funding of anything. It's to start a discussion. It's a wonderful contribution, but the remaining construction costs and operating costs are going to have to be worked out. So I just wanted to clarify that from our perspective.
Okay, thanks, Arlo. Appreciate it. Okay, I'm going to open it up for questions if you don't mind. And Mr. Hicks, my first question to you is, what made you decide or your development decide to use this tool, this mechanism?
Thank you, Mayor. This has been planned, as I mentioned earlier, for several years to try to do this. These special assessment districts have been allowed legislatively for well over 25 years, I think. It was a bipartisan bill that was put in place, and it's been a tool for local governments ever since then. They've been used, as Arlo mentioned, in Reno, Somerset most recently. They're much more commonly used in Southern Nevada. And the bottom line is that they let you build the public infrastructure or publicly owned facilities at a significantly lower interest rate than if you had to go out onto the market. So it keeps those costs down, which allows the end product at the development to be sold at a price that corresponds with that. Without it, you have to finance everything at a higher interest rate. You've got to find ways to shave off that money in other areas. So it makes projects more affordable. It lets you do more things with a project. And, some of the things that are planned for Stonegate are quite amazing. The main roadway in, separated lanes, separate pedestrian and bike walkways, pedestrian and vehicle access from the homes to the commercial area. Those kind of things allow for a much more unique and vibrant community plan. So it's always been part of the plan for Stonegate to use this, and that's why.
Okay, I asked that because I don't remember that when we did hear this project, that was one of the tools, and maybe that was brought up, but I didn't hear it. So I'm curious to know why you want to use it. The other thing is, how does the developer sort of get reimbursed to use this tool? Because doesn't that cost actually usually come on to the homeowner?
That's correct. It's paid. The bonds are paid off over 30 years by assessments on the property owners. So that could be the homeowner. For a lot of the first phase, the assessments will be paid by Stonegate because it's their property. So it's paid by the property owners.
Okay. And when that happens, is there a disclosure that is required or that is submitted to the buyer at the time of purchase of the home?
Yes, they're made aware of the assessments.
Is that by law?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I just wanted to make sure. I think that's really essential when we're using these kinds of tools. Okay. With that being said, and Mickey, please stop me if we're going over, because I probably went over 3 minutes. I don't know, but yell at me, guys. Okay, go ahead. Councilwoman Dewar, I'm going to start with you, and then we'll just keep going around. Councilwoman Jargon, you'll be next.
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks for coming forward and working so hard on this plan. Here's a couple of my questions. I've heard in your presentation, you referred to a second, I'll call it tranche for lack of a better word, a second round. But when we talked to Debbie Lochner, our CFO, she said the maximum you could acquire at this point was 36 million. And I don't know at what point can you acquire another 36 million or more. I mean, we're at 36 million. She said that's a limit. Where's this second tranche come in? Either Debbie or Josh.
Sure, I'd be happy to take a crack, and then Debbie can fill in any blanks. But ultimately, the city guidelines talk about the lien to value ratios. So you can apply if you can meet those ratios. So it really just depends on where you are in the project, what parts of the project you're working on, how the appraisals work out. And as long as you meet those, you can apply at those stages.
So what you're saying is as the value of the property goes up, you sort of it's like a home equity. As you build equity in your home, you could refinance and get money out. I mean, in other words, where maybe you couldn't in the beginning because you only have so much in or so much down. Let me move on to another question. So we had a slide from Arlo. It said we could save, we being you, could save $16 to $44 million over the life of this loan, life of this financing. And I've asked you this question before, but I think it's good to get it on the record. That's an average, let's just say it's an average of $30 million. And what I've asked you, and I feel still I don't quite understand, is where does that $30 million go? So before you answer, let me give you an example. In my business, if I was able to save $30 million, even over a life of 30 years, I would do one of two things, maybe three. One, I would reinvest it in my business. Two, I would maybe have a higher earning that year. And you have said it'll go to housing affordability. So what I want to understand is how does this $30 million that you could offset by using our bonding authority, how does that translate into housing affordability?
Thank you, Councilmember Dewar. I think probably the easiest way to look at it and the way we look at it is that's not, that's $30 million of costs that can be avoided that would otherwise need to be taken out of the project somewhere else. So that's the way we look at it. If it's $30 million more in interest that the project needs to pay to some bank somewhere, that's $30 million that is going to it's going to be passed on either in the form of cutting expenses somewhere or increased prices to property owners down the road.
Well, and I guess I'll wrap up. The mayor asked an important question. I asked you this question earlier, and that is that where did you come up with the decision to use the tool? And you said, and I quote again, it was always part of the plan. But to the mayor's point, it was never told to us that this was part of the plan. We were asked to do a development approval, and we did a thorough analysis. I supported it, okay, after like 10 meetings, understanding where you were going, how you were doing it. But what I don't understand, I never heard in those I'll just wrap up. I never heard in those meetings, oh, and by the way, we're going to ask you to come help support this project financially. So I'll wait to my second round. I mean, you can answer if you want. I mean, it's basically a similar question to the mayor's. When did this become part of your plan? You said right at the beginning, I never heard it. So I'll just leave it at that.
Sure. And council member, I would just respond to that briefly by saying, like I'd mentioned, we've been in discussions with city staff for 2.5+ years on this. And the SAD is not part of the land use planning piece. It comes after that. So it has been part of the plan, and it has been extensively discussed with city staff for quite some time.
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your presentation on this, and to staff for yours as well. This is a tool that I know has been used in other jurisdictions and was used, although I don't think in the same exact way for Somerset. And I may want staff to, for those that maybe recall the way in which Somerset's was used. I recall that, and again, that was before me, it being used slightly differently. So I don't know if there's any institutional recollection of the comparisons and contrasts, but the question I have is back to the affordability component. The line that can be drawn, and I think Councilwoman Dewar, her line of questioning was spot on with understanding that, how this translates, because obviously we have a serious issue with the need for affordable housing. How this sort of assistance with this sort of financing tool, how does that translate on a per unit cost? In other words, you don't get it, it would be a $300,000 house. You do get this, it would be a $280,000. You know, I don't know what that, and I know numbers change, and I know construction costs can change and all of that. I'm just trying to better understand that. And then on this last sort of public facility discussion, that's kind of coming at the last moments here on this deal. I'm trying to understand, other than the land, the dedication of the land for a public facility, I'm trying to understand what you're offering aside from the land. Is you're offering to construct something with our money, or you're not offering to construct something with our money? I'm trying to understand the construction, forget the operations part, that's a whole nother discussion. I'm trying to understand what the give is. I'm not understanding that quite.
Thank you, Councilmember Jordan. I'll just to make that clear, there's the land component, which also consists of getting the lot ready to go. So it's not just raw land. It is land to the city, which has a significant value in and of itself. And then there would be $2.5 million, which would go to the city to help build that. And that would be part of a future special assessment district that's already planned. We would roll that into that piece of it, so that the city would receive the funds through that process. And then the city would, and this would be a couple years down the road by the time this happens. So the city's got some time to plan how to identify additional funding in order to build this to whatever the city wants to build it to. It doesn't cost the city, it won't cost the city anything is the bottom line on that piece for this to accept this pledge.
Okay. Councilwoman Jordan, do you have another question?
I did have another question, and I'm trying to understand. I'm trying to play out the worst case scenarios, which you've kind of trickled them, Arlo. You've kind of laid it out. Highly unlikely, but I don't think any of us thought we'd be in a global pandemic for a year either. So I'm trying to understand worst case scenarios, and let's get to that worst case scenario of it all goes south and we are holding land that somebody doesn't want to pay the value of the obligation that it sits with. Is there any personal guarantees that then kick in to help? I mean, I'm trying to understand what then happens. We're left with a bunch of raw land that we hope at some future date gets developed and at our cost to develop. I'm kind of confused. I'm trying to understand that worst case scenario.
And then Arlo, after you are done answering that question, that will be the end of your time. Councilmember Jordan will move on.
Thanks, Ashley.
At the very worst case scenario, the city ends up with the property that we could sell on the market. Remember that this will be funding infrastructure, so it would be partly improved property, and the lien to value ratios in our SAD guidelines really go a long way to assure that the property is worth considerably more than the bond amount. So it's highly unlikely it would get to that point. It's much more likely that private industry would step in because it would be the security's worth a lot more than what is owed. I would note that there, in addition to the 3 here in Northern Nevada, we identified at least 19 of these in place in Southern Nevada, and there have been no defaults, even through the Great Recession and the real crash in housing costs there. Debbie can elaborate, but I know they spent considerable time making sure the risk to the city was as close to zero as possible.
Arlo, just to dovetail off of Councilwoman Jordan's question, can you tell me this? What about, would this affect our bond rating if they were?
No, it would not.
It would not affect our bond rating?
The security is purely the property. It's just like, well, not exactly like, but similar to buying a house, where you mortgage the house, and if you don't make your payment, the bank ends up with the house. It's similar to that, except the lien to value ratios are greater.
Okay, and
just to elaborate, can I elaborate on that? So this is not it's not backed by any city revenue source at all. It is strictly paid by the assessments on the property. So it does not affect the city's bond rating. There is no geo backing or any guarantees that we're going to make the payments on this. That is really the assessments that do that. Oh, you're muted, Ms. Mayor.
Sorry, I would just ask Mr. Hicks, has your client used this tool before? Because I know he's done other development projects.
$1 billion. Yes, they have on other projects and they've had no issues with it.
Okay. All right. Councilwoman Breckus, I see you raising your hand. I'll make sure I get to everyone. So go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
Thank you. I'll start with what Ms. Jordan was saying is worst case scenario. So we get the land. And, it's different, but in terms of getting land to pay debt, that's what we've been doing along the retract corridor. And it's been a lot of work. We sell the land, we hold the land, we're looking at the land, we're, monitoring the land. I just don't know why we want to be in the, claim land business if a debt goes bad, to then sell the land to relieve the debt. But that's how I see it. I'm looking for parallels in what we've dealt with before. But along those lines, we have a 10% reserve, which is our protection, our fiscal prudency. What's our reserve on the event center's bonds that have now expired because of economic conditions?
So I don't know exactly what the percentage is. Typically on a bond reserve, you have it to be at least your maximum annual debt service sitting in reserve at a minimum. And there's usually a three-pronged test of what that needs to be in your reserves. And that goal gets put into the bond documents. But at a minimum, your largest annual payment would be your reserve. And that sometimes happens in the latter years. So your reserve oftentimes is larger than maybe what you owe that particular year because your actual maximum debt service is in one of the out years.
Well, I mean, on the event center bonds, we're in the early years of a refi and we've run through the reserves. Cabela's, we've run through the reserves. So when financial people come up and tell me, oh, we've got these reserves, I look across the landscape and see reserves that have been exhausted. And when they're exhausted, different things happen. And with this one, you have to go seize land. But I'm going to put aside the whole idea of another assessment or so on. I think it's not really fair to the council to throw things up here on a complex deal and have us evaluate those and staff say, you know, we're over here on this. You know, I just don't see it a negotiated point. I really, and then there's the operational conditions of that offer, which I don't think we're prepared to discuss. But where is it inked on affordability? I'm stuck on that also. I want to know if Somerset has, you know, 5,000 homes that we've got deed restriction or community land trust on 10 or 15% if we're going to bank these people. That's what I'm seeing. And in lieu of that, which I do not see, you know, I accept Mr. Hicks's, well, you know, it helps the project with this overall cost burden, but that overall cost burden could be going to profit and guaranteeing a profit. It's not guaranteeing the public benefit that we struggle with day in and day out is, you know, having an affordable, you know, affordability for people, even if it comes with subsidy. And I think it should come with subsidy if we're going to put public investment into something. And in lieu of that, I'm tilted over here because I'm seeing the cost burden high to the people who take out these mortgages. Their mortgages are going to be not only, you know, their mortgage rate, they're going to have a homeowners association. We always see homeowners associations in this greenfield development. And then, you know, year in and year out, they're going to be paying these infrastructure costs that the developer loaded onto them because his project is not putting those up front himself. So I'm seeing a different way of looking at it. I'm seeing a less affordable product come on. Do you have a response to that, Mr. Stockham? I know.
Narlo, just to note, while you answer that question, Councilmember Reckes, that is the end of your 3 minutes.
That is my concern because if the homeowner, now you are taxing them, how could it possibly be more affordable? That's sort of where I have the stickiness here.
There's a couple questions wrapped in here. To the deed restricted affordability, no, there's not a guarantee in this proposal that it will for sure be deed restricted to a certain level. However, the construction costs are going to be roughly $6,000 less per home. So if we don't do this, they're going to need to sell it for a higher price in order to pay it off. So that's kind of, you know, developers around the country, but especially here, have been really struggling with the rising cost of land, the rising cost of labor, and the rising cost of materials. And it's created a situation where people can't afford to bring on affordable or even moderate cost housing without some form of government subsidy. And there's just not enough of that subsidy to go around to satisfy the need. The development product up in Stonegate, I think it's often characterized as that missing middle. It's not down in the $200,000 range, but it's well under $500,000, which is pretty affordable these days. So it enables a more affordable product. It does not guarantee it.
Maybe
if I could add.
Could I just ask my colleagues who live in Somerset, you have HOA dues? And then does this paying for that parkway, is that a bill you pay every year too? Or every month?
Yeah, I'll answer since I live there and so does Councilmember Jordan. You pay it monthly or you pay it off, right? So it was for the infrastructure related to Somerset, large chunks of it. And every home had it assessed against it, and you paid it on a monthly basis. I think it might have been $79 a month, could have been a little more than that until it's paid off. And it runs with the house. So if I was the first owner, but I didn't quite pay it off, the next owner is going to pick up with it and carry it till its conclusion.
Okay, thank you. And under this, we go for 30 years versus 20 years.
Madam Mayor, if I can jump in, I have not yet done my first round. I guess I want to start maybe even before the SAD. I think I have been someone who's been fairly critical and have not really been able to get my head around it until very recently. And I start to think about it in this way. Number one, we all agree that we're in a massive housing crisis. We do not have enough units of housing to meet the need of the 50,000 or so people who are expected to move here in the next several years. Our real estate market is absolutely out of control. And ultimately, we're supposed to be building somewhere between 4,000 and 6,000 homes a year to keep up with demand. There's a big period of time where we weren't doing that. Now we're paying the price for that in across all sectors of affordability. So in that regard, that is the frame of mind for which I come at this problem. The second thing is, and I think it was a small part of Mr. Stockham's presentation, but very important to my thoughts about this, and that is I reviewed the Housing for Our Future report that was produced in 2019. It was a massive undertaking by a lot of stakeholders, and in that document, it revealed that one of the key things that a local jurisdiction like ours, which has some very limited tools in the toolbox to address affordability, could deploy were SADs. That means that it's been looked at, it's been turned over. I think about it in those terms. So all of those things are informing my thoughts about this today. Also, and I'm going to run through a bunch of them because I'll probably have to get into the second round, but if the risk to the city is near zero, it's been vetted by Ms. Lochner and her team. I serve on the financial advisory board. They have vetted it and understood its implications and not raised concerns about it. In fact, have seen the utility of its use. I think that is also something that weighs in favor of moving forward with this kind of a tool. The last thing I will say is simply this, and it's a part of a conversation we had this morning. The easy places to build are gone. So this particular project, although I was not on the council when it was approved, and I know it came with some controversy, is like 5,000 homes related to the earlier thing that I've talked about, which is the need for more homes across the entire region. There just are no more places. You can't build here because it's a flood zone. You can't build there because it's next to a mountain. You can't build here because it's a ridgeline. We don't want you to build here because it's in the North Valleys. At some point in time, we have to acknowledge that we are, creating some of our own problems as far as how we allow housing stock to be increased in this community. So again, those are my initial thoughts on this round. Thank you so much for letting me say my piece.
Okay, thank you. All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
All right, thank you. I wanted to pick up where Mr. Hicks left off, and I want to give him a compliment because I told him a lot of my issues earlier. And what it was really about is he's called this a partnership. And what I want to understand is, what does this partnership look like? What a partnership is, usually it's something for you, something for me, something for them, something for us. And so my question to him, and then he went to work. They rolled up their sleeves over the weekend. They're trying to think about what could they offer the city that would be a benefit to the city. And here's what I am thinking. I am thinking, both my colleagues, Councilwoman Jordan and Breckus, brought up this issue. How do we assure affordability? So the things that I'm looking for is not a community center. What I am looking for is, as Councilwoman Breckus alluded to, a deed restriction for affordability. I want to know that we did something special for you, and in return, you have helped us get to one of our greatest strategic goals. So that to me is a partnership. Or there's a number of conditions in this permit: building a fire station, buying an ambulance, fixing Virginia Street, widening it at a certain point. What I would think part of the partnership would be is reinvest it in the project and bring on these infrastructure things earlier, rather than later. The fire station at 500 homes instead of 1250. The road so that people have less congestion going out 395. And to effectuate a partnership, I think we also have a tool that I've also supported, which is a development agreement. We've said it's a way of saying you get this and we get that. And it's very structured and we all know what we're going into. What makes me uncomfortable with this one is we got 30 million and it could be $40 million that I don't understand goes to making something less. Or you even said, if we don't get it, then you told me we might get concrete instead of a nicely manicured project, or we might get something that doesn't look as nice. But I would say those niceties, the LID, are all built into your permit now. And I think you've made commitments to that. So I want to tell you this, if it was me today, I feel like it is too vague. I understand the vetting's been done, the tools there. We're at a magic moment right now. We have a moment to develop a good partnership and address either affordability clearly, concretely, or we have an ability to address infrastructure coming on sooner that's for community benefit, not just this project, like not just the water for this project, not just the sewer for this project, but other commitments you've already made. So you don't have, you can answer, I mean, that's fine. But I thought it would be good at this moment to just say where my mind is. It's not that I'm opposed. I wonder about Southern Nevada. What are the partnership opportunities down there? Do they just say, city just says, here's some money and you can use our bond rating and we don't need anything back? How are those structured? Maybe that is what they do, or maybe they require some kind of commitment to affordability or some kind of a commitment to infrastructure. So I'll stop talking. You can address it, but that's just where my brain is right now. That's for Mr. Hicks or Mr. Stockham, whoever.
I did just want to clarify one thing. This doesn't affect our bond rating.
No, I got that. I heard that.
From what we've seen in Southern Nevada, really just about all the jurisdictions down there, all the major jurisdictions use this fairly routinely as an infrastructure financing tool to help reduce the costs. And as in California, you know, a range of states, most states use a tool similar to this.
I got that. I just wanted to know, do they ever have another part to that? Like if we use the tool, then there's a something?
I didn't see any of that in my research, no.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus, I think you had your hand up.
Madam Mayor, Madam Mayor,
yeah.
I haven't gotten to go through the first round. Could you please call on me, please?
Yes, can you guys do?
I will defer, I will,
That's fine, but I need you guys to do me a favor and put your hand, raise your hand on the screen. Let's start using that because it's really hard to jump around and it's not intentional in any way, Councilwoman Weber. So go ahead. Councilwoman Breckus is referred to you.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you, Councilwoman Breckus. I just wanted to comment on some of the questions that have been asked by my colleagues, and that is, we've not heard about this. Seems really strange to me, but and I'm going to read out of our staff report because I think it's important that the public hears that we first heard about this on February 13th, 2019. And that was one of my first conversations, or the first time I got to represent Ward 4 in this conversation when it was completely about this topic. And so I'm going to read this. Council adopted a resolution to allow the city to enter into the deposit and reimbursement agreement and accept a deposit in the amount of $150,000 with Hines Ranch Land Company, LLC developer. The deposit is to be used to cover city costs related to exploring possible creation and financing of a proposed special assessment district. The city has expended over $120,000 in appraisal services, assessment engineering services, and legal services to further this request. Once council approved this agreement, the developer worked diligently to complete the petition and application for the city to work to create a development and financing agreement that outlines how construction will proceed along with the financing and reimbursement process. So to say that we haven't talked about this, maybe I misunderstood, but we talked about it then, and then on March 26, 2019, we actually voted on it. So I just wanted to make that comment. And I would also like to ask Arlo if he could just quickly repeat his statement about affordability and why this project is, you know, with materials, construction costs, that sort of thing. If you could repeat that again, please.
Yes, costs are a great challenge to everyone these days. Land is more expensive, labor is more expensive and hard to find, and materials are more expensive. Assuming kind of the average of the interest savings, this would reduce the cost of development by about $6,000 per house. While we don't have a deed restriction here, they would not need that $6,000 additional in a sales price to break even or make whatever margin they need to make to move forward. So it helps with project enablement. It helps with reducing costs to facilitate more affordable products. And that's really the tangible benefit.
Thank you so much. And I just appreciate that, your comments. And we do need affordable housing, and this is a way to get there without having contingencies or other items added onto this, because that cuts the cost or expends the cost, makes it much more expensive. So thank you.
Arlo, when was this project approved? It seems like forever ago. When was it exactly?
Stonegate?
I don't have that in front of me. Perhaps Josh does. It was before I started here with the city.
And I believe it was before Councilman Weber was there. Am I right?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. So I want to make it clear, when you came in, this was not proposed as a tool. So I want to, because I would have remembered. So I just want to make that clear. So when we talk about that we haven't heard it before, we didn't hear it originally when this project came in. So I want people to understand that, because I think that would have been an interesting part of the story. I think there's relationships here that I think work, right, to use these tools. So I'm not saying that. And I think, you know, these are further conversations because, and I'll tell you why, because I've heard of other developers wanting to come in for these SADs. With that being said, what happens then, Arlo, if we have other developers that come in and honestly, maybe something is more infill, or what happens if we had more SADs come in? I want to kind of know, what does that look like for the city? Does that put us at more risk? What happens when that happens? Because I could see this tool being effective in these kinds of markets where products are much higher, you know, like you talk about, right? So tell me about that.
And any future proposal would have to stand on its own merits and have its own security and meet its own lean to value ratios. I would add, if based on this discussion, council desires to change our requirements related to SADs, we do have our guidelines, and I'd recommend amending those guidelines if we'd like to add additional criteria or things. But in essence, everything stands on its own, kind of like a bank making a loan for a mortgage.
Okay, all right.
They have their own security.
Okay, all right, go ahead, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, that's interesting about the guidelines, because this doesn't meet the guidelines. So, you know, in a way, if this is approved, it would argue for, you know, liberalizing the guidelines, not going more strict. And I do think there's a question of, you know, how we deploy this. I appreciate Mr. Reese's point of view that, you know, housing supply is very key and important. But, you know, we've got 25 acres of land right here downtown that is so vacant and so, primed with infrastructure there already that is within our tier where our master plan, our growth tiers, where our master plan says we're going to get our affordable housing, but we're reaching way out here. And when I look at Exhibit C, it looks like all the infrastructure we're paying for is potable water, potable water, potable water, water transmission main, water main extension. It seems to me that we're not in any way helping affordability. We're helping problem issues inherent in the project, which are it's so far out. It needs all of this infrastructure that maybe other properties don't. So how is it helping affordability if it's just taking it to a baseline of other properties that are already served with the infrastructure, like a ranchero or a Park Lane or some of the downtown stuff? So I don't really see how it helps with affordability. I think it helps with, the problems that the project has, which it has very expensive infrastructure costs to it. So that's part of my problem also is, if we're waiving the guidelines, it's the further out tier problem, and really we're just banking on it to get it infrastructure that it doesn't have. That's not helping affordability. That's helping the project's bottom line.
Okay, go ahead. Anyone?
Madam
Anyone?
Mayor.
We're going to wrap it up, and then I'm going to send it to Vice Mayor to make a motion.
Madam
Devin,
Mayor,
did
I
you?
have
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you. Look, all of these questions are very good ones. I think this is the kind of robust conversation that we weren't able to have when this first came, and it has created lots of opportunities for those continued conversations. I suppose I continue to believe that given where we are, that we should be rooting for this project's success. It was already annexed, approved, all those things happened. And so I'm not willing to just keep holding against it the sort of the historical baggage that it came with, because that horse has already left the barn, so to speak. So I want to see a project like this and developers who are local, who have a beautiful vision for what could be built there. It does include product types that I believe would add value to our community. It is a bit far removed from Reno and it has its own issues, but I'm rooting for their success. And if this is the tool and a no risk to the city tool, I kind of liken it to the fact that we've allowed St. Mary's and charter schools, and I think The Rock and a whole bunch of other people to kind of glom onto our name to get better financing. It seemed to me this is another example of that. Given there is no risk to us, why wouldn't we want to allow them to be successful? Now, I will say that, the concept of a community center and the prepared dirt and the dollars, I think is great, and the partnership is obviously a two-way street. Mr. Hicks, you and your family have lived here for generations. I think we are all trying to improve Reno. Perhaps the key thing that is missing that has been suggested by the group today, and I'll throw it out there without an expectation that we'll nail it down, is maybe as opposed to deed restrictions as to affordable housing, maybe what needs to happen is a $4 or $5 or $6 million contribution to our affordable housing trust, which we discussed at the very beginning of this meeting, because maybe that is the better way to assure that we are getting something for the give, or I think is how it's phrased. Bottom line is, I think this is a valuable tool. It is a tool that was recognized by our working groups that have evaluated it as one of the tools that communities can use. And I'm willing to use that tool under these circumstances. Obviously, there were a few more nits and details to be worked out, but in general, favorable.
Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, just real quick. I am very impressed by Councilmember Reese's concept, because that exactly gets at the issue. And I will say I'm not there today, but I could get there, whether it's this round or next round, with something like that, that really says partnership and really speaks to affordable housing, which is our biggest thing. And so I'll just leave it there, and I won't take up any more to airtime, but I think he is on to something, a way to parse this and get what we all need. So there you go. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know we've all posed some difficult questions and scenarios, and a lot of the answers have given me levels of comfort, but there's still some hanging chads out there that I think I'm trying to understand, one, what the next steps are, and how maybe some of these questions, comments, concerns might be, if we move forward today, might be answered at a future point. While I also fully understand the absolute emergency housing crisis that we are in, and also the fact that particularly these larger projects, the realities is that cities play a part in their going vertical, in their going, getting out of the ground and getting going in some form or fashion. I'm not naive to that fact. And you know, Somerset is, I think, a good example of a beautifully planned community that used a similar, if not identical tool. I don't think I got that question totally answered if they're exactly the same, to develop this master plan community. And it's a fantastic one for sure. I think there's some questions that need to be answered, but I'm also not naive that some of these larger projects are going to need our help to reach a goal, which is to produce housing of all ilks in all areas to meet the demand that isn't going to wane. Any projections are showing for, I don't know, 5-10 years or more. So I guess my biggest question, that was more commentary than question, what is the next steps? I mean, what if we say, okay, barring some of these questions, what happens next?
Debbie, maybe can you cover that one?
Yes, so from the agreement that is in front of you is for the public infrastructure that would be refunded through a bond and paid for with assessments, is how that would be constructed and reimbursed to the developer from bond proceeds. So really the next step would be to come back to council with a resolution of intent to issue the bonds, and then followed by the bond ordinances. And during that period of time, we have to form the district and do the legal work as well. So it's parallel processes that would happen, but that's really what needs to happen. Is the next is forming the district, and then district has to be formed before I can issue bonds, because that's the entity that is paying for them.
Okay, so from here to issuing a bond, one, what is that timeline? And two, can we, for lack of a better term, pull the plug up and until that point, should some information come to light that says, wait, hang on, this doesn't look like it's the tool we want to deploy at this point. Do we have that opportunity up until the bond issuance to pull the plug?
Yes. So there are, when I issue a bond, there are 3 touches of council. First is a sales resolution, a resolution of the council that says go forth and issue a bond or bring us back the bond ordinance. So the next council action is to approve a bond ordinance. You do a first reading and a second reading. So there's at least a minimum of 3 council meetings just to issue the bond. Also for the formation of the district, I'm sure there is a legal issue, and maybe our legal team can help me with that. But overall, that it also requires another approval by council for the formation of the actual district. So there's several council meetings we have to come back as we go through the process where you can make those decisions as well.
2 months, 3 months, 6 months, and we don't have an obligation to the, I'll call them the applicant, I don't know what to call it, because that they're not going to say, well, we expended all these dollars and now because you pulled the plug at the 11th hour, we're on the hook.
So the deposit and reimbursement agreement that we already approved essentially says no, they can't come back and we're not obligated to actually do this. This was for us to do the work to get it forward. to move it forward to the point where we are right now. But there's no obligation that the council approve any of the items we bring forward from this point on.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor.
Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
You know, I really like certainty in our procedures, and I know that, you know, these other 3 touches, but to me, those are really implementation of the intent. Today, the resolution goes, and that's the big one. I don't think it's really fair even to the applicant to, you know, pull that out unless something very much changes. But I want to state my understanding, and that is that if the council issues these bonds, all work in this project, getting the houses up to certificate of occupancy, including to that construction down to the infrastructure, is all under the prevailing wage laws of the state of Nevada. Thank you.
One of the things I wanted to ask Arlo, because I thought you said it does not meet the criteria that we have when we do use this tool. What is it not?
The criteria starts with a provision that says deviation from these are allowed with I believe the wording is demonstration of benefit. The 2 where they're proposing deviations are our guidelines. There's actually a typo in there, but they say bonds should not exceed $25 million. And these do exceed $25 million based on the lien to value. They also say they should not exceed 20 years in duration, and these are 30 years. The benefits therein are further affordability and reduced implementation costs. If we, for example, reduce this down to 25 million, essentially it's the same administration cost, but a lesser savings on the development costs. And the 20-year bonds, Debbie could elaborate, that's kind of an anomaly that is not commonly used these days and would also result in higher assessments to each property. So the finance team primarily relied on the lien to value ratios and all the other protections and felt that deviating from those 2 items was justified in this case.
Okay. Because I think it can be a valuable tool, but I do think, to Councilman Reese's point, you know, a community benefit needs to be in there now more than ever. We've got to try to stabilize, you know, the market in some capacity as the city as much as we can, but we also have to provide housing of all types, not just affordable housing. I mean, it really does, economics prove that. You're not just building affordable all over your city or elaborate housing. I mean, think about that. If all we build were multi-million-dollar homes, you'd only have millionaires living here. And that's not an equitable community either, right? I think these tools can be really, really beneficial. I'd like to see it a little bit structured better in the sense to create, because I am concerned about, you know, when that cost does go on, because really it's essentially a tax for those residents. And so when we talk about affordability, I don't know if that's really the proper way to get there. So I'd like to see something before I'm comfortable in supporting this that makes this tool a little bit more fair, because I think Councilwoman Breckus brought up a good point. And to me, you know, choosing land where you knew might have been more difficult to develop in. And so now you've got these infrastructure issues and you've got to put money into that, right, as well. So, you know, I do think there's some way there, and that can help the developer, but does it help the homeowner, right? And so I think we're trying to get the equity there, so the equality there. So I'm trying to figure out, you know, what the best way is to do that. I think we can use this tool successfully, for sure, and I think that they're important. And I think Councilwoman Jordan made a good point. You know, you're not naive to the point that we've got to look at things like this to make projects work, right? I mean, it's a tough landscape. So I like the tool. I'm just a little concerned on what that does to the homeowner and how that actually passes on to them. Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Weber. I'm going to send it to you. You're going to make a motion.
I'm not ready to make a motion, but I want to make a comment.
Okay, go right ahead.
I've served on the Regional Planning Governing Board, which we have members that have served as well. for 14 years now. And in those 14 years, everybody knew that growth was going to the north. And I just don't understand how you can approve a project and someone's coming back in to help make their project better, help using this as a tool for the affordable housing part of it. And then we want to put on all these conditions.
No one's putting on any conditions, Bonnie.
No, please call me council member, please.
Okay, Vice Mayor Weber, okay? No one's putting on any conditions. I want to make that clear.
Can I finish?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I just think that we're not looking at the big picture. As you've all voted on and moved forward with Stonegate, they have the ability to ask for this as a tool. Now, why can't we look at it as a tool and it's a benefit to our community? We know growth is going to the north. We know that Stonegate is out further and there's other developers coming in out in the North Valleys. And this isn't really North Valleys, it's beyond the North Valleys, which is still the North Valleys, but in Cold Springs. And there is no other major properties in this area off of 395. So, and there's other proposed benefits or other developers coming in as well. This is a great project. They're asking for this tool to be used. And we're all saying, well, this is a great thing. Let's do it. Let's make it a great thing. And we can do it right now. And I would like to make the motion. If I could, Madam Mayor.
All right, and also I would ask everyone respect each other's opinion, okay? Everyone can agree to disagree. I felt like that was really inappropriate. So when we're calling out, please call me by my title, okay? So at this point, we're gonna do a reset and everyone is going to understand that we are going to agree to disagree and we're not going to act in that manner. Okay.
Madam Mayor, I cannot believe you're saying that, but thank you very much. I apologize.
I am saying,
I
am
apologize because
I am. So, okay, go ahead, make your motion, Councilwoman Weber.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'm going to move to adopt the resolution and approve the form of development and financing agreement.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, motion dies. I'm going to ask, I would like to get there. So I want to sort of be able to get a motion to get there. I think there are ways to do this and make this tool effective. And that was what my original point was before Councilwoman Weber was offended. So Councilwoman Reese, why don't you try to get us there?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I think given the comments raised by my colleagues, I do think there is a lot of positive momentum here for the use of this as a tool with this particular project. I appreciate the developer, the work that they've done. I appreciate Mr. Hicks and the work that he and his staff have taken to get us to this point. And so in that vein, my motion will be to continue this matter for 30 days, in which time I would ask staff to work with the developer to come back with a development agreement that addresses the concerns that have been raised today by the council. I believe the development agreement tool would allow us to get there. So my motion is for a continuance with staff direction to help us in the next 30 days to bridge the gap.
Okay, thank you.
Second.
So I have a motion and a second. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah, I think that, well, first of all, those guidelines were never adopted. Okay, so they were draft. And I think that, at the time, and everyone can go back when we deliberated those guidelines, we can look at it. And we juggled. We said, do we, want to adopt the guidelines or let one come in and see how it works about? And at this point, I think one's come in and we should revisit the guidelines and have adopted guidelines. Because on the one hand, We have people, myself included, are saying, you know, if we're going to use this, what are we getting? Where are we getting? So that is not in the guidelines, how to rate who comes in, who gets to. Secondly, we've got staff over here saying the guidelines are too hard. We think you should deviate over here. So I think it's really not time to go with these folks. I think it's time to spend some time. I think it is time to spend some time thinking about this tool a little bit more. I think it's played out, illustrated itself enough that we realize we have a very serious tool here. We understand how it would play out, but I think we need to revisit the guidelines and think about the public policy. I don't think it's right to go forward with this group, so I will not support the motion at this point. Thanks.
Okay. And I think this can be a very valuable tool, but I think it's really important that we all understand what that is, what it does, or what it can do, so that we're using it in the right way, because I do think it can be very, very beneficial. So, so I will support this motion. Go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you very much. And thank you for everybody for all of your work on this. I know that this has been years in the works, and I appreciate, and none of these projects and processes are particularly easy, and people get very passionate, and I'm just trying to see, I'm supportive of this motion. I'm just trying to understand if Ms. Lochner in this process, so as not to delay, it sounds as if there might be some interest in moving forward with some potential modifications, that we're not delaying it further while we do the work that Councilman Reese has suggested. I just don't know if there's dual lanes that we can run while we continue this for 30 days. I don't know if that's out of bounds on the motion, or if, because that was my question about, can we pull the plug at any point up until the issuance of the bond? With a 30-day continuance, are we stopping all work on this until we vet that completely, or can we run both lanes down the freeway, and if it doesn't come to fruition in 30 days, it doesn't? I guess that was probably towards Arlo.
Under this motion, we would recommend not proceeding to the next steps with the SAD, but instead spending the month working with the applicant to address some of the concerns raised.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate that clarity. Thank you.
And in fairness to Councilmember Jordan, I probably would have supported a motion that said, let's move forward, but before the next second reading, the third reading, the whatever, we would figure out all these things. So I would not be offended by my colleague who is suggesting this process is a little bit off the rails. And in some ways it's because it's so important, and because we all have thoughts and ideas about it. So my motion was just a path forward. I do think that you are suggesting an alternative path forward, which I would also support, Councilmember Jordan. So if ultimately your idea is better than mine, it's only because it was inartful in the rendering. It's not that I don't want to do that thing. I think we can get behind this developer using this tool at this time, but we're like at the 1 yard line trying to get home, and I don't want to be a barrier to their success or your idea either. So I would be happy to withdraw my my motion if yours is the one that the council would prefer to go down.
Well, I guess my question is this to Ms. Lochner or Mr. Stockham. What is the second reading parameters, and what's the timeline in which you have to do the second reading?
There is no second reading at this point. The next step would be bringing forward a resolution of intent to issue the bonds. And then after that, we bring you the bond ordinance.
And I was using that tool or that word in quotation marks. I didn't really mean it was.
And there's not
a
a strict parameter on that timeline for that. I'm trying to keep the train moving while addressing our issues at the same time. Because it's been such a long time in process, and I know it got kicked a month ago because of some presentation stuff. So I'm trying to keep things moving. However, Councilman Reese would like to modify his motion or move forward, I'm fully supportive. I think we're heading in the right direction. Just trying to keep it moving.
And just to clarify, staff can make it work either way, whatever the direction is.
Okay.
Seconder, can I chime in?
Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Okay. All right, thanks. I liked your motion, Councilmember Reese, because here's why. Our staff are very stressed. And I would like them to spend all their time figuring this out so that in 30 days, we could actually make a decision and move on rather than this person working on this person working on that. I just want them to put all their energy, figure this out, get an agreement, in principle, and then bring it to us as a full package. I'm sure that 30 days is not, it better not be the beginning or end of this project because, that would lend itself to interpreting instability. So I loved your motion. That's why I seconded it. I'm not too excited about sending staff in multiple directions. That's just my feeling, but.
Understand. And in fairness, Mr. Hicks, do you have anything to offer, given your central importance in the discussion?
Thank you, Councilmember Reese, for that question. Obviously, given how long of a process this has been, how thorough the staff report is and the staff recommendation, we would very much like to see this moving forward. And what our commitment would be is as this moves forward, we've been listening, we've heard the concerns. We brought forth the idea of a community center out of a thought that was a win-win for everybody. If that's not the right type of thing to talk about, we will spend the time needed to figure out what that is. But we'd very much like to see this going forward, and you would have our good faith commitment to work with staff and everybody else to get this to a place that will work for everybody.
One of the challenges is that staff reports are due, it's a huge turnaround. 30 days is really 2 weeks. And that's one of the biggest challenges is just having our staff work this level of hard with you, work out the details, come up with a draft agreement or whatever it looks like, and then get it into a staff agenda so that the world can see it, so that we're being transparent. So I don't know.
Councilman Dewar, let's move on. So Councilman Reese, where are you at? Original motion, you want to rescind your motion? What do you want to do?
Madam Mayor, I am trying to do what the body would want to do. I think there is a second motion that I could make, which would be moving to approve with direction to staff to work with the applicant, meaning I am willing to do that. But Madam Mayor, I want to do what is best for this body. And so I'm wanting to do that with your help.
Okay. So then
I will withdraw my original motion and make this motion. If it fails, then we can go to the second motion. So my motion would be to, like I said, it would be to move to approve with direction to staff to work with the applicant based on the conversations we've had today.
Okay, so I have a motion from Councilman Reese, and I have a second. Okay, and then discussion, Councilman Breckus.
Yeah, I think the motion is overly vague. When we hear on complex things, particularly new ground, and I bring this up because I'm dealing with an issue in Ward 1, a development issue that was very complex, a lot of, hanging out there sort of things. And it really brought home to me the vagueness of how things are structured that have long-term consequences. And this we know is going out 30 years. So I think when we say make a motion that says on the comments said here today, I don't think that's a good practice on something that's treading new water like this. I'm not supporting the motion. I think that it's very flawed. Conceptually, the public benefit is not met. It's profit oriented. It's private. It's directed privately to the project developer. And I think it's inequitable across the board. We have people who are doing a lot of development in this community, helping with partnerships to bring product to the market. And they're not in line asking for these right now. And so I think it's not a good practice for the council to, on unadopted guidelines, move forward. I think we need to rethink of our public policy in this ask. Thank you.
Okay, Councilwoman Dewar.
I'll just say I'm disappointed with the change in the motion because I really wanted to get behind this and with some certainty and move forward in a positive direction. And I'm not ready to vote on this to say approve, but work on it at the same time. I think you lose all of your leverage, all of your, both parties coming to the table in a fair way, you know, with, I want this and I want that. And I think it works against making a good deal for our citizens and for the developer. And so that's why I'm uncomfortable now. And so I just wanted to let people know that. I liked the first motion. I was excited that we would move together, come up with something really good for everyone. And just saying, I'm going to vote yes, but I don't know what the answer is going to be on the back end is not where I hoped we would be. So.
All right, and I would say this, I really would like to see the community benefit because I don't know exactly what that is. I know that you mentioned, Mr. Hicks, that it's a community center, but who pays for that? What does that look like? Like, I still think that that's kind of out there and sort of, what is this? And then the other thing I would say, and I know you guys were on our agenda and that was our fault, that I think we had to, you know, obviously push the date back, and you guys have been wanting to do this for a long time. I understand that. But I also would say it's very common when people come to council or projects come to council that sometimes this might not be your first bite at the apple. And I will say when a developer says, oh, we need to go now, it also does cause me to have some concern at times. So that's, for me, it's uncertain exactly what that community benefit is, what it looks like. But I think it could be a really, really good tool. Definitely not against using it. I just don't think that this is truly ready for prime time for everyone to feel comfortable with it. So I'm not going to support it either. Anyway, so I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries.
I'm opposed.
Okay, I'm opposed. All right, moving on.
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
I just
you
like
can call me Hillary, Bonnie.
Pardon?
You can call me Hillary. You don't always have to call me Mayor.
But I like to call you Madam Mayor. And I just want to apologize. I didn't mean to offend anyone. I apologize to our staff and to the council because I didn't intend to.
No, I didn't take it as that. I just think we get fired up and passionate, and there's good things and there's bad things, and we all get passionate, right? And I didn't mean to call you Bonnie. I just know you personally as the Bonnie that we love and adore, right? So sometimes that happens, and I might call you, and I think I even called Devin today, Devin. So sometimes, you guys, if I don't use your titles, I apologize. It's not out of anything that that I was realizing I was doing. So I will try to be better at calling you by council member names and being a little bit more formal. But sometimes we have relationships with each other. And when I get on the phone with you, I don't call you, oh, Councilwoman Jordan, how are you doing today? It just doesn't seem very normal to me. So that might come out inadvertently. So it wasn't my intent to do that either. So anyway, okay, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wonder about the path forward. So Mr. Reese's motion said that we would approve this with some next steps, but also coming back. So maybe he could just lay out what he sees that we just passed, so I understand what our staff are supposed to do in this interim. And when is the interim? Like, when's the next visit to us where they're going to show what they're going to do?
Mr. Stockham, I'm going to leave some of that to you to explain, but for my part, mine was an acknowledgement of moving forward with the various procedural and necessary bond components that Ms. Lochner spoke about, but also understanding that the applicant has made a commitment to work with our staff to figure out the things that we have all created as important touchstones. Affordability, maybe it's a housing trust contribution, whatever it is, I assume the staff will do that. And this is going to come back to us, I don't know, 2-3 more times to vote on another thing, as I understood it from Ms. Lochner and Mr. Stockham. Mr. Stockham, have I missed the mark?
No, that was my understanding. Our finance team will move forward towards the resolution of intent to establish the district. Concurrently, we'll work with the applicant. I've heard a strong interest in some type of contribution that helps with housing affordability directly, perhaps as an alternative to the community center. So that's my understanding of where we're going.
And certainly, Mr. Stockham, I may not vote when it comes back the second time for it to continue forward if those conditions have not been, or the staff is not happy with the check-ins and the staff has not been able to achieve the goals of this body. I am by no means committing to a blood oath that we will sign these things. I hope people understand that, and the applicant certainly should be aware, given the closeness of the vote and the way the conversation has gone.
That's why I asked the question, which is that if it doesn't come back pretty soon, then when it comes to the next vote, I want to be there. But if it comes to the next vote and we don't have this figured out pretty quick, maybe it's not 30 days, but maybe it's 6 weeks, then that's going to, I don't want people to be going down the path, spending a lot of money, getting their hopes up, but the deal isn't good for the council. And it might be Councilmember Reese, it might be Councilwoman Jordan that think the deal is not good for the council. So anyone has not pledged themselves to 2 more votes positive, you know, in this story. And I want to make sure we're all nodding. I see lots of nodding. It has to be a good deal for the people that are moving in the houses and for the council, or they're not going to get a second vote, and there's not going to be a expectation of that, and they can't hold us accountable if they don't come forward. So thank you.
All right, Madam Clerk.
All right, Madam Mayor, with that, moving on to item F1. This is an ordinance adoption to be read by the city attorney.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Madam Mayor, this is ordinance adoption, ordinance number 6590, case number LDC 21-00027, 5935 West Ranger Road, zoning map amendment. Ordinance to amend Title 18, Chapter 18.02 of the Reno Municipal Code, entitled Zoning, Rezoning of plus or minus 2.91 acre site, generally located south of the Panther Drive and West Ranger Road intersection, and north, excuse me, north of the terminus of Copperleaf Drive, from large lot residential, 1 acre minimum, large minimum lot size, to single-family residential, 4,000 square foot minimum lot size, together with matters which pertain to or are necessarily connected therewith. Ward 4.
All right, great. Go ahead, Vice. I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay, moving on. Right back at you, Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Moving on to item G11, appointment to the Financial Advisory Board. Councilmember Reese is the liaison to this.
I am, but I don't know that my staff assistant has provided me with the name, so I apologize. Usually what happens is the members vet the candidates, and they have a very exacting requirement for specific kinds of qualifications. And I don't believe that they shared with me which name they believed was appropriate.
Councilmember Reese, I can circle back that information because I do believe they did provide that, but I will make sure that that gets to you because I'm not sure if it came all the way back around. My understanding.
Let's just see what you can find from our staff administrator for that, and we'll come back to it. If we can get to it today, that'd be great.
Yes, my understanding, I can fill you in now and then you can ponder on it if you'd like. The Financial Advisory Board met on February 4th and they recommended John Briscoe and Jillian Keller to...
Okay, I'll move to appoint John Briscoe and Jillian Keller.
Okay, I've got a motion.
Second.
Do I have a second? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Okay.
Council, next one is G12, appointment to the Access Advisory Committee. Madam Mayor, you are the liaison to this board.
Okay, great. Thank you so much. So I'm super fortunate. I'm sure Councilwoman Breckus knows this. This is one of those boards where everyone stays on, they stay committed, and we have some incredible people. One of my all-time favorites, Tim Helian, is phenomenal. Mark Tatter is phenomenal. And then Alana Warren. So can I get a motion for those three?
So moved.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed, motion carries unanimously. Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Okay, back at you.
G13, appointment to the Building Enterprise Fund. This is Councilmember Dewar's liaison role.
Right. Thank you so much. I think I think it's hard for me to say, but I think that you all know that I've gone through a family death, and I was unable to focus on anything but the things that I had to get done on the time agenda. So I was not able to complete the interviews, and so I'm going to ask for continuance, and that's where I'm at. So I'm just being real.
Okay, do you need a motion to continue, Madam Clerk?
No, I believe that just based off this direction, we can take no action and we will bring it back on April 10th. So that will give Councilmember Dewar a little bit more time.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay,
then, okay, thank you guys.
And then oh, no, go ahead.
And then on G14, what we are doing is we are reevaluating the bylaws and also the ordinance under which the arts and culture is established. So we've got almost a full house. We've got one position open at this time. I've talked to the person on reappointment. Unfortunately, we are making very good progress, but we are not there yet. So I'm going to hold on this as well. And that's where we are. But we're almost there. Have a meeting again in a day or so with our attorney. So thank you.
Okay, we will bring this one back on April 10th as well. The last board appointment is for the Ward 5 opening for the Reno City Planning Commission. It should be noted per NRS, this is a council manager appointment with, manager appointment with council ratification. And our resolution states that the manager will work with the ward member experiencing the vacancy. So at this point, I will turn over to City Manager Thornley to identify. Should be noted for the record, Madam Mayor, we did receive 5 comments of public comment for various support and opposition of applications in front of you today.
Okay, thank you very much. So I guess I'm going to send it over to Mr. Thornley.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. In my conversations with the council member from the 5th Ward, she would like JD Draculich appointed to this body.
Okay, so Councilwoman Jordan, then I think, do you have to make a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. Good job. Nice. And that was, everyone be supportive. Okay, go ahead.
Madam Mayor, moving on to item H1, updates from council members on boards and commissions.
All right, any updates? No, seeing that there are none, we're gonna move on.
All right, at this time, council, we will be recessing until your 6 p.m. public hearing, which is Stan Lucas Mortensen Ranch to come back. This item was continued from February 10th at time and date certain. We do have public comment to get to when we come back via voicemail. So at this time, we will recess and reconvene at 6 p.m.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, everyone. Try to get some food and get a little bit of walking around. Get your body moving. All right, bye.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I hear you.
Okay.
All right, Madam Mayor. You are ready. You can call your meeting back to order at this time.
Okay, at this time, I am calling the meeting back to order, and we will now open the public hearing. Madam Secretary, or Madam Clerk, was proper notice given? Any correspondence received?
Madam Mayor, proper notice was given on this item and correspondence was received. We received one letter of support, 56 letters of opposition, and 15 letters of concern. Should be noted for the record, these are items that were received before 4 p.m. yesterday, the business day preceding the meeting. These have been submitted to council. There are additional comments that will be included in general closing comment. Those have also been submitted to council and are part of the record. Additionally, Madam Mayor, we do have 3 voicemails that we will listen to now.
Okay, sounds good. And then after that, I will have Carl Hall read the agenda item.
Hello, Mayor, Honorable City Clerk, and council members. I am a constituent of Ward 5, living in the Somerset community and reside on Cold Creek Trail in the Cliff. I'm calling to voice concern and oppose the current proposal for the San Lucas project citing non-compliance to specific MGOD guidelines and the handbook. MGOD, page 1808, semicolon 228, requires that the project evaluate the cumulative impacts of development. This project was earlier reviewed by the City Planning Commission and staff, but there have been subsequent revisions to the plan since that earlier review. These recent changes include not only emergency access through the cliffs, for which easements have not been secured, but also changes to lot layouts, including an entirely new Corton Street and associated new grading changes. These lot configuration changes are present in Exhibit B, but not in Exhibit G. The plan is remanded back to council. These incremental changes were not part of the proposal that was submitted and subsequently rejected and merit full review and study prior to approval. 2, MGOD, page 18.08, semicolon 229, requires that the project minimize impacts on prominent ridgelines, view sheds, canyons, and visually prominent outcroppings. The latest proposal submitted after the previous proposal was remanded back to council by Judge Draculich. Includes the removal of homes on ridgeline near the Sierra Canyon development. The ridgeline adjacent to the cliff, development phase 5, is similarly close in proximity and carries the same negative impact. The 15-plus structures planned for this ridge will require significant ridge alteration, including cut and fill on slopes that exceed MGOD standards. We ask that council implement an equitable resolution to what has been done with the Sierra Canyon Ridge and request that the lots proposed on that ridge be relocated elsewhere in the development, and similarly recommend that they should not be relocated within 400 feet of the shared boundary within the Somerset PUD. Upon reviewing the agenda packet and supporting documents for the March 10th meeting, I have concerns with regards to development within open space based on the City of Reno Community Development Map. The proposed plan, phase 5 and 8, extends north and west of that clearly into areas designated as open space per Exhibit G. Open space boundaries must be respected and development be removed or relocated from these quote-unquote green areas. The City of Reno Community Development Map on the official city website is relevant here. I purchased my home on this information and expected that I was purchasing a lot with significant open space to the northwest of my property. This forms a basis of reliance on this public map, a map that now seems to be changing to accommodate phases 5 and 8 in direct conflict with the MGOD. I respect the fact that Mr. Lucas has the right to develop the Mortensen Ranch property, provided that it is in compliance with the MGOD. My objections are founded upon areas where the MGOD has not been followed, and I request the proposal not be approved until these issues are resolved. Thank you for your consideration. D. Kern.
Hello, this is Mashawn Eben with the Reno Sparks Indian Colony. I manage the Cultural Resource Program. Could you please play this recording for March 10th, 2021 City of Council meeting? This is for agenda item number C1. No, I'm sorry. Agenda item I1. I1, the Stan Lucas Mortensen Ranch development. I am been working with City of Reno staff, working great with the staff, but I did want to leave a comment. This area, this proposed area, where the Stan Lucas development is going to be, is proposed for, is highly past use of the Reno Sparks Indian Colony ancestors. And working with your staff, I have received a Class 1 literature search that was done by Couch Environmental. The findings were not only for high use area, but provided a lot of previously recorded sites, and that there is going to be a high probability that Native American cultural items will be unearthed during this proposed project, ground disturbing activity. I would still like to recommend that a pedestrian survey take place that would just be surveying the ground, and to give probably a historic properties treatment plan, how we can to have a plan to treat the cultural items that will be found or unearthed there. We would still like to, the Reno Sparks Indian Colony would like to work with Stan Lucas Mortensen Ranch developers to work this out. This is an important area. It's right between the Acacaibo, which is Peavine Mountain, and the Truckee River. And so this is going to be an area with high concentrations of Native American cultural resources. Thank you for allowing me to make this comment, and please contact me again. I'm working great with your staff that we can hopefully work this out. Thank you very much. Bye.
Hello, my name is Philip Fell. I am currently the chairman of the State of Nevada OHV Commission, and I'm calling for my own personal comments regarding the proposed development in what is known as the Cow Canyon OHV Trail and mountain bike trail area in Somerset. That is on your agenda to be discussed. I just wanted to make it known to the council that those of us in the mountain bike and the OHV community, we completely understand that private lands are going to be developed, and we'll be losing potential trails that we've been riding in the area for a very long time. I think it's important as we continue developing that we make provisions for trailhead access, for continued access into the areas of the public land, more specifically the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest area, which has a significant developed trail network. Over the last couple of years, the Nevada State OHV Commission has given some local user groups in excess of around $100,000 for improvements to the trail network and facilities in the Humboldt-Toyabe National Forest that's accessible from these developments. So I encourage the council to make provisions for OHV and mountain bike trail access when we're considering these developments, as a lot of state agencies are investing in the outdoor recreation needs of the city of Reno. We all need to work together to maintain access to our public spaces. Thank you for hearing me.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment on this item.
Okay, great. All right, then I'm going to send it over to Carl Hall, or there you go. Oh, I see you right there. Go ahead, Carl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Case number LDC 20-00003, San Lucas Mortensen Ranch. Based on the Second Judicial District Court case number CV 20-00253, the court vacated the City Council's decision to uphold the Planning Commission's denial of the San Lucas Mortensen Ranch tentative map and special use permit applications, and has remanded the case back to the City Council for further consideration consistent with the order. The case includes the appeal of the Planning Commission's decision to deny a request for a tentative map and special use permit request associated with San Lucas Mortensen Ranch. The request consists of 1, a tentative map for a 676 lot single-family residential subdivision, and 2, special use permits for A, grading that results in cuts greater than 20 feet in depth and fills greater than 10 feet in height, B, hillside development, and C, disturbance of major drainage ways. The plus or minus 955 acre site is located north of Highway 40 west and to the west of Del Webb Parkway, and has base zoning designations of single-family residential, 6,000 square feet, and open space with Mortensen Garson Overlay District. The site has master plan land use designations of single-family neighborhood and parks, greenways, and open space, and is within the Mortensen Garson Neighborhood Plan, Ward 5. Thank you.
Okay.
Madam Mayor, I have a question on this.
Go right ahead. Go ahead.
Oh, there he is. Mr. Hall, so this went to the Second District Court, and we got a ruling. And basically the ruling said, do this over. Is that correct?
Yes.
And it was Judge Draculich?
Correct.
Not to be confused with Judge Draculich from Municipal Court. I was surprised. I thought she didn't take Reno cases because her husband is one of our judges.
She took this one.
Okay, I thought in the past she hadn't. My other question is this done now? Are we still in litigation, or do you have to go back into her courtroom and say, well, this is what we did? Or how are you doing that? I mean,
yes, depending upon how the council rules today, then we would go back and there would either be further litigation in the event that the application was denied, or if it was approved, then there would be a stipulation for dismissal.
So she still has it under her guideline, her watch.
It would go back to Judge Draculich, yes.
Okay, I just wondered. I thought maybe, she signed an order and it was done, and then, pending outcome of this, then those other judicial reviews, just like any other case, follow. So I just want to, I appreciate that clarity that we're still under this judge's eyes. And so thank you for that clarification, because I didn't see it in the staff report. I appreciate it.
Okay, with that being said, I think at this time we're going to have a staff presentation, and then we are going to send it over to the appellant to give a 10-minute presentation. So I guess which staff member do we have?
Madam Mayor, at this time, we will be moving over Angela Foose as well as Jeff Borkart. Additionally, we have Bill McKean from the City Attorney's Office and Carl Hall and John Shipman to answer questions. After staff gives their presentation, we will then transition over to the applicant to give their 10-minute presentation as well.
Okay, sounds good. Hi, Angela.
Hi, good evening. Thank you. For the record, Angela Foose, Acting CD Director. Joining me for this presentation is Bill McKean from the Attorney's Office. We are going to do a joint presentation. Mr. McKean is going to start us off, and then I will end it, and then we'll open it up to questions after the applicant's presentation.
Make sure that everyone can hear me okay? Okay, good. Yes. Bill McKean for the record. And specifically to to council member, the question that was just raised by council member Breckus. Yeah, a remand is not considered a final order, so we are still sort of under the appeal through remand, and so once this goes back, then there could be a final decision in this case that would be appealable at that point. So just a little bit of history. This was way back more than a year ago, January of 2020. The City Council was reviewing an application, an appeal from the Planning Commission. The Planning Commission had denied the tentative map and special use permit applications. And one of the big issues that was debated at Planning Commission and by Council was whether the development plan requires a master plan change because where the lots would be located. And next slide, maybe. The existing zoning is shown in the MGOD ordinance, but it's shown sort of with these, what we call yellow and green blobs. It doesn't specifically show where the lots would be located. And one of the specific questions was whether the location of lots can be done through a special use permit tentative map application or whether it required a zoning change. So these are what I have. The images there are just what the existing zoning looks like in the MGOD ordinance and what the proposed zoning that was before the council was. And next slide, Angela. So the court acts as the Supreme Court does very similarly when the Supreme Court is reviewing a district court decision, and that is your findings of fact, the court defers to those. But the questions of law, that's where the court steps in and says, that the court is the arbiter on questions of law. Next slide. The question here about the zoning, for example, which was one of the specific issues, was we've got the MGOD ordinance, and it doesn't specifically say how the lots would be determined. But the MGOD, in that regard, has some ambiguity to it. In those circumstances, the judge ruled the city council properly looks at the underlying handbook under which what was the MGOD was based on for intent. And there, the MGOD handbook does specifically say that exact locations of zoning boundary lines will be defined with subsequent tentative map, special use permit, or parcel maps. So in the court's view, that would have been the appropriate thing to look at the handbook in that circumstance to see what the intent of the ordinance is. And so the sort of the big picture ruling from the court is that when the council makes findings under NRS 278-349, for example, which does have a conformity with zoning question, the council should properly look at the MGOD ordinance, and if that's unclear, look at the handbook to make sure the findings of fact are tied to requirements for this development.
Okay, thank you, Bill. So before I start the presentation, were there any more questions for legal staff?
No, go right ahead, Angela. Thanks.
Okay.
I'll ask a question, if I may. So, earlier today, we heard a PUD, a zone change, a tentative map, and some special use permits. And we were told that when we have a bundling of requests that go to the council, or bundling of requests in one action, development application, it goes up to us because we do PUD and zone maps. But the tentative map and the special use permit work is not our work. It's the Planning Commission's work. And when it was down before them, they said, and we embraced, we should do a master plan zoning. And the court, this judge has said, no, you don't need to do a master plan zoning. It's just tentatives and special use permits. So why isn't this back down at the Planning Commission? Because it's not going to bundle up to us in what we do.
Thank you, Commissioner, Councilmember Breckus. Yes, this was an appeal from the Planning Commission, right, of both those applications, which makes the City Council the final arbiter of those decisions. And because this has been remanded back to you, as Mr. Hall said, to sort of redo the hearing. That's why it's to you. So it came up from the Planning Commission, went to court, and has come back to you. So in that sense, you are deciding whether to affirm, deny, or modify the Planning Commission decision.
And did the Planning Commission adopt the tentatives and the special use permits?
The Planning Commission denied those.
Okay, so the appeal is, as it stands, the master plan zone is on those. We're putting on our Planning Commission hats and doing a new hearing as the Planning Commission would, looking at tentative map and special use permit hearings findings. Thank you.
And maybe I can add too that the court order specifically said that this has been remanded back to City Council. So this was not a staff decision to go back to City Council. This was specifically identified in the court order to go back to City Council to vote on again. Okay, well with that, I'm going to go ahead and just give you guys a quick overview. And we talked about this at the last hearing, but just to refresh your mind, because it has been a year. There's a lot of history on this property, and not just this property, but everything within the Mortenson-Garson Overlay District. So that is everything dealing with the Meridian development, the Santerra development that's going to come before you here shortly. So it is quite a swath of property that was included in this annexation back in 2001. At that time, there was a lawsuit. The city was involved, the county was involved, regional planning agency was involved. And it went to what we call the settlement agreement. And that was back in 2002. So what we have now is the product of a court decision that was made close to 20 years ago. And we have to live with that until that is changed. So as these properties are coming forth and they're developed, we are abiding by, again, what the court directed the city to do with that settlement agreement. So what we have now is a cap on how many units can be developed within this MGOD area. Within Planning Area 1, which is what we're talking about, the Stan Lucas case, they are capped at 676 units. That is a very odd number. It doesn't make a whole lot of sense why they didn't say 680 units or 675 units. But they specifically said no more than 676 units. So again, these are the limits that we are working within. So some of the key elements within the MGOD, and I did include a copy of the MGOD in your staff report. It was about the second or third attachment, so you didn't have to read all 800 pages to get to it. I'm going to highlight some of the key things. Ridge lines, grading, protection of open space, traffic, infrastructure. So while our zoning code has standards for all of those things, specific to anything developed in this geographic area is the MGOD standards. And again, it is above and beyond what code requires. So that is the standard that we're looking for today is, does this project meet those standards? Let's go through some of those so that you're made aware of what's included within that MGOD ordinance. Protection of significant ridge lines. There's a map, a very specific map included in the MGOD. And it identifies what is called the significant ridge lines. It doesn't identify every single ridge lines, just the ones that are called out as significant. And then there's also a narrative to say that if you're going to develop within any of these significant ridgeline areas, here's the specific standards that you have to live within. It does not prohibit development on ridgelines, and it does not prohibit development on significant ridgelines. I think we need to make that very clear for everyone to understand. What it does is it gives you basically three options. If you are going to develop on what is identified on this map, then you have the option to either A, develop within 45 feet of that ridgeline, B, to develop on that ridgeline, but make sure it's not a two-story home. It would be limited to a single-story home, and you have to have landscaping to help buffer the views. Or C, develop on that ridgeline, but make sure you have stepped architecture. So again, you design the house to meet some of the ridgeline grading. So just to be very clear, there are two ridgelines within the Stan Lucas development that are identified as significant, and they are here on that southern side of the development. There are, again, a number of different formations throughout this development, but the only ones that have been identified within the MGOD as significant are those two down here. Hillside development. Again, our code has a very robust section on how to develop on hillsides. Within the MGOD, it goes on to say you can develop on hillside properties, understanding that here's some of the general limitations that you have. They want you to try and encourage cluster development. Again, it doesn't require cluster development, it encourages cluster development. They want you to make sure and have open space buffers so that you're protecting existing development from new development. They want you to try and develop in less steep areas. But again, it doesn't prohibit development in steep areas. It just encourages you to develop in those less steep areas. And it does limit grading on certain areas. And that is, there's a couple existing residential developments surrounding the MGOT area that they have additional adjacency standards. None of those subdivisions are adjacent to Planning Area 1. So there are no specific standards about limiting grading adjacent to anything within the Stan Lucas development. Access and traffic. There are two main points of access into Stan Lucas. And that was identified, again, 20 years ago. Access easements were recorded. When West Meadows came in, they were conditioned to provide some notification to their future homeowners so that it's associated in the CC&Rs, and it identifies that there will be two means of access through West Meadows into the Stan Lucas development. It's also associated when you buy your house and you sign all the title paperwork. There's language included in that that lets people know that you're buying a house, understanding that if you were on one of these roads, again, these two roads that connects to Stan Lucas, that those roads have been approved. And what it does not allow is a primary access route to Somerset. And it very specifically says you cannot have a primary access route to Somerset. It does allow utility routes and secondary fire access routes. So the project has been designed according to, again, what those MGOT requirements state. So they do have one secondary fire access. They do have an existing access easement from Somerset, and that is what I'm going to call out as number 3 down here on the south. Parks and trails. They are required to put together a parks and trail plan. They are required to dedicate at least 3 acres to the city of Reno. Typically, in this day and age, we prefer not to have parks dedicated to the city because then we are responsible for maintaining them. But because it was required in the MGOD, they are required to dedicate that park to the city. And they also have an extensive trail plan, which does connect to other existing trails. There's a lot of existing OHV trails in this area. And so they've tried to utilize most of those existing trails and dirt roads as part of their trail plan. Public safety in schools. Through the MGOD, there's one 10-acre elementary school site, and that's identified in Planning Area 3, which is here in the blue star. And they've also identified a fire station site, and that is also within Planning Area 3. So what we have done is we've conditioned that they also pay that fire facility contribution fee. It's about $1,600 per house, and that would be paid at the time of building permit. So any project that comes forward in this general area, we've been adding that as a condition of approval. It is not required with the MGOD, but again, to help us figure out how we're going to pay for fire facilities, we've added this as a condition to all the developments that have come forth in this area. Just to acknowledge that the police impact fee as well, this is something that City Council approved last summer. It does apply to every single building permit. So it does also apply to this property. They are not exempt from that. They do have to pay a police impact fee when they come in for a building permit. So where we've been in the last year, the applicant has come forward and has proposed some concessions. And I wanted to highlight those concessions, and we'll let the applicant talk a little bit more about why they made those concessions. So here on the left is the original site plan, and on the right is the site plan with the proposed changes. So down here on the southern side, remember this is where we had those 2 significant ridge lines identified. They got rid of those homes that were on this significant ridge line, and they just reallocated them to within that general area. And I call it kind of a development blob that was shown on the original zoning map that's consistent with that geographic area. They got rid of all of these units that were shown on this ridge line. This was never identified as a significant ridge line, but it is a ridge line within the San Lucas development. We had conditioned that those units went away. And so they've agreed to that condition. And so all of those units have gone away. And then they've added an additional fire access road to the north. There was discussion during the Planning Commission meeting and the City Council meeting about concerns about wildfires and the fact that there's no development to the north of this site at this point, and concerns about how do we protect those houses to the north if the only way out is to the south. So it's not required. They are not required per the fire code to have that secondary fire access route, but they have proposed to put it in. It does tie into the Cliffs development. A year ago, the Cliffs development was under construction and people were not living in those homes yet. So here we are a year later and people are living in those homes. A number of those residents have reached out to you and to me as well with concerns about having a secondary fire access road. So just to acknowledge that will be required to be a gated fire access road and it cannot be a primary access route. Just generally overall, they've reduced the number of lots within the site plan by about 44 units. So again, the MGOT allows them to go up to 676. They're now proposing to go down to 632. They are getting rid of those 26 lots on that ridgeline. That was a condition, but again, this is something now for you guys to decide if that's appropriate or not. And then they've added that fire access road on the very north side. So that concludes my application and I will be available for questions.
Okay, great. Thanks, Angela. Appreciate it. Okay, at this time, I believe that we have the appellant here.
Are we gonna ask questions of staff first?
We certainly can. Usually we see the whole presentation and then we ask. So I think let's have him present and then we'll ask questions.
All right, Madam Mayor, at this time, we will move over Tom Gallagher. Angela, can you confirm for me additional representatives that we should be moving? The one I was looking for, I don't see is registered.
Yep, so Fred Altman and Mark Neufer are also with the applicant.
That's what I thought. However, I do not see either of them on our call.
Yeah, you're.
There they are.
Oh, they're
Here.
there with them. Okay, we've got everybody. Thank you.
We're all here in the same room.
All right, at
Gentlemen,
this time,
welcome, but you'll have to speak up. You're at the very back of the room.
But I get a little closer. Is that better?
Thank you.
You're welcome. So for the record, my name is Fred Altman. I'm with Altman Builders. I also have in the room here, I'll introduce in a few minutes. I want to thank you, Mayor and Council, for our presentation and our opportunity to give you some information I think that will be very helpful in your decision-making this evening. Angela, thank you very much for your presentation. It was very concise and very to the point and very easy to understand. So we really appreciate the time you spent on that. I know it was, it's been a long road. I want to introduce also some of our members here in our team. We have in the room that can answer questions that are related to engineering. We have Tom Gallagher, who's the president and owner of Summit Engineers. They've been working on this project for probably almost 20 years off and on. We have Steve Molliff, who is our counsel and our advisor. He's here to answer some legal questions if that might happen. And I have Mark Neufer, who is with Alta Consulting. He works with me in my office. He's the one that put most of the documents and stuff together over the long haul for the tentative map. And so he's also a good resource if we need him. I want to say that we also have the that are online and could be a source of information. Scott Estes, who is with Tumwa, can talk about the water and how we're getting water to Verdi, which is an important concept in this whole program. Paul Salegi, who is with Salegi Engineers, can answer questions about traffic. And we also have a few other people that have come to work with us lately on trail systems and the environmental systems and those kinds of things, and we can refer you to those. We're going to show you a few slides here as we go along, and hopefully we'll make this a fairly quick and fairly simplistic analysis. Angela, you covered most everything. I don't know that we need to get into the nuts and bolts of the project because you did such a good job with that. What I'm going to do is give a little history about what I call the ranch and a little of my background. I am the kind of lead guy, you might say, for Mr. Stan Lucas, who I represent. And the reason I'm working with Stan on this project, I've been with him for quite a few years on the in and outs of how this whole project has been evolving. I was with a couple of partners, the first owners after Mr. Mortensen decided to sell the ranch. So this was back in the year 2000, 2001. So I've been fairly involved with this project for what, 18 plus years. And then also both Steve Molliff and Tom Gallagher have been involved because they were the ones that were working with on the MGOD and have a lot of background and history in that. I came to Reno in 1985, and the reason I'm bringing this up because I think it's important that you can put a name with the developer on this project because I was very instrumental in the starting of Collin Ranch. And I'm very proud of that, along with the people that developed that. And all of us know about Collin Ranch and the success of Collin Ranch. So I moved my family here in 1985. I was recruited out of a little town called Los Gatos in the Santa Cruz Mountains. And some of the people in and around Reno had seen some of the houses I built and my love for the mountains and for passive solar homes. I was one of the first people down in that area that started with passive solar building. So I brought a lot of that and Craftsman Homes to Reno in the middle and late 80s and 90s and was fairly successful in building houses in and around Collin Ranch. So we have a vision, and this vision for this project is that we're going to kind of mimic some of the success stories we've had in and around Reno, and especially in Collin Ranch, with open space and with trails and with people to get them outside and exercise. And so I'm very, very pronounced about this. I've done quite a few houses that are very much in line with that vision. As time has gone on, I've been involved in quite a few production homes, and I've been back now working on quite a few custom homes here and around Reno. And yes, I am getting pretty old, and I want this to be one of my last hurrahs here in town. My heart and soul is in on this project, and I am hoping that we are successful tonight. And moving forward, we want to make this a program and have progress in this building so that we're all working together to get it the best we can. And we would really like to be successful in getting you to vote yes on this tonight because it's going to make it much easier rather than going in another direction so that we can work together as a team. There's a few things that are very, very important, and Robert's going to be showing you some slides. Some of them are redundant, so we won't, we'll pass through those fairly rapidly. But we want to make sure that you understand that from last year to this year, we have done a lot of things that were sympathetic and considerations of what the community has asked for. We have met with many, many people over this last year. We understand that when people build a house, and they live in it, and there's a big wide open space next to it, they kind of get the assumption, like we all would, that hopefully that'll always be open space. And the reality is that this is a privately owned piece of property, and we have a plan that is never going to be perfect. Everybody's not going to be excited about having houses somewhere in the surroundings of where they live. But the reality is that they live somewhere and they have a house, and somebody built that house next to another house. So with that said, I think we have a plan here that is very progressive, that has been very considerable. We've taken some houses off of some of the ridge lines. As Angela noted, they weren't on ridge lines that were in the MGOD as ridge lines, but we've been very sensitive to that. So we'll move through the slides here and get towards the end. We're going to be a little bit redundant here for a second. So go ahead and pull this forward. These are things that we've already talked about. So we'll kind of pass on so we're not taking time on something we've already done. Do you see anything in there that we should maybe talk about?
I think
Mark?
Angela addressed this.
Yeah, Angela addressed all of this, okay?
There's phasing. There's phasing.
So I want to talk about phasing because this is a very important part. As you can see, this is a very difficult piece of land to develop. We're developing it in kind of like pods, and the vision is that we want to attract 4 or 5 or 6 of the best builders in Northern Nevada and have them working at the same time developing these pods. So this project doesn't take a long period of time. We would hope that after we get the development phases done, that we can hopefully move forward and do this in less than 5 years. And that would be at the outside. We would like to do it sooner, but the idea is to have the houses being built all at the same time. This is a pretty far out hurdle to overcome, but I think we can do it. And at that same thing that we do the phasing, then we can do the development, and we can get the utilities and things in, because we have to, with the very far to the north and then down to the south, we have to connect a lot of those utilities, the water and so on and so forth. So you might have questions on that, and we can have one of the engineers speak to that here in a little bit. Some of the other things we've done, which Angela brought out, is we have been struggling with how to get a fire emergency access. We've met that and fought that battle, and I think we've got that, or we do have that emergency access in the north, which makes the commute time from the fire department to the project very, very fast. Also, utilities and connecting utilities from Dale Webb and Somerset into this and looping those. That's a good thing for both sides because it manages the water system. If something, they had a break on one side of this, the system over in Somerset, then the water would be connected to ours, and they would not lose water capacity for fire and for drinking water and so on and so forth. A couple of last things I want to talk about are, we have worked with the fire for the access, so we'll cross that one off. We talked about the ridge lines. We'll check that one off, what we've done. So Angela did a great job of explaining that. We've worked with homeowners in Somerset over the years. I don't know that you know this, but I worked with what used to be the board of Sierra Canyons, and I worked with them for over a year to get an access point down in the south. It was done. Mr. Lucas wrote a check for $2.5 million to get that done to Sierra Canyon. I think that was worked out for Sierra Canyon very well, because the property that the easement goes through for the emergency access has always been there on the map. It just never was consummated because there was different ownerships. So we can move to the next one. Tumwa, we have a plan for Tumwa, and if you have questions on that, maybe Mark or Scott Estes from, not Scott, is it Scott? Yeah, Scott. He could answer some questions on that. And then on the wildlife, we met the requirements on the wildlife. We have a mitigation plan. We've submitted it. That will be part and part of going towards the final map. And as of the last few weeks, we've worked with a fellow named Kevin Joel. We'll show you in a moment. We're very, very excited about doing a trail system and we are allocating trails in our future planning. Oh, here you go. There's about 7 miles of trails on this property that we're thinking we would like to have and work towards in our final mapping. I'm all about trails, hiking and outdoors. So this will be something that I will be an advocate of, and we will again work towards this. And last but not least, we are working with Neoma on a possible allocation of funds per household for what's going on with low-income families trying to get access to homes and the homeless. I was very excited to hear that the city of Reno has a way to fund. I don't know if it's a foundation or some kind of a connection to be able to allocate funds from our project, because obviously this is not going to be a low income type of project, but we could certainly do something with each builder as they take down one of these phases to allocate some funds per door towards that. And not sure I can come up with a number, but it would be substantial. We have
Mr. Altman, you have 1 minute remaining in your presentation, sir.
That's more than I need. Thank you. So that's pretty much it. We got it all in, and we'll have our staff and everybody here open to some questions when you would like us. Thank you.
All right, fantastic. We appreciate that. Okay, can we send it back to the body? Is that possible?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
All right, fantastic. Okay, I'm gonna send it over to you, Councilwoman Jordan. If I know it's your ward, usually we do start out sort of in the ward. If you'd like to do that, if not, I'm gonna call on Councilman Reese. What would you prefer, Councilwoman?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I know we're keeping our time to 3 minutes, 2 rounds of 3 minutes. So I'm going to pepper off a couple of questions for staff. So get your pencil ready so then you can answer. Confirmation on the easements for the fire access, that those are in fact secured, because there was a public comment that implied that they were not.
Yeah, what we would recommend, if you choose to require that public access easement, we provided some language in the staff report, but that fire access easement be recorded prior to the final map.
Okay.
So that they can work it out with toll exactly where that's going to go and have that recorded.
And should that not get worked out with toll, they would have to come back for a potential revision if they could not. Oh, okay.
Yep, and that would be an amendment to the conditions of approval. Again, if you want to see that fire access road and you add it as a condition per this application, and they're not able to get that access, then they would have to modify the map and come back before you guys again.
Okay, thank you. We received a lot of communication from the Sierra Canyon Del Webb folks that talked a lot about open space, and that they were under the impression that to the west, that was all going to remain open space, I guess for infinity. Can you tell me how long this property has been slated for development, and currently what the open space buffer from the ridge line, I don't call it ridge line, from property line to this development, what it currently sits at?
Yep, after the settlement agreement was approved back in 2002, since then, this zoning map and the MGOD standards, either through the development agreement or the settlement agreement or the MGOD code, have showed development on this site. And again, consistent with 676 units, we have that yellow kind of boundary, which is our zoning map that shows where development was proposed. So that's been in place since about 2002.
Okay. And then ridge lines, I think I heard you say with the modifications as proposed by the appellant, there is no homes proposed on significant ridge lines within San Lucas. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I wasn't sure if I heard that correctly, because I know there's some, Is there ambiguity in the MGOD as it defines prominent ridgelines, or is that pretty clear?
Within the MGOD, there's a map that identifies what is a significant ridgeline. And there are only 2 significant ridgelines within the Stan Lucas property. And both of those are now showing no homes on either of those ridgelines.
Okay, okay. But as far as buffering, which I know is one of the conditions, that is something, I'm going to let everybody do another round because I have some questions and some concerns with some of the buffering with the fire access road, some engagement with residents as we move forward, and a couple of other points, but I'll let others go. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right, great. Councilman Reese, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question first is for Mr. McKean. I want to talk about Judge Kathleen Draculich's order that was made in this case in November. If I could, please, I'm sort of interested in understanding, as I understand it, in this proceeding today, your advice is that we should constrain our comments to evaluating the project only under the MGOD. We have no obligation to evaluate the project under NRS 278, right? Is that accurate?
No, I think it's a little more subtle than that. I think that she was looking at and the statutory and the ordinance in terms of special use permits and tentative map. But she's saying, I think the MGOD has specific findings that the best example is the idea of the zoning, right? The MGOD says this is how you analyze that issue under the statute for this project. So I think it's a 2-step project. You have process. You have the statutory provision in 278, and you have the MGOD, which provides more specific terms for that analysis.
Well, the MGOD has also been codified in Reno Municipal Code, right? So we have specific sections from which to draw from for making findings as to this project. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so I want to ask about a very specific one, and it has to do with a comment that my colleague, Ms. Jordan, asked about, but I'm not sure I understood. And then I'll get to other parts in my second round. But RMC 18.06.406, and then it has a bunch of subsections. But it basically says we have to minimize impacts on prominent ridge lines, significant view sheds, canyons, and visually prominent rock outcroppings. So I sort of think we heard something about 2 defined significant hills. I don't know if that was the right word, Angela or Ms. Foose, but I don't understand what determines prominence of ridge lines, significance or view sheds, or visually prominent rock outcroppings.
Yep, and therein lies a great question. The way that the MGOD language is written, it does not prohibit develop on those areas. So how we have interpreted it is we require a development map, and it's basically a constraints map. So the applicant had to submit a map that showed ridge lines, fault lines, easements, drainage ways, wetland corridors, wildlife corridors, rock outcroppings, all of those things that are identified in that sentence you just gave, as well as anything else that's really a constrained area listed in the MGOD. So they put together a map, and then they show us how they're building homes and avoiding those areas. For instance, they are allowed to build in a drainage way, but only so much as you can cross a drainage way. You shouldn't be building homes in a drainage way, but you can have roads crossing drainage ways. And the MGOD is very explicit that you can do that. So as staff, when we reviewed this, we took a look at that development constraints map that the applicant had to provide to us. And we said, are they following those guidelines? Are they staying out of those sensitive areas? So based on that, the lot configuration that they provided, we listed a number of conditions of approval that were either in support or against. But overall, the general site plan and staff's opinion met all those guidelines.
Okay, but I see the site plan and it includes development over 20 lots, that are on some of the more steeper slopes. And there are 20 lots that I can tell from my sort of rudimentary examination of it that look like they're on slopes greater than 30%. That does not seem consistent. So I guess ultimately what you're saying is project writ large meets the general requirements, but me honing in on a specific part of the project perhaps does not. Is that fair?
It is, and again, when you read the specifics, it's in the MGOD. It does not say you are prohibited from development in these areas. It says you should generally try and stay out of these areas. And I'm summarizing that, right? That's not verbatim, but you get where I'm coming from. So as in most developments on slopes, you have areas that if you were to draw a map and say, give me colors, show a colored map of development over 30%, there would be pockets of areas where you'd have slopes over 30%. It's not a clean break in most maps, right? And we've all seen these slope maps and we know what I'm talking about. So from that perspective, we look at where are all the red areas, and the red areas would be slopes over 30%. Are you generally staying out of those areas? And in some areas, maybe you have a little blob of red, slopes over 30%, but once you get past that, you have a lot of green, slopes, in the 10% range. And so that's kind of the gray area that we look at and we try to interpret what was the intent when the settlement agreement was written, when this code was drafted. Again, we look at where they generally showed where development was proposed to go, and they had it in 3 different areas, and they didn't have roads or access to actually connect to those areas. So that tells me again, their intent was not to create 3 blobs of development with no way to actually get to those development. It was to actually come up with a constraint map and figure out how you're going to get to those areas, generally staying within the parameters of not developing in those constrained areas.
I have more, but I'll wait for my second time around,
Okay.
Madam Mayor.
All right, go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
I have some questions about the MGOD, but not as specific as the folks have already brought up, a little bit different. So tell me if I'm reading this right. It says in the MGOD, it talks about, I think, community outreach, cooperative planning, public outreach. In other words, this idea of getting together, working through these issues together. I know we're in a pandemic, but there's many ways to do it. We're doing it right here on Zoom. And so what I'd like to understand is, because many of the comments mentioned that they understand development's occurring, but they haven't been part of that process. And an example is the wildlife corridor. So it calls for continuous corridors. I'm not sure I saw it on the plan. This is in the MGOD plan, continuous corridors, public outreach, cooperative planning. So could you just address those? I'm looking for process and in particular that issue too, the wildlife.
And because this project has been going on for close to 2 years, there's a lot of history that got us to where we're at today. So when they first came in and submitted an application, it was about 1.5 years to 2 years ago. They had to go before the Washoe County CAB, which is the Citizen Advisory Board, and they also had to go before the NAB. They completed those duties as required per the MGOD. They went and presented their project. They took public comment, and that kind of fulfilled that requirement. As all the projects that have come before you prior to COVID, they had to go before both the CAB and the NAB. Right. Typically, projects don't go before the Washoe County CAB, but in this case, right, they did have to.
But what is this thing about cooperative planning? For the MGOD to call that out, what does that mean to you or anyone?
Yep, and we did, and keep in mind, this has been a document that's been around for 20 years, close to 20 years. Cooperative planning is a term we use where we have areas where the city and the county are next to each other. We see that a lot in the old North Valleys before really development happened, where you had a lot of lots that were 1 acre in size, bumping up against city development, which is more like 6,000 square foot lots, right? So through cooperative planning, there's all these specific standards, additional buffers between those areas, greater setbacks between those areas, open space buffers. So that has been incorporated into the MGOD standards.
So what I just trying to understand is who is the cooperative planning just between city staff and county staff? Is that what it means?
Again, it was more of a set of standards, and it was very specific.
Okay, I understand. And then the last part of my question was about these wildlife corridors. We keep talking about building on the ridge, and there's this discussion about prominent ridge, significant ridge. I'm trying to parse that, but tell me about the wildlife.
Yep, so they had to identify wildlife corridors, and their wildlife corridors generally follow the drainage way corridors, which is typical of where we see wildlife. So what they were required to do is identify where those are at, and then we've conditioned that, and again, this is part of the MGOD, that they have to work with the Department of Wildlife to come up with a mitigation plan. And you've seen this on other projects as well, where they come up with, typically there's a monetary exchange where they donate some money and it goes to NDOW, and then they either do something on the side or make changes to somewhere within their jurisdiction. Could be as far away as Elko, where that money contribution goes to help. But from a process point of view, what they had to do at this stage is show us where those wildlife corridors are located, and then coordinate with NDOW. Before they get to a final map, they have to show us that they've come up with a wildlife plan with NDOW. And NDOW signs off on that, and they give that to us, and we kind of check that box and say, yep, let's make sure that when they come in with their building permits and final maps, that they meet all those requirements.
All right, thank you. I'll have a round 2 when we get there.
Okay. Councilwoman Breckus, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Foose, when you say this came in under the what's known as the settlement, that's the settlement is no longer in effect, correct?
Correct, it expired.
Is it accurate to say then the product of the settlement, which went into code and some of it master plan, is, as you know, it's just like a PUD, or say the Wells neighborhood plan that we did through a public planning process when we put it into code. The fact that it's part of a settlement agreement really is more background of how we got something in code and not binding, right? Is that
correct?
Okay, I just want to understand that. And then the judge, when she was looking at this, because the planning commission, we did 4 things. You know, we did tentative map, or we did tentative map and special use permits. Did she look at the deliberation on the tentative maps and the special use permits? And any of these issues, did she weigh in on that? Is that deliberation still a part of our consideration? Because I got about 12 inches thick for this. And some of that's the record from before. And I just want to know what the judge was saying about our deliberation on all these other issues other than zoning and master plan. Did she opine?
Sure, and I'll defer to Mr. McKean to answer any legal questions.
Yeah, I believe Councilmember Breckus, her decision is in your packet, not that far deep into it. It's I think it's the second attachment. And she quotes the discussion that the council members had about the other topics as well. So the issue of, for example, the hillside development that you were just being discussed, and as Ms. Foose notes, hillside and ridgeline development, according to the MGOD, applies to all new development that requires tentative map or special use permits by the city of Reno. And there it does, as Ms. Foose was indicating, that areas less suitable for development include slopes greater than 30%. So in analyzing hillside development, I think what Judge Draculich's order is saying is go to the MGOD as you make your findings under the, like, for example, the special use permits.
So she doesn't think that we can use the regular code special use permit findings or the tentative map findings in NRS 278. She says those don't go there with this.
I think you have to marry them together.
Okay, we got to do both. Because, I've never seen a world where a tentative map gets to go on a different path of consideration. And that seemed very, very disconcerting to me. It is in 278, and then we have findings. So we get to use not only the MGOD as auxiliary development standards, we get to use those in the procedures section of the tentatives and the special use permits. My next question of kind of scoping is, under the MGOD, I guess this planning area 1 has a certain number of lots that it can have. Is this land before us, which is, let me see, I don't see it, a plus or minus 955 acre site. I presume that's more than one parcel. Is that the totality of this planning unit 1?
It is.
Okay, so if they leave some on the table here, do those get a transfer somewhere else? Is there a provision?
To transfer to another planning area?
Yeah, is that in the MGOD?
There is provisions for how you can transfer between planning areas. And I believe that specific provision requires a public hearing approval.
Okay, okay, I just want to understand that. I'll leave that on the table, but if they've got a certain number of lots they can get, there is a relief valve for them. If they only get an approval here for, you know, they're asking for what, 676, if they only get 400, there is a relief valve to transfer those over somewhere else. Okay, I'm gonna ask on my second round to really have the ability to have some understanding that could help me consider the tentative map and the special use permit findings. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any council members? I don't see any hands up. Go ahead, Councilman Reese.
Thank you. And Madam Mayor, this is my second pass, and I want to come back to Mr. McKean. As you can tell, because I'm a lawyer, I am keenly focused with Mr. McKean on the law. I'm looking at Judge Kathleen Draculich's order on page 8 specifically, and she notes that a reviewing court here, Judge Draculich, will not substitute its judgment for that of a municipal entity if substantial evidence supports the entity's action. And I suppose I'm trying to figure out, and I'm sort of piggybacking off my colleague, Ms. Breckis's comment, I mean, the evidence that I personally, Devin Reese, have considered in this matter is voluminous. It's more than 12 inches. I don't know what to say about that. What guidance as our city legal counsel can you give us in as much as I have been to the site, I have read the documents, I have met with constituents. I mean, I don't know what more substantial evidence I might base my decision on here this evening than what I have done. And so I'm trying to figure out ultimately, I suppose, how a body like ours can navigate the requirement of substantial evidence other than we considered a lot of stuff. What else more can we do as counsel?
Yeah, I think the substantial evidence needs to be tied to a finding that is not only in the statute or code, but specifically in the MGOD code. And there, the example I had is the hillside and ridgeline, which, as Angela had said, doesn't preclude development on slopes of 30%. It just says that those areas are less suitable for development. So that would be, for example, making the findings tie to the 15 topics that are specifically laid out in the MGOD ordinance.
Well, can I, for example, Mr. McKean, seek to impose a condition that removes lots from areas with slopes of greater than 30%? Is that an appropriate exercise of our function and prerogative under the MGOD, in your opinion?
This, again, this standard is a very, it's hard to interpret this. I don't purport to be an expert on what was intended 20 years ago, but it just says areas are considered less suitable for development if they're on 30 slopes greater than 30%. So it's a very squishy standard, and I do not envy the task that council has to try to interpret this document.
Oh, and to be more practical, I mean, we have neighbors who have approached this body in public comment, either by email or voicemail or reaching out to us, that say, I live here adjacent to this currently vacant and open land. When the development comes in, my view, my X, Y, or Z is being negatively impacted. Are those the kind of things that this body should consider as relevant under section 18.06.406 of the Reno Municipal Code?
That I probably have to defer to Angela. To Ms. Foos. I'm not, there is a lot, there's a lot of provisions, and I don't know that there's a limitation on you considering that in the MGOD, but I would defer to Ms. Foos.
Councilman Reese, I think the answer would be yes. If there's something specific in the MGOD that says these areas are less suitable for development, and you identify those areas and say, well, they've put houses in those areas that are less suitable, I don't feel that the MGOD is being adhered to. That would be a justified reason to either condition that those lots go away.
Well, that was my question. I was seeking clarity on the conditions that could be imposed, right? Because I think this body has a strong preference for understanding the property rights and entitlements that people who own property have. But there is a balancing act under the MGOD with what we can visually observe, whether it's steep slopes of 30%, whether it's crossing over rivers and gullies, whether it's the impact on neighboring owners. Those are the kinds of things that we're looking for assistance with. And I think even the applicant is acknowledged by bringing back some changes to what has been previously proposed, that we have that authority, we have that power, and that it should not be set aside by a court unnecessarily. Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, go right ahead, Councilwoman Jordan, then I'll go to Councilwoman Dewar.
Thank you very much. And this is such an unusual hearing because we are under some, sort of direct confines of a judicial ruling that was sent us back to something that has some gray, right? And we're trying to best navigate some of that gray and still stay within the judicial ruling. And I think maybe asking some questions of the appellant as to some of these areas that we are suggesting are areas of concern. And one that I certainly have is this buffering area, which to me, in the entire development gets to RMC 18.06.406, where the site plan includes road crossings and gradings within significant natural features, including major drainage ways. Site plan, as Councilmember Reese said, the 30%. And the site plan includes developments in areas with significant view sheds, negatively impacting the visual value and scenic character of the hillside areas. That is a huge swath of the entire west bank of Somerset. So I'm trying to get to a point of where a buffering condition maybe gets to that point. In other words, I don't think the current buffering as proposed is sufficient. I think there needs to be a minimum of 150-foot buffering between where we currently have it proposed and where their proposal is. Now that by design would likely relocate some of the lots. I don't know that for certain. And I think we need to talk to the appellant about that potential condition, because I do think absent that is an MGOD condition that I have difficulty finding without that 150-foot buffer. So maybe we could hear from Mr. Altman about that, about the trail system, which I know has been talked about in concept, but with no real meat on the sandwich. And we need to get some meat on that sandwich here today for me to comfortably move forward. So that was a question, 150-foot buffer.
The buffering that we show on there is in excess of what was shown in the original documents. We have moved a lot of those lots off the Somerset boundary. We have the agreement with Sierra Canyon that says 60 feet. We're exceeding that in all instances. And the fact that you can't develop in a red area is covered not only in MGOD, it's covered in Reno, well, the original handbook incorporation into Reno code. We're following everything in the Reno code with this project. So I think a condition of that nature, I mean, this site is tough enough the way it is without saying we got to build something that nobody can see. I mean, if we look at
I wasn't suggesting that, so I would prefer not to have those words put in my mouth. I was suggesting an adequate buffer that meets the RMC 18.06 406 MGOD requirement, which absent that buffer, I don't believe it does. Madam Mayor, I'm finished.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Councilwoman Dewar.
Yeah, I had a few follow-ups. So to Angela, so I read a number of the comments brought up that there were homes located in areas that were designated as open space. And I wondered if you could address that. And then I have a few other questions.
Yes, let me pull up a map. I'll share a screen real quick. Okay, so what we're looking at here is on the left is the existing zoning boundaries. Again, these yellow areas are where for the last 18 years or so, development has been planned. So here on the right is where they are proposing development. And the difference in that, again, goes back to, if you look at these original boundaries, it doesn't necessarily follow the environmentally constrained areas. It doesn't take into account drainage ways or hillsides, any of those things that we talked about. The development on the right is incorporating development that are in the non-constrained areas. And so from that perspective, they are moving those zoning boundaries to the areas that are less constrained versus staying in the areas that are constrained.
All right, so I'll just comment this way, that every site has constraints. I mean, the site we talked about earlier today, formerly Westview Estates, I mean, it has constraints. There's steep places there that you just can't build on. There's entrances to drainages that you just shouldn't build on, or entrance to a canyon. It's just the way the ball bounces. On here, I see areas where they've gone into this open space. And to me, if this is the law of the land on the left, that's what the MGOD says, and then they deviate, I'm having problems with that. I mean, I see areas within the green. They might like to develop there, but it seems inconsistent with what the zoning is in the MGOD. So can you address that a little bit more? And then I have one more question.
Okay, and this goes back to the judge's decision to say you need to follow the legislative history. When we go back to the original handbook, at one time there was a development agreement handbook associated with this property and everything within the MGOD. And it had a language, one sentence in there that said, exact zoning boundaries will be identified at the time of tentative map. So again, that's why this is not normal. This is not what this isn't how we do zoning anywhere else in the city, but nothing is really normal about the MGOD. And it's 20 years worth of history.
I understand, but it just seems like on the face of it, that it is not conforming to what was adopted. So that's my number one. My number two is that it also speaks to, moving away from ridge lines, and so does our code. And I understand this whole discussion about prominent ridge lines, significant ridge lines, but I think throughout the city, we don't want people. We even talked about this earlier again on this Westview Estates, where we wanted them off the knoll. And I don't understand. I understand that they've pulled back from some ridge lines, and I applaud them for that. But I still see a lot of development on ridge lines, and to Councilmember Reese's point, on slopes that are very high. And it's not like you compromise and say, well, okay, there's not too much on over a 30% slopes or something. I think we don't have an absolute prohibition, but it is very difficult to talk about. I mean, again, I'm a geologist. I know what a 30% slope is. It's quite steep. I mean, it's very steep. So I'm struggling with that. The other thing you just brought up, first tentative map. Well, we're here, right? We're talking about a first tentative map. And it says right in the MGOD that at first tentative map, you're already supposed to have adopted the wildlife corridors. You're not supposed to wait for some future thing to be done at a later mapping, like final mapping. They're supposed to be part of it right now too. And I just wonder, it sounded like when you answered my question earlier, that was going to be a later step. But what I'm trying to keep myself in the lane here with this MGOD. And even if we don't like it, or it's not consistent with our other rules, it is more restrictive on that point, to your point. So where I'm struggling is we're still allowing development on ridgelines. It seems that they have development in the area zoned for open space. And I don't see this wildlife thing worked out at first tentative map. So those are some of my struggles. You're welcome to address anything more you want to, but.
Yeah, and if you, I mean, again, from staff's perspective, what we looked at is, what does the MGOD say?
Right.
Does it say you can develop on ridgelines? It does. It says very explicitly, you can develop on ridgelines. You have to develop on ridgelines that are called out as significant, and there's only 2 of them.
Right.
You have to develop it with 1-story homes.
Right.
Landscaping, or hillside adaptive architecture, or stay off it by about 45 feet. Those are the limitations that we are bound by in dealing with the MGOD.
Right, but that's I'll call it a maximum. I don't know if that's the right word, but I mean, we still have our own standards, and you said those have to apply too. And we highly discourage people from building on ridgelines, period. I mean, all over our city. We that's where I'm struggling is I get that there's these 2, but I also know it's a bad principle, especially on steep slopes. So that's where I'm struggling. What about this wildlife plan? I mean, you said later, but right in the MGOT, it says with first tentative map.
Yep, so they had to identify their wildlife corridors, which they have. They've identified those wildlife corridors. Next step is they have to work with NDOW to come up with a mitigation plan. So that doesn't have to happen at the time of tentative map. That will have to happen, and we've conditioned it before they get to their final map.
Okay, and last question on this traffic, because I haven't heard anyone mention that at all. It talks about a traffic mitigation plan, and what is that in this particular case?
Yep, so they had to provide a traffic study to show, again, how many average daily trips, are they within the level of service C? Those are the requirements specific to the MGOD. What we've also done is condition that with each final map, they provide an updated traffic study. I think to some of the neighbors' concerns, development is happening, and what was shown on a traffic study 1.5 years ago may be different tomorrow. So we have taken that into consideration, and with each final map, and then it looks like they are probably going to do 7 or 8 individual final maps. They'll have to provide an updated traffic study.
Okay, I said last thing, but then attached to the traffic is the freeway access. All right, I'll wrap it up. The freeway access apparently is still a huge issue, and we've heard it on every Verdi project, whether it's on the south, the north of the freeway, the east, the west of the freeway. Everybody talks about this access, and did they address it?
They did, and then they have a different access. They're not crossing the Boomtown Garson Bridge separate from Meridian and Santera. So there has been a lot of discussion on that in particular. NDOT crossing. This one is the same access that is off Highway 40. So they did have to do an analysis, and maybe I should just call out as well that we have 2 NDOT representatives in the meeting. If you have specific questions that you wanted to ask them.
I just wondered, I mean, are they making any improvements? That's just the basic.
They are not. At this point, they do not trigger any improvements to those intersections or those on-ramps.
All right, thank you.
All right, Councilman Breckus, go ahead.
Yeah. As I sit and look at the tentative map findings, the finding about the street network is of concern to me, and it's parallel to what I saw at the last earlier today. The street network, which is a component, a transportation element required of our master plan, the transportation element does not show this property being accessed through West Meadows. You, Ms. Foose, said that when West Meadows was done, there was disclosure to those West Meadows folks, their CCRs, but that's a private document. That's not our plan. planning document. That's not our master plan. When I look at the master plan and the zoning conformity findings that I need to make, I see that this property is access to an existing public right-of-way, old US 40. So, but it isn't shown through this tentative map to be accessed from US 40. And that to me shows a conflict with the master plan and the zoning. Why is it all of a sudden being shown to go through serving from this road, an extension of this road that doesn't show on the master plan to be extended? And then on the other hand, why isn't it being attached to where the documents show it touches? It seems to me that we're taking access off the wrong place.
So keep in mind too, there's, just development constraints. Just because a parcel touches the boundary of another parcel doesn't mean it's feasible to put a road through that area. When this property, and it was probably, I don't know, maybe 10, 15 years ago, when this property owner acquired this property and was looking at developing this property, he did acquire access easements through West Meadows. And West Meadows wasn't built yet. So he acquired access easements through a property that was vacant. And that's a recorded document. There's, again, 2 access easements. And when West Meadows came in, we knew that there was going to be a future development because it had been planned as part of the MGOD. It had always been planned for 676 units. So we knew what that density looked like. We knew specifically how many trips we would likely get out of this development.
But if I may, okay, my time is limited. I don't find that convincing. I have to weigh it. You say it's not constraints, and I've heard a lot about how constrained the property is. That's not our burden. That's the developer's burden. I see a lot of engineering on this site. And if we're going to great lengths of engineering, why don't we go up to great lengths of engineering where our plans show access will be provided rather than show it off of where it's not shown to be provided? But that puts a burden on people who have expressed in the record that it puts a burden on them. And I'm as I'm weighing these two, I'm hearing what they're saying. And just because a private deal is made between 2 property owners, that isn't relevant to us in the planning and zoning regulations that we have to put into place. So I'm struggling on having a street connection off of a street that isn't shown on the master plan. And then the one that is shown on the master plan, we're not getting access on. That I'm really struggling with. I want to go next to one of the findings about, about street design and some of the hillside ones that are related to topography, runoff, flooding, and so on. The street right-of-ways that we're proposed to accept and send our plows up to and, maintain. What's the right-of-way width of the roads within here?
Yeah, so they have a number of different roads and road widths. All of these are proposed to be public roads, so dedicated to the city, not private roads. And they vary between 50 feet, 68 feet, 69 feet, 46 feet. And the list goes on, but they have to meet our code requirements. And so that's what we're looking at as we're approving the tentative map.
But I guess for me, because I have to look at the long-term financial viability, the utilities and the services, these seem like aggressive roads for our public works staff to have to accept. So does the profile, the cross section of any of these roads beyond the back of curb to back of curb include any terrain rip-wrapped or built up supported roads that we're going to have to then go maintain some rockery roads or some rip-wrap territory?
If those retaining walls are within the right-of-way, then yes. If they're outside of the right-of-way, then no, and they'll be maintained by the HOA.
Can you tell me how many linear feet of retaining wall we're proposed to accept through, this dedication of these streets?
No, I don't have that number.
Okay, and then the next one is the fire services. I understand that the closest proposed fire response is through the Somerset station. But we had a lot of discussion today that that's not a fire responding station right now. So is the response analysis from that station?
Before you answer, Angela, I'm just noting that this round of questioning has ended. So I'll let you answer and then hand it back.
And might I also just identify Trey Palmer is available to answer fire questions.
Maybe if we go around, I'll ask him a little bit more about the response and capacity there. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Go ahead. Wait, are we sending over Trey Palmer?
Well, my question actually is for Mr. Palmer, so
Okay.
it makes perfect sense.
Yeah.
I want to ask Mr. Palmer to join us, and when he's here, then the clock could start ticking on me. I'm in my last round, so I only have 1 minute, Madam Mayor.
Okay, go right.
Mr. Palmer, are you with us? Are you here? Can you get here? I'll let him get here, and I'll ask my second question. In the public comments that were recorded and we listened to earlier, there was a public commenter from the Reno Sparks Indian Colony, I believe. And I just want to understand, what are the requirements or limitations on this particular project if, for example, historically significant burial sites or remains are found, or archaeological things? Is there anything in this that protects that?
Per the MGOT standard, they were required to provide a cultural analysis, which they did with the submittal package. That is what we call a class 1 analysis. It's more of a looking at literature and identifying where they think cultural artifacts are. Because this is privately owned property, not publicly owned property, there is no legal requirement to require more than a class 1. Again, outside of the MGOD, we follow state law, and on private property, there is no requirement for cultural artifacts on private property. However, if that is something that you as a council wanted to condition in addition to what the MGOD requires, that's something that's within your purview to do.
Okay. And Mr. Palmer, I saw you pop in for a second. Don't go too far if you can come back.
Yes, I'm here.
Okay.
I'm here and I'm ready to answer any questions you may have.
Well, I wanted to know if the homes within this development are going to require sprinklers. I mean, we just went through a pretty traumatic fire here recently, which was like a year to the day of a prior fire in an area that is similarly situated in terms of slope, the size, the thing in the Pine Haven and Collin Ranch area. What is the requirement of this development to sprinkler these houses that are in a unique, challenging area?
Yeah, so the requirements on this, for the record, Trey Palmer, Fire Marshal, Reno Fire Department. The requirements for fire sprinklering in this development is anything outside 6 minutes response time from the closest fire station. So currently, without that top access road, the closest fire station would be Station 11, Engine 11, which is over on the corner of Charlins and Mayan Avenue. Once we have that top fire access road that is being proposed, that would be Station 19, which is the fire station in Somerset on the north side.
So I think Councilmember Breck has made a good question, and I'd like to answer it while we have you here, which is about where the response time of 6 minutes is measured from. Are you measuring it from the hypothetically open but currently not open Station 19, or the now open and the now existing Station 11?
Yeah, so we measure from the closest fire station. There's nothing in our adopted code and amendment that says it has to be fully staffed. It's simply the closest fire station.
So you measured from 19?
Correct. Well, depending on where we're coming from. So the south part of this development may be measured from Station 11 as being the closest. We'd have to do the measurements. I believe we're at 8 minutes from the south side. But once that connection, the proposed connection is made on the north side, then yes, it would be Station 19. And as you said, right now, all we have is a medical unit in there. So we have a 2-person crew in Station 19.
And so until the access point is built, they have to sprinkler?
That is correct.
I get it. Okay. I'm following now. Thank you so much.
Okay, go ahead, Councilwoman Jordan.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I just can't reiterate what a strange sort of hearing and position we're kind of in on this one, and the unfortunate position that we're in, because I think it, at least from where I sit, I feel like some of our potential ways of maybe getting to something we could all live with is hindered by the fact that we're under this judicial sort of restriction, and I'm just struggling with how to kind of move forward. I have a series of conditions in which address a number of things that my colleagues have brought up here today, but it's been made clear that the setback, which I believe isn't consistent with MGOT of the 150 feet, is not acceptable. So I'm not even comfortable bringing forward the other conditions. I have concerns with regards to that. So I suspect this issue might end up in litigation, whatever direction we take. I was informed that the attorney and a couple folks weren't even involved anymore, and there they sit. So I'm a little perplexed at how this is happening here tonight, to be honest.
Okay, thanks, Councilwoman Jordan. Good comments. Okay, with that being said, I know there's a couple other council members that still have time to weigh in. And I did have some questions for Mr. Palmer. Is he still here? One of the biggest issues for me is the fire access. And obviously, you know, I just went through the Pine Haven fire personally. So, you know, and obviously you guys know this, I probably sound like a broken record when it comes to that. Trey, just again, explain to me what is the closest fire station, and is it fully staffed at this moment? And then not only that, like, you know, the ins and outs, because at one time, I mean, this fire access, it would have a gate. Gates always really make me super paranoid. I have seen where we've had issues with gates on many different levels when we have to get emergency vehicles through parts. Can you kind of take me through that? And how, let me ask you this, Mr. Palmer, and I don't know exactly, I mean, you're one of the best, which is awesome. We're super fortunate to have you. And so I always feel super comfortable when you're up at the podium sort of explaining this. But one thing I never asked you is how much of the topography do you really like weigh in, and what does that look like? Like, do you have all these standards and it's sort of like this checklist, or, you know, how does that work? I've never asked like how you come up with, you know, is the topography part of, you know, those findings?
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, I'll address the station location. So currently, the closest fire station is Station 11, and that is a fully staffed engine company. And that is over 8 minutes response time from the south side. Once that the proposed north road, fire access only road, is put in, then that will significantly decrease our response time to that portion of the development, and down to West Meadows as well. And that is Station 19. Station 19 currently, as we've said, is only staffed right now with a 2-person crew. However, the hope is, as the financial, the constraints are lifted, eventually that station will be fully staffed to a 4-person crew. But again, that all is dependent down the future, or in the future, depending where we are as a city. So we cannot guarantee that we're going to have a fully staffed engine crew there. To address the question on the gate, yes, the gates are a concern for us. And part of the condition, one of the conditions we put in place on this particular development was that gate has what we call a click to enter system attached to it. And what a click to enter system is, it's a radio frequency electronic opening device. So as our engines approach, we key our radio. And when that radio is keyed, the gate automatically opens up. So that takes away some of the delay component in the sense that we don't have to get out and manually open the gate. So that is one of the conditions we would put on that north access gate. And the other question, I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, I think I missed or forgot the last.
Well, I threw like 3 or 4 of them up there and I shouldn't have done that. I apologize. Oh, it was just about the topography.
Yes, I remember now. So yes, topography is a big component of fire behavior. Fire moves upward and outward. And so, and typically in the wildland urban interface, if we have a fire that starts low, especially on a southern slope, like this is, it will move up and out pretty fast. Because this development is in a wildland urban interface area, they will have to, by state law, follow the regulations for a wildland urban interface area. And that is, for the most part, a vegetation management plan, which the homeowners association will have to comply with. And again, that's a state law and we would enforce that. As far as access and access roads, 10% is typically the steepest point or slope that we allow within the city of Reno for emergency apparatus. We will go up to 12% slope on a southern exposure. And the reason for that is because that gets more sun. So typically the roads are not as icy on a southern facing slope. So 10% to 12% is the maximum as far as road on topography for access.
Okay, thank you. I really, really appreciate that. And just to reiterate, fires create their own weather too, right?
They can, yes, especially wildland fires, if they're big enough, especially in this area, with the winds that we have, can absolutely, well, yes, to answer your question, they can create their own weather.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, I know a couple of you had your hand up. Go ahead, Councilwoman Weber, take it away.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And I want to go through you to Councilwoman Jordan to ask if she would be willing or comfortable to share what her suggestions were, because if we can't get there, it's my opinion and only mine that it would be wise, or I think it would be great for you to share those if you were willing.
Of course, of course. And again, a lot of these are consistent with the 150-foot setback, which to me is by which all the other conditions would fall from. Absent that one, I'm not in the position to move forward with approving this. But one of them had to do with prior to final review and approval of each final map, the applicant shall participate in staff coordinated stakeholder engagement process to review the proposed final subdivision designs and measures proposed to address conditions of approval for final map. We often see between tentative and final, sometimes things get lost in translations or don't get followed up on. I know this is a condition we've applied to others. And I know this was a big one with the neighbors, that they wanted to stay engaged and involved. This is not a new subdivision review process, but rather a participatory approach to verifying that the final map is in substantial conformance with the tentative map. Condition, open space areas shall be identified and deed restricted prior to or with the recordation of the final map. Pedestrian and bicycle trail access through the open space areas, including the Cow Canyon Trail, shall be identified with a recorded public access easement and shall be maintained by the HOA. The public access easement shall be recorded prior to or with the final map. All homes within the San Lucas development shall be installed with residential sprinkler systems. In addition to this additional fire access road, and let me tell you why I think the double layer is important. It's because Station 19, we don't know, one, if we're going to get the SAFER grant, or when that station may be fully staffed. That may not be locked down for some time in the future. So I think that the two-step approach is a prudent one. Note shall be placed on all grading plans, site improvement plans, and final map. If human remains, human burials, or burial cairns are disturbed or identified during any construction, all work in the immediate vicinity must cease. The discovery must be secured and the party responsible for the construction must immediately contact both the appropriate law enforcement and State Historic Preservation Office. If bones are uncovered while digging, there shall be no attempt to excavate the materials, but the site shall be secured for immediate contact of both the appropriate law enforcement and State Historic Preservation Office. Failure to provide notice to the State Historic Preservation Office of a discovery of an Indian burial is a violation of state law and can result in criminal penalties. A north emergency access road, to Mr. Palmer's comments, shall be designed and installed per section 503 of 2018 International Fire Code. The road shall be maintained at all time by a HOA, including snow removal. If a security gate is installed, which it sounds like it will need to be, it'll be installed to limit public access. Then a click to enter electric gate operator shall be installed to allow quick emergency response from station 19. Prior to approval of the first final map, the applicant shall provide documentation of a recorded access easement through parcels 234-700-11 and 234-700-07 for the purpose of the emergency fire access road. The 376 certificate of occupancy shall not be issued until the northern secondary remote emergency access has been constructed to the approval of the fire department. And the most important one on which I started, which seems to be a non-starter with the appellant, is the new development adjacent to existing development within the Somerset PUD shall provide a 150-foot open space buffer. The density from the lots to be removed may be transferred to or transferred to other locations within planning area 1. So there were some modifications and there were some additions, but I'm going to go back to the first one. Absent that sort of agreement, then I have a different motion to make.
Okay, great. All right, Councilwoman Dewar, go ahead.
I had a question for Councilwoman Jordan, and you just read a lot of stuff, and I want to make sure that I understand it. I totally agree with you that we have to start with the most basic things first, which is what you just said, this buffer. But I also wonder if you want, and maybe you read this and I just missed it, but it seems like there's buildings located in open space and there's buildings located on top of 30-degree ridge lines. And I guess I didn't know, were you deleting those or including those? Or I know that there was a elimination of 44 that had already been talked about, but I don't know if you were going beyond that.
So Angela, maybe you can speak to, and I saw the appellant had their hands up, so maybe they can speak. I do know that the 150-foot buffer would likely result in relocation of some that may be on another one of those identified ridgelines. But Angela, maybe you can speak to that.
Yeah, so if I look at the southern portion of the development, the one that's really close to Somerset, right now they have about an 85-foot buffer. So if we need to make that a 150-foot buffer, we would probably lose about, gosh, maybe 17 to 20 homes. That either could be relocated somewhere else or would go away. When we go to the very north section, the closest homes, I think, is about 50 feet from the property line of Somerset. There's probably about 6 homes on that northern piece that would have to go away or be relocated.
The 150 foot is from the property boundary. Is that, I just want to make sure I understand. Is that correct, Councilwoman? Or the 150 feet is from the property boundary?
Correct. Well, Angela, it goes from the Somerset. Yes and no. Angela can answer this.
Yeah, on the south side, if we look at it strictly from the Somerset PUD boundary, on the south side, again, from the Somerset PUD, not the home boundary, but the PUD boundary, it's about an 85-foot buffer. There's probably about 20 feet of common open space between where the Somerset boundary is and the Somerset Del Webb's homes are. It's generally about 20 feet. On the north, it's a much bigger buffer. The Cliffs development that, again, has been developed in the last year, the closest home to the Somerset property line is about 180 feet from the property line now. So if we were to go resident, yeah, if we were to go resident to resident, on the north side, they've already met the 150-foot requirement. On the south side, we probably need another 30 or so feet to make that buffer work.
Right. One final question. It sounded like that they, in reading everything, and there was a lot of comments, and I'm just trying to square it up with the MGOD. It sounded like on the north end, they just hadn't quite addressed the ridgeline issues the way they had maybe on the south. Is that correct? There's still homes on ridgelines in the north.
And again, depending on who defines a ridgeline, there's only 2 significant ridgelines that on a map in the MGOD is identified. So if you want to show me where you've identified a ridgeline, I can show you if there's houses on it, because everybody identifies a ridgeline differently.
Angela, can you pull the map up? Because in my mind's eye and in the looking at the area, there are 2 fairly clearly defined.
Yes. So again, the major one that we've been talking about for the last year.
Have a bigger map. I mean, do we have something that's like really good?
Yeah, why don't I see if I can zoom
Made it really big, but the reason I ask is I did go out there and I saw a number of ridge lines coming down, going north-south, I guess. And I'm unclear, which ones.
Yeah.
Maybe you could just zoom in on this one and it would be good enough. Okay.
Does that help at all?
Yeah.
Okay. So let's start with the south side. The area in yellow is where homes were previously shown, and that is a significant ridgeline.
Sure.
In the middle, this is not identified as a significant ridgeline, but there is definitely a feature.
I saw it.
Is a ridgeline that has about 26 homes. So we initially conditioned that all 26 homes were to be removed, and they at this point have agreed with that condition. And then up here, another area where again we don't have a specific identified ridgeline. Again, if you go to Somerset and you look out the window, there's a number of just mountainous features all over this parcel, these 2 parcels. So if there's a specific area, that you've identified when you went out there, maybe we can call that out and I can show you what it is.
Okay, if you go about halfway into the map to the left or west, I think it's west anyway, straight across from where you just had your pointer, where it said add fire access, and you go across to the left. I see homes and they appear to be on ridge lines, like the one, there's a cul-de-sac to the farthest end.
Over here.
Yeah. So I'm just trying to understand, look, I respect ridge lines. I get it. We just went through it, right? Other projects, even in my own ward. So I get that there's a distinction between significant and all of this, but I'm looking at more of maybe just a steepness factor. Maybe that's a way to identify ridge lines, and maybe these are only 15 degree and not 30. I don't know.
So this general area here is kind of sandwiched in between 2 drainage ways, and you can kind of see that here. There's a rock outcropping here, and they've stayed off of that rock outcropping. And there's more rock outcroppings generally down here. So they have stayed away from those areas. This area here is the area that's generally not in the 30% slopes. That's more the greenish, if you're looking at a slope map, there's not a lot of red identified as slopes in that area there. But you do have the 2 drainage ways that converge. And they've kept houses out of the drainage ways, but they do have roadways crossing those drainage ways.
Then just below your cursor, there was an area you didn't really address in between the yellow and the far end where you were just speaking. So go left, keep going left, keep going. In that general area, how was that?
Yeah, same thing. In terms of slope, this is the area that has the less steep slopes. So the areas that's not in the 30%.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then are there any spots, because I saw a lot of areas that were green that seemed to say open space that still had development, and since you're doing such a good job with this map, could you just point us to those?
Yeah, generally these areas down here are probably the most suitable for development. This kind of pod here, again, this pod of homes here, even this kind of general pod of homes up here. Those areas are in the less steep areas. Where we do have more steeper areas, I would say is probably more so on this area here, where some of these homes, some of the lots do encroach within the 30% slopes. But again, it's not the entire pod, it's just more on the, would be kind of the back end of some of those lots.
And last question, you said that you would deal with the wildlife mitigation later, but where is the wildlife corridors that are contiguous?
Yeah, so their wildlife corridors are generally anywhere there's a drainage way. And you can see on this map, drainage way, and I apologize, this isn't the best map to show you.
Okay.
Let's see if I can find a better one that shows.
Okay. I wanted to make sure we understood where they are so that, and I don't know if they're mapped, like, do you have a map for that?
Yeah, let me bring another item over and zoom in. You see that map?
Yep.
Okay. So this gives you a better idea of where these drainage ways are. Blue areas are where the drainage ways are, and those are the areas, again, they've kept out of those areas. They've identified those as the wildlife corridors. And then in working with NDOW, and I can defer to the applicant on some of this because they've had one-on-one conversations with NDOW, and they've come up with a plan. Some of the things within the MGOD are things that you would see as part of the wildlife mitigation plan, such as what types of vegetation you're going to plant in those open space areas. What the
Quick
fence-
question, where they cross roads, what do they do there? Because they're going to get hit on the road. So is there a bridge or something?
Where the wildlife crosses
Wildlife
roads?
corridors hit crossroads. I mean, that's usually what breaks up the wildlife habitat. So like I see one where you were just going, like
In this area here?
Yep.
Yep, and so they'll work out any of those specifics as with NDOW as part of that plan. Generally speaking, with this kind of urban development, and I say urban because it's the city. They generally don't put in bridges to cross I-80. They don't put in bridges to cross, their collector roadways. Typically, the speed limits are low, the traffic volumes are low. So if there's a deer crossing the road, typically people see it. That doesn't mean deer aren't going to get hit. It's just, it's kind of the reality of living next to, an open space area. But they will work with NDOW. And again, I'm going to defer to the applicant on their specific discussions to see if they've kind of addressed any of those topics.
And then I see you have active fault zone on here, the red. And I know Somerset had a lot of faults. A lot of earthquakes a couple of years ago. It was, people were getting shaken out of their beds. It was really, really intense. And this is right next to it. So I just wondered, have we specified any kind of like development standard to deal with earthquakes here or?
Yeah, and those are generally just, I think it's a 50-foot setback, and those follow just code requirements, not zoning code requirements, related more to building code requirements. And it depends on how active or inactive that fault line is. So they have to verify all of that. Typically, you would see that when they come in with their final geotech report and identify either what that physical house setback is, or they can also do improvements to the structure itself. So you can make them more earthquake sound as part of the structural design.
Whatever we do, I see houses situated right on top of fault lines that are active, and says 50-foot setback. But I got to imagine that in that area, the earthquakes were felt all over Somerset, not just like on a line. When there's an earthquake, everybody feels it, not just like right there. So it strikes me that it's already been shown to be earthquake prone. It seems like any kind of housing that should be there should be built in a way to withstand. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Yep.
I think the appellant had their hand raised and wanted to speak.
Okay, Mr. Gallagher.
Mute.
Or
Okay. Oh,
Mr. Altman, go ahead.
Yes, I'm going to defer to Mr. Gallagher, please.
Go ahead.
okay. We've discussed it, and we can go with 150 feet from the Somerset boundary. We will lose some more lots, but we want to be able to redistribute any of them that we can through the rest of the development. The rest of the conditions that Neoma read off, I think we can comply with all of them except for possibly the stakeholders having to approve the final maps.
It's unworkable.
No, I'm sorry, that's not what it says. It doesn't say that they have to approve it. It says that they're, let me read the exact language, because I'm glad you brought that up, because that's not what it says. Prior to the final review and approval of each final map, the applicant shall participate in a staff coordinated stakeholder engagement process to review the proposed final subdivision designs and the measures proposed to address conditions of approval for the final map. This is not a new subdivision review process, but rather a participatory approach to verifying that the final map is in substantial conformance. Staff shall consider feedback received during the stakeholder engagement process in the review of each final map. In addition to standard application fees, the applicant shall finance public notice of stakeholder engagement process.
Okay, well, my input is that have to be very carefully worded, and Mr. Mull is going to have to approve it.
Okay, I guess if we can get that very carefully worded and approved by our illustrious legal counsel, then that will probably be fine. The rest of the conditions, if I heard them all correctly, I think we either comply with them now or we don't have a problem with them.
So, Angela, I wonder if we might be able to, I know that Mr. Altman had mentioned also participating in the Affordable Housing Fund. I don't know if that's something.
Can't do it at this level. You got to do it. Yeah, we're on board with that, but you know, I think this was a kind of a last minute hurrah. So I really have to talk to the owner, Mr. Lucas, about it. But I don't see any reason this can't be part and part. But see, we're getting in a real complex situation here because we're asking for things and we haven't had real time to say officially that we can comply with it. And I understand where you are, Neoma. You don't want to go forward with passing this project without some of these things that, so maybe I can have Steve Mull talk to that. Maybe we can figure out a way to get around it. So in good faith, we're going to work towards that, but we're going to have some time, and that would have to be towards, you know, in final mapping. But can you come up with an idea?
Yeah, I think what we can do is if you want to make conditions, as you set forth on this approval, staff is going to have to come up, and Angela's, we're going to have to come up with the wording of that after this meeting, because we can't craft the language like we used to do in the old days, you know, right at the council table and get things written. We have to work with staff on that. So I think that's probably should be a component of it. If it does get approved with the conditions, then we sit down with staff and then they come back with those specific condition languages. I think that's the best way to handle that. Angela, what do you think?
I was gonna say, can I maybe offer a suggestion? Mr. Moloff, maybe I can email you a list of these conditions. Maybe we take a break, 15-minute break. Are there other items on your agenda, council members, that you still need to get to, or is this it?
This is our last item, Angela.
Okay. Well, maybe we take a 15, 20-minute, 30-minute break, give you guys a chance to look over the conditions and see if there's anything that is of concern. Again, the one related to public outreach with the Verde residents, that is a condition we've added on other projects. And it's not intended to allow the Verde residents to stop your development. It essentially gives a second set of eyes to see if all the conditions have been met before you guys submit your final map. Staff will oversee that process, so it's not a approve or deny type process. Again, it's just an opportunity to include the Verde residents in the process. But again, it doesn't give them the ability to modify your site or make any changes to your site. You basically show how you've met the conditions. You provide a letter saying, here's all the conditions, here's how I've met them, here's a copy of my draft final map. And then we work as staff, work with you and the Verde residents to make sure it's in compliance with those conditions.
So I think
Hold on a second. Do you have language for that you've used in other projects that you can
We do.
include in the email to me?
Yep. Yep, we can do that.
Okay, so I say that's
Well, it's gonna
acceptable,
come-
so we can keep moving forward on this. So are we saying we're gonna take about a 20-minute break and then come back? Is that how we're gonna handle it?
Yeah.
Okay, we're on board.
Okay.
Okay, we will.
I will email to Mr. Gallagher, and then you guys all have access to the same document.
And can we
Okay,
have,
we will back
can
at
we have a
8:30.
copy of Neoma's paperwork there so we can,
Yeah, I'll
Yeah.
make sure that we're on the same page and it gets over.
thank you.
Right.
Okay, we will resume at 8:30. I'll see everyone back.
Can you hear me?
I am.
You are? Can you see
Yeah.
the screen? Okay, I'm gonna turn. Let's see.
I can see you.
Do you see that? Can you see that?
Where?
No,
I can't.
because you
Oh,
have
you
your
can't see it.
background
It's
up.
not coming through. It's my son's snake cage, and the snake is up the side of the tank.
Oh my gosh.
And it's
Snake before he's still around, huh? Or she or whatever.
Yeah. We don't know what it is. I think it's a she. It's crawling up the side of the snake tank. It's now. Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Is it in a tank, like a fish tank?
Yeah,
Or
it's in a like a 50-gallon fish tank, which is probably too small for it now. I know my son says he's moving into a house for his next. Yes, please, so you can take the snake. Because I'm tired of babysitting the snake.
Oh my gosh, that has to be, that's creepy. I mean,
You have to feed it. You have to feed it frozen. Well, you thaw them, but rats.
oh,
Yeah.
oh, oh. That's
Yes.
gross.
Uh,
So I bet you feeding time is your favorite time, right?
no, that would be no. That would be a no.
Are they alive?
No,
Okay.
no, thank goodness. They're frozen, and of course you thaw them, and then you hold them with these metal tongs, and then he snatches them up, and it's very.
That's probably the best thing, though.
To a snake.
And you're sitting right next to it. That's
I know. I've never moved where I do these meetings because it's just a quiet room and it's away from where the landscapers do stuff, and it's just kind of a secluded, quiet room. So I've always just stayed in here, and I'm not really sure why.
Okay. Hi, Angela. I assume we're ready to go.
I think it looks like we're oh, there's Fred. Yep. I think I see the applicants are all there, and I think we're ready.
Okay.
It's on this side.
Did you unmute us?
Yep, we're unmuted.
Okay. Can you hear us?
We can.
Okay, all right. Let me go through the conditions. Condition number 9 is okay. Condition number 23, I think is redundant because the easement is already existing on the maps of the easement.
Excuse me, could you increase the font here because I'm up close to my computer, I can't read. So look for a little, there you go. Thank you.
Okay. All right, perfect. Okay, so let me start from the top again. Condition number 9 is okay. Condition number 23 is really redundant because it's already noted on the easement map on parcels 234-711 and 234-707. And that we just got confirmed here that's on the map. If you need to see that, Angela, we can pull that up and show it to you. So I think that's already taken care of. Number 24 is okay. 25, Tom is going to talk a little bit about that because there's some language he wants to talk about.
I think that and I think Trey would agree with it, that 25, any of them that aren't within the response time, and if the station gets manned sometime in the future, then we're in complete compliance with fire code on most of them. But until that's done, then the sprinklers would be something that we'd be required to do by the fire department. We have no problem with that.
So can I ask a question on this? Because that's the $1 million question, is we don't know from a staffing level a definitive date. So maybe I would look to Angela or legal on how one would word that says up and until the point in which the Station 19 is adequately staffed, you know, that this, maybe I just said it.
How about up until the fire department is within 6 minutes of any of the houses?
I think the discrepancy is that currently that Station 19 is just a 2-man crew, so they don't respond to fires, they respond to medical emergencies. And I think where Councilwoman Jordan is concerned is that how do we make sure that we're fighting fires? We can't until we know that that's either a 3-man or 4-man crew, whatever the.
Yeah, it doesn't even have a fire truck in it at this point. So I think it's fair to say sprinklers would be included until the point where that station is fully manned and can respond to fires.
I want to say something.
Okay, just hold on a second.
Okay. I want to say something.
Yeah, that may very well work. I think anyway. Fred, you got something?
Yeah, I think we're all on the same page here. My concern is that we're spending $1,600 per door. So how do we put pressure on the fire department to up the personnel to take care of this? Is that
you go to your legislature and tell them to fix our tax structure? That's what you do.
If I may weigh in also, is I thought that sprinklers are required regardless, and that there's this thing called the Northern Nevada exception to the adoption of the building code, and that comes up every so often on readoptions of the building code, and a lot of people say, why aren't we requiring sprinklers, you know, routine? So I'd hate to see the next iteration of the building code say we're going to do what the building code people say, not carve out this exception, and see this condition in the most fire-prone environment be something where these people can actually get through and build people at this great risk without the sprinklers. So I think, you know, if the inclination is here, regardless of the staffing, the sprinklering should be just absolutely required. And frankly, I can't believe we're even having this conversation about sprinkling at this elevation or not. Mind-blowing to me.
Northern access, is that in this too with the sprinklers?
Yes.
The emergency access, okay.
Ms. Foos, for me, for point of order, are you the one making the edits to this document?
That's me, Angela.
I would prefer the term be, instead of manned, be personed. Fully personed.
I'd rather it be staffed, but I think we use the word staffed.
Either one is preferable to manned.
Okay,
we can do that. We can go with that. I think Trey, if he's still on, I think he will probably agree with that.
Okay, let's skip condition 26 and 27. We'll come back to that and go to condition 28, 29, and 30. Those are okay also.
Okay.
So what I have on my list,
Yeah, they are.
Condition 9, 23, 24, 25, we just discussed.
Okay, I'm gonna
20,
put you on
28,
speakerphone and maybe you can hear.
29, and 30 are okay. So that brings us back to.
Just a second.
That's your deal, Fred.
Now, okay, so now we're up to condition 26 and 27. 26, I think, is it's a lot of language in there that's editorial. In other words, language in there in stating what the NRS Chapter 383 says in the first place. And I think that condition should read that we will comply with all state historic preservation office NRS standards under Chapter 383. And that's the law. So we will follow whatever the law says on historic preservation sites. For example, what you're saying here, failure to provide notice to the State Historical Preservation Office of a discovery of an Indian burial is a violation of state law and can result in criminal penalties. That's what the law says. We don't need to put that in a condition. So I think we just say, we will comply with NRS 383-170. That's my thought, Angela.
Angela, has this language been included? My understanding is this is kind of a standard, a newer standard sort of language. Have you used this before?
We have, yes. This is language that we've used on other projects. That's where we got it from. I do agree with Mr. Moloch, that last sentence probably doesn't need to be there. It's just.
It's in the NRS anyway.
Yep. I think the one thing that we want to call out is that any of the construction plans, whether it's a grading plan or building permit plan, construction plans, we want to make sure that that language is added to those construction drawings.
I don't have a problem with that. I think if we, in the construction docs,
It's there anyway.
yeah, that's in there. We don't have a problem with.
I think just an editorial comment is, after 45 years of doing this, every time we find a burial site, even if it's not a Native American, we call historic preservation.
So 27?
Okay, so now 27 is problematic. There's nowhere in the NRS processing statutes dealing with final maps that provides for this. And
can I kind of give you a little context as to kind of where this came from and why? That might maybe help shape it. So particularly with the Verdi residents, they have, and legitimate, concerns about working really hard on the front end about a public process and input about details, right? They are a very involved group, and a lot of effort goes into getting a lot of details in on the front end. And what has happened is, due to for whatever reason, oversight, staffing reasons, whatever it may be, the translation between what was agreed upon initially and what gets finished at the very end, they have seen it change. As an example, there was a West Meadows. There was an understanding that there would be slat fencing that went around the entire project for deer reasons, so the deer can see through it and not try to jump over it and get harmed or whatever. And at the end of the day, that's not ultimately what got constructed, or that's not what they believed was agreed upon and got constructed. So this is just a check. Angela, I mean, you can probably describe it better than I. This is more of a check-in to say, this is what was initially agreed upon, and this is what's actually happening, so that there's not stuff that gets lost.
Absolutely. And I think the problem for the Verdi neighbors is this is the last point for public input. So if this gets approved tonight, this will never come back before Planning Commission or City Council or the NAB or the Verdi residents. And then let's say 2 years from now, as construction is happening and houses are being built, something is different than what they envisioned or they thought they heard at this meeting. They don't really have an opportunity to say that's not what was agreed to and that's not what the condition said. But by adding this language. Again, it's not required per state law, it's not required per code, but we have been adding it to projects in the Verdi area just as another kind of step in the process to kind of check in on us as staff to make sure we are reviewing it correctly so that we don't have another mishap where we said we weren't going to allow, 6 foot tall fencing. And somehow we did allow 6 foot tall fencing when we said we were only going to allow open view fencing. So it's kind of a checks and balances for all of us to make sure that, yep, what we all said, what was written down and what was conditioned is what is being built. But again, this does not give anyone the ability to modify your site plan or to change any of the conditions. It gives us a checks and balances to make sure that, yep, what was agreed to at the tentative map is what is being constructed with the final map.
Okay, so the concept, I think there's room for language in that concept, but let me make one point. This project at some point in time is going to go into the world of financing, for construction financing, for house financing, for developer financing. And one of the most important things that a lender is going to require from the approval of the final map forward, or approval of the tentative map through and past the final map, is there's nothing in the conditions of the tentative map that would in any way stop the development process or lender, the lender providing funds. And I can just see a lender looking at this condition 27 and saying, well, what kind of power does the citizens have in the lending process that could stop this project? And that gives me concern on condition 27. It can't have any language in there that a lender's going to look at and say, this is a problem and this is a problem. Now with that, I think Tom has some comments of how we fix that.
Well, I think that, I know the Bird Eye community has an extensive, what would I call it, email system where they notify everybody in Bird Eye of things. And rather than going through a mailed notice process to everyone, it would seem to be a lot more effective and not as expensive to notify the Bird Eye Community Coalition, or whatever it is called now, and post it in various places. Like, I know next door Sierra Highlands has all kinds of people on it, and that would seem to give a public notice where we would present the plans, let them look at them, let them talk about them. But I know we've had a lot of the things where they're mailed out, and the next thing you know, 3 people show up and say, I didn't get a notice. And I think if we put a little bit of this back on them and let them notify their neighborhoods that this is going on, I don't think we'd have any problem complying with it.
Well, is this systematic of other projects?
Yeah, well, that's one of the questions I had too. Is this is just Bird Eye that this is all happening in?
No, this is everyone that received a public notice for this tentative map would be able to participate. So we would send out another round of letters or postcards to the same people that we notified for this project.
And the problem, I really have heartburn on this one, because I've done the tremendous amount of financing for all kinds of developments in this valley for the last 40 years, almost 50 years. And I'm intimately knowledgeable about what lenders look at, what their due diligence people do, what their underwriters do, and any condition that has language in it that the lender thinks that there could be some delay in the project, or it goes back to public hearing, or the staff has lost control of it, or we get into that loop, is going to be a death knell to any financing. And that's the concern I have.
Okay.
And I think that's a legitimate concern.
May I offer something, Councilwoman Jordan?
Yes, because I think there might be a way to get there without, I mean, the last thing we want to do is mess with some financing, but I also feel very strongly about closing this information loop with the residents. And particularly now when there's not been, because of COVID restrictions, been a super robust sort of outreach program on the front end. So I just think it's courteous to them, their neighbors, whether it's the Somerset folks or the Verdi folks. I think it's important that we somehow get this information out. And the city is the check. I mean, you guys aren't stuck in the middle trying to debate with somebody whether or not something was agreed to or not. That's kind of on us, but it's the notification of, here's what we're, it's good neighborly actions to do. So maybe Councilwoman Dewar has some language that.
I personally think this is really good. I mean, what it is it's providing a check-in. And as you put in this last comment, this process does not allow for modifications to conditions of approval. So I really believe that right there helps your financing. But to help further, because the citizens can't be there all the time, and we did this on Daybreak, which is that we asked for independent third-party review of the hydrology. The really sensitive stuff goes to an independent person. Maybe what is required here is some kind of independent project manager that works for the city and does these checks, whether it's for this project or other Verdi projects. I mean, it sounds like it's an issue, not just in Verdi. Frankly, I hear the same thing from my residents, that what's approved does not end up being what's built. And our staff are stretched so thin. And maybe a little combination where they come and give an update at whether it's a NAB or another kind of group, a CAB or the community council, but they also have a person they know at the city is tracking this. And I mean, could that help be sort of an in-between approach where you do this, you do this process that you've laid out, but there actually is a person, and maybe it comes from the Building Enterprise Fund, because that's where we're supposed to be helping fund inspections. And that's what this really is it's trying to make sure that what is being built matches up with what is permitted. And that's a very eminently reasonable responsibility to happen.
Yeah. Madam Mayor.
Comment on that. I think we're getting closer to where we need to be. And I appreciate your comments back. I don't think we have any problem on sharing, because we share it with staff in the final map process. Finding or sharing with staff the information of what we're doing on the final map. Right. I have no problem as to staff allowing the citizens group that are involved to see those plans. All right. And I have no problem with that group submitting back to staff their concerns or questions relative to that map. And I have no problem staff coming back to the developer and its engineers and asking them to respond to those citizen responses. And then thereafter, those responses are transmitted to the citizens. What I don't want to do is get into a process where we have hearings and meetings on a final map. And that's, I'm really pretty adamant on that, because I know how the process works for many, many years.
And absolutely, we agree. We don't want that either. What we're trying to do is just make sure that we have input, and that before you guys go through, the effort of putting together your 100% design drawings for this final map, that you give us a draft copy of your map and we go back to this list of 30 conditions and say, yep, we can check all the boxes. It doesn't give them the ability to say, I don't like your wildlife mitigation plan, go do it again. That's not what this does. It gives them the ability to say, yep, they went through the process and now approved the wildlife mitigation plan. They've addressed all of those issues as part of their design. So that condition has been satisfied.
Yeah, and I think if you can tighten up that language a little bit, because I don't want to, get into your bailiwick, because you're the person that has to deal with this process at staff level and with the individual homeowners that are in this loop. I just want staff to have ultimate and final control over this process, so everybody knows. We know exactly what we have to provide to staff. Staff knows exactly what they provide to the homeowners. Homeowners know exactly what they transmit it back to staff, and staff knows exactly what they're going to transmit to the developer, and the developer knows what he's going to transmit back to staff. That's the box that I think should be there.
Okay.
Could I just say, in my experience, when you get into a condition of this, which I think can be described as a planning hearing going off the rails, and you start working on the moment, spur, elaborate conditions, atypical conditions, it's really an effort to make a project work that is probably unworkable. And it lends itself to a lot of complexity as the project comes in and unfolds. And well, I think everyone's trying to get to a spot here of, making this findings and these conditions. I think we're starting to apply conditions in here that really do go beyond reasonable and rational, and just, work against the project. So I just want to say, I don't support these conditions that we're designing on the fly here.
Well, I think we've mid our point relative to condition number 27. And Angela, I invite you to, come up with some language changes that you feel comfortable with it, because you're the entity that needs to administrate that. We don't administrate it.
Well, and she just added with underlines and staff led. So I don't know if that gives you, along with that final sentence, gives you a deeper level of comfort. And now that you kind of understand what the intent is behind it, and I don't see this as conditions on the fly. I call this.
This is constructive conversation.
This is constructive stuff that we're trying to, which I think is our job, is to try to find a way to yes. We don't always get there, and frankly, I wasn't sure we were going to get there tonight. But we're
trying our best from this side, and I think this has been a constructive discussion on these conditions.
And you're good with it now with some of these additional comments.
Yeah. So let me just read 27 here. Staff coordinated and staff list.
I think one comment is, can we put a time limit on the comments?
Like a process period?
Yes.
Yeah, so we don't get drug out for 3 months waiting for somebody to make a comment.
Angela, in practice, how long has this taken?
We haven't actually had a project submit a final map yet. So
30 days, I mean, is that appropriate?
Yeah. Why don't we even put in some bookends of, we'll have like a 2-week window where people can provide comments. During that 2-week window, they can provide comments again. It'll be to staff. Staff will then review those comments and get back to the applicant and say, we agree, you haven't checked that box, or, these comments are great, but we disagree and we feel that all these boxes have been checked.
Does Nevada revised statute have a timing threshold clock on final map?
We do.
Yeah, that's the concern on the timing.
Yeah, between the tentative map and the first final map, it's 4 years. And then between each subsequent final map, it's 2 years.
No, my question was when a final comes in the door.
No.
Oh, to process it? So the idea is that they would submit this before they submitted the final map. This would be kind of their draft final map that would go through this public process, again, participatory process. Once we got everything checked off, then they would submit their final map and start that process.
Ooh, that's a new process for mapping.
So is it a not to exceed 45 days or something? I don't know.
Yeah, Angela, I like what you just said there, because I think this will work. If we, prior to submitting our actual final map for approval, the developer will submit a preliminary or draft final map, and that will become the platform to go out to the community to get comments from the community as to that draft final map. They give comments back. Staff reviews those, contacts the developer comments back, and staff comments back to the people who sent in questions or inquiries, and then staff makes a final decision as to what can be done. And that's happens at one point in time. So we got one slice of time, draft or final map, and that's the end of it.
Okay.
Enter Sandman, that was timely.
Yeah, so.
Okay, so what I've made a couple changes then based on Mr. Moloff's comments. So prior to submitting the final map, so we're all clear on at what point in the process this happens. This will be a staff coordinated and staff led stakeholder engagement process. And then at the very end, we've added that, again, this process does not allow for modifications to the conditions of approval nor the approved tentative map. And then the public review / comment process shall be open for up to 2 weeks.
Okay. Do you care about the fees, Tom? Stan, do you care about the fees?
I think we ought to figure out how the notice has to be done. It's just a mailing, right, Angela?
Correct. So staff will, again, send a notice out to everyone that received a notice already for this project. And what we'll probably do is just provide a link to your conditions of approval, and you'll submit a letter of how you've addressed each of the conditions of approval. And then you'll submit, again, your draft final map. So this is not intended to be a sewer report or a, hydrology study. Those are very technical documents. That is not the intent of what the residents are to be reviewing. They are strictly to be looking at the conditions and let us know if, again, some of these conditions have been achieved or not.
Stakeholder engagement process, and then it goes on to say in addition, but the process does not allow for modification of the condition.
Okay, are we ready?
Hold a second.
Councilman Jordan, while they're talking.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Fred, what's your concern about condition 27?
I just see there's a real contradiction in there. So we're going to open up this to the public, which I don't see any problem with that. But it says staff shall consider the feedback received during the stakeholders engagement process in the review of each final map. So what we're doing is we're really opening up a can of worms, and I understand why, because we want to give the public some kind of a say. But then we go on to say the process does not allow for any modification, conditions of approval, or approved tentative map. So
how about staff shall evaluate feedback? Because they're evaluating it against
that's a very good point.
That's a good point.
That's very good. I like that.
Okay, there. All right.
Yay.
And on the fee, is that just included, Angela, in the final map fee or what? Or
No,
what fee or
no. When we send out public notices, we pay for postage. So you'll reimburse us for that postage.
okay. That might be a deal breaker. No.
All right, Madam Mayor, I can't see the screen, but I'm prepared to make a motion.
If we can please take public comment before we take a motion, that would be much obliged. Thank you.
Councilwoman Jordan, before
Fred.
you leave this,
Or I need to stand.
I just want to make sure about the earthquakes. I'm sorry, but it's a very earthquake prone area. And I guess I'm just asking you, I didn't really see anything that addressed that other than move 50 feet back, which, while that's good to not be right on the fault, you know, what's going to keep those houses standing? I mean, I don't really know. I know there's special seismic standards for when you're in an earthquake zone. So is that addressed, Angela, somewhere in the
Yeah, when they come in with their final map, they will have a final geotech report. At a preliminary geotech report, they haven't gone out and identified very specifically where those fault lines are. We can do, research and figure out historically where somebody has documented where they think those fault lines are, but we could be 20 feet off, we could be 100 feet off, we don't know. So until they do an actual digging and determine where those fault lines are and how active those fault lines are, they will have to make those changes when they get to final map. So they're either gonna have to move the houses 50 feet off those fault lines, or again, meet whatever the building code is in terms of how those structures are built.
That's good. And then the other question was just, I want to make sure I understand this new process that Councilwoman Jordan's put together. when you're doing a regular final map today, do you have any kind of public comment whatsoever from tentative to final? No.
Do not.
At all, zero.
Zero. No, it's just, it's a staff-led process, similar to a building permit. We don't do any, public review with a building permit, staff review. It's more of a technical level review.
Okay.
So I think that's reasonable. I think that's a good process that allows for a look at the proposed final map, comment back, and staff then makes the decision. It's a window of comment, and that's it.
Condition 30.
No,
Yep.
Condition 30, I think Fred has a concern about condition 30.
Yeah. Am I on? I'm in agreement that, I would like to be in agreement, but I don't have the authority to say that this is going to be a law, so to speak. I'm sure Mr. Lucas is going to have a comment on this. I've already talked to him. He's not actually opposed to the idea, but he doesn't want to be at this point, that he doesn't want to have that put on the thing as something that is determined. So is there a way we could have some space? Because I think I have Neoma and I talked about this this afternoon, and I had a somewhat of a plan to do so I could pass this on to prospective buyers that are going to take on a program. And I think I can convince Mr. Lucas eventually that this would be a good program to be part of, and it would certainly be good in marketing and so on and so forth for our community. But at this late hour, I can't say that we can have to make this a what do you call it, condition?
Yeah, and I think
is there a way we could make it?
Well, wait a minute.
I think this condition might be a little premature, because really where it's going to apply, or where it's going to be discussed once it's determined what exactly it will be, is going to be at the building permit level. All right. So we're talking about a tentative map to final map, but we're talking about something that happens in the marketing process of the houses. And so that condition, I think, is premature.
Maybe I can provide some insight. We have conditioned this on 2 other projects. The way it works is when you come in with your building permit, you pay $1,000 as part of a donation or contribution for affordable housing. Then the city holds on to that money, or a land trust, whichever is the end keeper. And that money is then used to pay for affordable housing projects. Has nothing to, the affordable housing project isn't connected to your site. It's a citywide kind of bucket of money that the city council then can then choose how they want to spend affordable housing funds. And all of the other projects, money would be pooled together into one fund. So, if your project takes 5 years to build out and Daybreak takes 20 years to build out, we'll continue to build that fund and have that money as a resource to use for different affordable housing projects.
If that condition is placed upon every other project in Reno, I don't think.
Again, this is something that
and just for some more clarification on this too, and I thought that was part of the phone call and the pause we were having was to confirm this so we wouldn't be in this situation we're in right now. This is one of our master plan sort of priorities within the city, is to foster the affordable housing components. And this is kind of the mechanism that when there's not something within a development itself that has an affordable component, let's say a requirement that 10% of your project be affordable, or that certain other factors comply. This is how some of those developments are helping to address the affordable issue while it not being addressed within their specific development. So this is a more frequently being used process. And Fred, I know this, as you indicated to me, is near and dear to your heart, helping our vulnerable populations get into homes. So this one is very important for our master plan goals. And I think this is a wonderful gesture to help the city.
I'm on board, but I just can't speak for that without having Mr. Lucas approve it. So, but I will tell you this, that in good faith, I will work towards that. And I think it's a really good program. I would like to see it. It's kind of like donating, in a sense, $1,000 to Parks and Recreation that many cities have. And this would be another one because we have an absolute terrible problem going on in this city, like every other city, with affordable housing. And, you know, we're trying to figure out ways to address it and to help it. And I think this idea is great. And it could be very rewarding for our society. But I think at this late hour, maybe we could figure out a way to just make this something that I'm going to take on personally, and I'll figure out a way to do it.
Well, Angela, how could we do this that it's,
yeah, maybe we take the number out of there and just say that we're gonna.
well, then you kind of gut the intent, and then, you know, we're trying to, and I appreciate you wanting to be a part of helping to solve a bigger problem. I think like any condition, just like the fire access road, if you don't get the easement that you need from toll, you have to come back and ask for us to modify the conditions. So I feel strongly about leaving this in.
So do you think this is going to be a mandatory donation at some point in the future?
I don't know.
I talked to some affordable housing advocates the other day who are trying to get this into legislature. I think that I appreciate your sentiment because, you know, when you get into a highly negotiated process of something like this, if someone isn't really keeping an eye on it and know that this is an approach versus something they can pick up and read in our code book, I could see it could be problematic for you to accept a condition like that. And again, I'll just go back to elaborate conditions, negotiated council meetings at 9 o'clock going on for 3 hours under a judge, you know, eyes. It's, I don't know if it's not correct to say lipstick on a pig, but that's what I'm feeling like we're doing here tonight. Thank you.
So is it possible we could take this condition off and hope for the best? I mean, that's basically what we'd be doing. I'm pretty aggressive on that. No, ain't gonna happen.
No.
I think as long as it's applied universally, then that's one thing. But I mean, if we get to be the only kids that play the game.
Yeah.
Well, you're not. And as I indicated, while we don't have it solidified, one, you know, size fits all, it's meant to be malleable based upon what the product is that you're bringing in and what suits, you know, your project. I mean, we're not asking for inclusionary zoning or a certain percentage to be affordable. So this is I think is wholly appropriate. And I'll apologize. I thought this was something that was being discussed while we were on break and understood condition.
It was on the second page, and I didn't see the second page.
Okay.
Do you think, Angela, that you can put some language in that condition that indicates that it's going to be a universal thing? We're not the only person on the block. You can't do that. Okay.
No, because that's a policy discussion that we have not had yet with council.
So we're the guinea pig.
We've had 2 projects where they have specifically volunteered to do this. We have other projects where they have volunteered to do other types of affordable housing contributions, right? Whether it's a certain percentage of their units will be at a lower average median income, or this. And I think what we found is a lot of these projects don't want to do affordable housing within their development. And so this is another good alternative that gives the city the ability to still support affordable housing projects.
Like Jacobs, I think gave $1.5 million to the housing authority, something along those lines. I mean, I don't recall.
He did.
All of it. Yeah, and we can't condition, you know, we can't say this will, I mean, the whole point is to be somewhat flexible in the give on this front. So I feel strongly this needs to stay in. This is significant for our master plan priorities. And I don't think it's an unreasonable condition. And again, if something should happen where Mr. Lucas says no can do, I mean, that comes back and they ask for a modification, correct?
Correct.
Angela, on condition 26, how did you revise that one as to the state law?
So condition 26, we basically deleted most of it and it said a note shall be placed on all grading plans, site improvement plans, and final maps that construction shall comply with NRS 383-171A regarding activities during construction.
You do great work, you know that. That's good. I like that.
Okay.
Any questions on any other conditions? Why don't you just put them on the screen and we're okay on all that? Okay. Okay.
When are you going to show us the snake?
And now, if I turn my screen, you could see it. He's taunting me.
Okay, so Councilwoman Jordan, I believe you made a motion, correct?
Well, we have to take public comment. Ashley was.
That's right. I'm sorry, we're getting late. We're almost into 12 hours here. So,
Councilwoman Jordan, just a quick question. I mean, did you end up, what happened to the 180 houses in the open space? I mean, did we take those out? I'm sorry, I am losing track, and we brought it up like 4 times, but we haven't really addressed it. So.
Angela, I don't know if we want to pull the map back up to kind of show.
Yeah.
It's a simple question. I don't know.
Yeah, before I pull the map, I just want to make sure everyone can read. We're going to modify one of the existing conditions. We currently have some language in condition number 9 that talks about basically matching lot size. So if you're building a house and you're next to a 4,000 square foot lot, then you have to at least provide a buffer similar to that. And we're going to delete that language and add some new language that says new development adjacent to existing development within the Somerset PUD shall provide a 150-foot open space buffer. So
And
the
what
entire
about-
boundary of Somerset will now have a 150-foot open space buffer before any Stan Lucas parcel is there.
Okay. And then the ones on the 30% slopes, did we address those? I apologize. I just lost track here.
That is not in any of these conditions. We can add that if council so desires.
I don't know. I'll lean to Councilwoman Jordan. I mean, I think she's doing a great job here, and I just think that's been something that's been brought up over and over again. So.
No, and I'm going to go back to the MGOD and there's some restrictions there that I think actually, according to Angela, allows for the development on those.
Correct.
So
well, it allows for them. I don't know if our other code is very limiting on 30% slopes, but so I thought I should raise it, you know, in terms of, it seems to be a critical issue, you know, it's just these very steep slopes. And I understand we have the 2 in MGOT, but I don't think it's like exclusive. It says like only these ones shall be managed, but the others are fine. I don't think that's how I would interpret it, but maybe Angela can give us some guidance.
Yeah, again, MGOD is the very specific language that trumps code. So if there's a discrepancy between what code says and MGOD says, we need to follow the MGOD.
So they're not additive. It's not, they have to meet regular city conditions as well as the MGOD?
They do, but anywhere where there's a conflict and the MGOD is different, then we follow the MGOD. Okay, well,
one more follow-up then. There's nowhere in the city that I know that says this mountaintop's off limits, right?
Correct.
So the fact that the MGOD says this mountaintop's off limits doesn't mean other mountaintops aren't off limits, because nowhere do we say anything about mountaintops being off limits in our regular code. So I'm not sure one trumps the other. I think it's silent on that issue. But listen, I'll defer to Councilwoman Jordan. I know it's been a huge issue with your constituents. And I just thought
it has, but there's also, I think, to frame it just quickly, and I know it's getting very late. I'm gonna say I look to the cliffs probably the highest point of construction in all of Somerset. I don't believe there's any development suggested in this project that exceeds that elevation. So it would be tough for me to come forward and say, hey, the cliffs over here is all right, but over here is not. So that
And
was.
they're not in the MGOD, right? I mean, I don't know exactly what the boundary.
No, but to your point about what someone might
City,
identify.
general city guideline, thank you.
Okay, Madam Mayor, would you like to take public comment at this time?
I would. That would be great. Thanks so much.
All right, I'd like to note for the record, these are voicemails that were received from the February 10th public hearing in which we move forward to this meeting, so we will be listening to those now.
Hello, Addie Argyris for the record. I am speaking to the Stan Lucas Project, LDC 20-0003. I submitted documents via email on Sunday, February 7th that pertain to the MG properties. Those documents are the Verdi Settlement Agreement, the handbook, and excerpts from regional planning meeting. Page 6 of the handbook states that after the agreement and the handbook expire, the city can only develop the properties through RMC if RMC is consistent with the handbook. If not consistent, the properties go to cooperative planning. Per the regional settlement agreement, the property resets to pre-annexation zoning for the cooperative planning process. This project needs to be denied and follow the correct process as it is not consistent with the handbook and it requires cooperative planning. The text amendment project is an attempt to bypass the required cooperative planning. Thank you.
This is Dale Cowan, and I live at 1875 Evergreen Ridge Way in Reno. This is concerning the Stan Lucas Mortensen Ranch project, LDC 20-0003. And what I'd like to have is would like to see something in writing saying the lots behind Trail Creek will remain open space and cannot be used for further development. Also, I would like to make sure that the hours of construction be strictly enforced. Thank you very much, and that would be all. Thank you.
This is John W. Walden and Janice K. Walden, residents of 1475 Del Webb Parkway. We're calling to provide input for the Stan Lucas Mortensen Ranch, LDC 20-0003. Our concerns are primarily environmental issues that will affect existing as well as proposed development actions. First and foremost on our list of concern are the power lines, which are major electrical conduits that are running apparently directly through the proposed development. And we see that as a concern because those lines terminate just short of the current building areas on Del Webb Parkway and extend out to the west for some distance. The power lines are considered a major electrical issue and certainly should have additional attention. We're also concerned about the Truckee River drainage watershed. We are concerned about the prospects of contamination of the soil and the soil runoff due to construction as is proposed. And we are curious regarding the builder's knowledge of having requirements to participate in a trust fund that exists for the maintenance of water quality. And that has been about $23.3 million over years for qualifying projects that are provided by the Truckee River Watershed Fund. Further concerns are the surface traffic, fire hazards, medical transit, school, egresses, roads, snow removal, police, fire, the whole plethora of changes, issues that are accompanying this proposed effort. Not to say the least is the significance of and that concludes our input. John and Janice Walden, 1475 Del Webb Parkway. Thank you.
Reno City Council members, thank you for carefully evaluating the San Lucas proposed development. Did you know the Mortenson-Garson Overlay District requires minimizing impacts on prominent ridgelines? Section 5A, purpose number 8. Did you also know there are not any prominent ridgelines identified in the San Lucas proposed development? The proposed San Lucas development is situated on a very challenging piece of property, and yet the planning department has not identified any prominent ridgelines as required in the MGOD. Under Section 5, Hillside Development, subsection C, application requirements and procedures require a site analysis, which at minimum requires the identification of major topographic conditions, including ridge lines, canyon, and knolls. It is abundantly clear the San Lucas project does not have all of the major ridge lines identified on the submitted maps. Please take a moment to look at page 18.08229 of the Mortenson-Garson Overlay District to read for yourself the requirements not currently being met by the applicant. Thank you for taking a closer look at this project. Ken McNeil, resident, City of Reno. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Matt Green. I received a notice of public hearing as I live within 750 feet of the proposed San Lucas Mortenson Ranch Development Project. This notice invited my comments that will be read at the February 10 City Council meeting regarding this subject. I object to this development and urge the Planning Commission and City Council to uphold their original decision to deny. My comments will be less than 2 minutes and are as follows. Number one, ridge lines. The development does not give adequate consideration to protecting the prominent ridge lines, significant view sheds, canyons, and visually prominent rock outcroppings of the area. The current application violates the terms and spirit of the handbook and the City of Reno Development Master Plan requirements. The current application does not give adequate consideration to area neighbors as required by the handbook. Number two, environmental impact. The current application does not contain a Nevada Department of Wildlife report. The proposed development will adversely affect area wildlife, which is already under serious stress. There is insufficient open space protection under the current application. Three, emergency access to the cliffs. No easements have been secured, and property owners to the north do not want to grant such access. Thus, a required emergency outlet cannot be achieved. Therefore, without an emergency outlet, no development should occur in the area adjacent to the cliffs. Finally, number four, traffic. Given the size of this development, roads leading to the access points will have to be widened, including existing roundabouts, and interstate access will have to be accommodated, all of which has not been resolved. For these reasons, I again encourage the City Council to vote no. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Hi, this is Pam McNeil, and calling, of course, in regards to the San Lucas project. Thank you for listening to this recording. Although it is not the same as looking eye to eye and being able to show you all of our videos and photos, I do appreciate your efforts to communicate during COVID restrictions. It's just different. However, our efforts to further communicate with Fred Altman have been less than successful over the last few days. In the absence of him contacting us or even responding to any of the other neighbors' communications direct to him over the past 3 or 4 weeks, we did call him after being encouraged to do so. That was not met with any acceptance. Finally, we did coordinate a phone call, which Fred Altman managed to participate in for 35 minutes. So we're hopeful that could have been different, and we could have worked some of the things out prior to council. And as you can see from the various emails you've received from the residents, while changes that have been made to the plan are appreciated, the first one was condition number 8 of approval. The condition of approval was given to the applicant back in December of 2019, and they did not agree with that condition of approval. Now they do. The other major change was taking homes off of the identified significant ridge line to the south end of the project. And I'm sure that was done because they needed to do it. There has not been any movement from the applicant to remove homes from open space or anything to help with the neighbors or the wildlife and their, shall we say, happiness. We believe the project is not in compliance with many other areas of the MGOD and still should be denied on various issues that you've seen in all your emails. One of the most prevalent being the ridge lines throughout the project that are referred to continually in the verbiage of the MGOD. Just because they are not drawn on any map, they're still there. Just look at that any topographical map you see, and you'll see all the ridge lines. And I'm sure you all remember the drone video that Ken showed at the appeal hearing. If you disagree with all of this and choose to approve the project, please do consider our revised conditions of approval that were emailed to you yesterday. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rick Scheller, and I'm calling in regards to case number LDC 2000003, Stan Lucas Mortensen Ranch Development. I'm just calling to voice an opinion about the number of homes, the 676 lot single family residential subdivision being built on this property. I just feel that the number of homes being built on the land is too much for the existing infrastructure for the area, especially in the event of an emergency situation with either a wildfire or landslide that could possibly occur as a result of the development. So I'm concerned with draining issues as well as the amount of traffic that would be generated in the area. And that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, with that, we have no further public comment. Everything has been entered into the record and submitted to council. And at this time, I will transition it back to Councilmember Jardin for her motion.
Thank you.
Okay. Go right ahead.
I want to make sure, Angela, in the event or legal, if I miss some wording here, let me know. At this time, I would like to motion to approve the project with the new conditions of approval in regards to the appeal of LDC 20-00003, Stan Lucas Mortensen Ranch. Based on this council's review of the staff report, the record on appeal, and information presented at the public hearing, I move to modify the decision of the Planning Commission as follows, and those were the conditions, Angela, that you have in writing. I don't think do I need to read all of those again?
No, I have them, and I just sent a copy to the applicant as well.
Okay. I move to modify the decision of the Planning Commission as identified here tonight in writing and as modified. I can make all of the required findings as listed in the staff report. And I move to approve the tentative map and special use permit subject to conditions stated in the staff report as amended.
All right, I have a motion from Councilwoman Jardin. Do I have a second?
Before you vote, I think the motion is actually to reverse the planning commission's denial with the modified conditions. So just a little clarification.
Okay, okay. I thought it was modified, not, okay.
Yeah.
So noted and in my motion.
All right, so I have a motion from Councilwoman Jordan. Do I have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. Discussion? Go ahead, Councilwoman Breckus.
I'm going to call for discussion, and while I am discussing this, I would like Madam Clerk to share my screen or to share what I propose sent to her. I'd like to illustrate my comments. Can you do that, Madam Clerk?
Yes, we will pull up right now and you'll be able to see on our end so you don't have to screen share.
Thanks. I'm not very good at that. So for me, I find in a different direction. I find an inability of the City Council to meet tentative map finding J related to availability and accessibility of fire protection. In my view, the council determines that the closest station is not presently staffed for firefighting capacity. The council finds that the property conditions at the edge of the region's built footprint at an unprecedented elevation upon the Peavine Mountain flank, combined with canyon and ridge lands prone to quick fire travel, pose public safety risks that is beyond the city's capacity to serve. The council is in the process of pursuing a federal grant that may result in the staffing of this station, but it will not be known for at least 1 year if that will result in these enhanced service levels. So for me, I cannot make that finding. In addition, general special use permit finding D related to traffic impacts of the project, cut and fill finding B related to grading necessary to provide access, and tentative map finding D, mitigation of traffic impacts, are not supported by this request. The applicant, in choosing to route all traffic through an existing neighborhood rather than the adjacent public highway, places a disruptive condition upon the street network and possible conflicts with circulation in the West Meadows development. In addition, this design prevents findings related to master plan and zoning conformity to be met. The council finds, or at least I do, in these guiding documents that the street network plan as adopted do not show access from the West Meadows subdivision, but rather the adjacent Highway 40. And then the last one is tentative map finding C, to adequate services. I can't make that finding. The design and proposing a street network for public dedication and maintenance poses a service burden upon the city, as these roads are supported by rip-wrapped earthen structures that in this site soil and erosion conditions require ongoing public maintenance. Likewise, the design posed by the grading and cut fill special use permits is related to proposed roadways prevent finding favorable to hillside special use permit A related to slope failure. So I've got some broad areas related to the street network, the dedication and the maintenance obligation to the city, and most importantly though, to the premature nature of this response that we're taking on for fire, that we will be putting lives in danger. So I can't support the motion and the findings that the motion maker and the seconder have proposed to us. Thank you.
Okay. All right. So any other discussion? Councilwoman Dewar?
I'm really struggling because I want to say that I admire all the work that Councilwoman Jordan's done. I mean, that's a lot of on the ground work, and we helped, we participated, right? We're trying to work through this and figure it out. I'm very much still struggling with the 30% slopes. I don't support them anywhere. I mean, I just don't think we should be building on those kind of slopes, especially in earthquake country. It's kind of like setting yourself up for a liquefaction factor where you get the earthquake and then you're on a steep slope and the thing slides down. So I'm worried about that. The fire protection that several of my colleagues have brought up has been very concerning. I brought it up across the valley on the other side, and I still don't think we've addressed it. I understand that we've come up with the access roads, so I won't belabor it. I'm just, I think we're very close, but I feel like there are still some outstanding issues. It's very difficult to do this like this way at night in 3 hours and making sure we do the right stuff. So I'm unable to make all of the findings, and I appreciate Councilman Breckes kind of identifying them for me at this moment. So
All right, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Dorr. I would just say, I want to really commend Councilwoman Jordan. You have worked so hard on this, and one of the things you are so incredibly good at is working with people and bringing this area together, because I know how challenging it is, and it's really one of the most vocal. And so I have so much respect for you, Councilwoman Jordan, for all the thought and heart you put into every project that you do, and you know, above and beyond always. And I think, you know, you've done a really, really good job here. My issue is finding Jay. This is the fire issue where, and this has nothing to do with Councilwoman Jordan, because I think she did a phenomenal job. But at this point, I have some serious concerns with the fire access, and not to mention, you know, Collin Ranch, we're sort of still in a little bubble up here with only so many homes. And when you have other existing homes that are, and many, many other homes, I would say probably in the thousands up there, I think could be really problematic for traffic. Even here in Collin Ranch, we had some difficulty during that fire with a lot of traffic issues. And so it really makes me very, very concerned, especially if the freeway for some reason didn't have access. That could be extremely problematic. But then again, staffing with those fire stations and the 8-minute response time. So unfortunately for that, I just cannot support it. So that's where my comments are, but I want to say thank you, Councilwoman Jordan. Excellent job. All right, any other comments? Seeing that there are none, all those in favor say aye. All those opposed?
Nay.
Nay.
All right. Motion dies. So at this time, Councilwoman Jordan, would you like to give another motion, or?
Oh, goodness. Well, I
Madam
made
Mayor, I'll
Good go.
take a stab. I think
Okay.
Councilmember Jordan awfully hard. Mine won't be quite as elegant, but I'm just going to take an attempt. In regards to the appeal of LDC 20-0003, based on this council's review of the staff report, the record on appeal, and information presented at the public hearing for this appeal, I move to affirm the decision of the Planning Commission and deny the appeal based on the site plan not meeting the following MGOD standards related to protection of significant natural features and view sheds and development on slopes greater than 30%. And I will reference for anyone reviewing it, the RMC code 18.06.406, subsections I5A8, I5F8, and I5G, I, and 4. The site plan includes road crossings and grading within significant natural features, including major drainage ways and wetlands. The site plan also includes development over 20 lots located in areas with slopes steeper than 30%. And the site plan includes development in areas with significant view sheds, negatively impacting the visual value of the scenic character of the hillside areas. My motion to deny would also include all of the reasons identified by Councilmember Breckes and also by Madam Mayor Sheevy, her concerns over fire-related service issues into the project.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion and a second. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed? Motion passes. Okay. At this time, Madam Clerk, I just need to read this for the record. Any person who has filed this appeal and is aggrieved by the decision of the City Council tonight may apply for judicial review of the decision within 25 days of the date that a notice of this decision is filed with the City Clerk. So at that time, Madam Clerk, I believe we're on item J. Do you have any general public comment?
Madam Mayor, at this time, transitioning to item J1. These are public comments either identified not specific to our agenda or items that were received after 4 p.m. the day before the council meeting. We received various letters of support, opposition, and concern. The majority of these were for either item C1 or items I1, but they were received after 4 p.m. Those have been submitted to council and are part of the official record. Additionally, we do have 2 voicemails that we'll listen to now.
Hi, my name is Adam Brock. I'm a local Washoe County resident, and I just wanted to express my concern about the Camp Edge, housing development. I'm definitely worried about our natural environment and our wetlands. That is really precious to the high desert like Nevada, and I just wanted to express my concern and hope that we can, deny this claim is what I would really like for us to do. So, thank you so much for your time. I hope you guys have a good day.
Hi, I'm calling about item A3. This is a development on Riverside Drive, which will be taking from Riverside Drive to First Avenue. It will be taking Washington Street, as well as some of the park and the hub parking lot and grass area, and building 34 units. I am hoping that you will stand by the planning density and the height restrictions. Cramming 34 units of not affordable housing in that area will damage the aesthetics of the historical planning district, and it will be a block for the whole neighborhood between the river and the neighborhood. You'll change the complete feeling of that neighborhood. This is one of the last aesthetically, historically pleasing neighborhoods we have left. Please don't destroy it. Thank you, Shanna Licata.
Madam Mayor, with that, you have no further public comment. We'll be looking for a motion to adjourn.
All right, thank you. Make it a motion.
So moved.
All right, I have a motion and a second. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously. It's the only one time that we never have a disagreement. All right, you guys, have a good night. It's been a very, very long, about 12 hours today. I appreciate every single one of you. I know we've had a lot of things on this agenda today, but I appreciate all your hard work, and especially our staff at the City of Reno. You guys are tremendous. All these hours that you put in, and also having to put up with us council members and myself, I know is not always easy. So we just appreciate you guys. All right, good night, everyone. Take care. Be safe.